this working or not? Oh, it's working now. Why was it making like the errors? That's fucking weird.
Living by myself. I had a couple roommates over the years. Kenny Omega is one of them. Anyways, there's a lot here, so no judgment free. It's a judgment free zone. Don't, it's basically my career is in this house, so a lot of cool stuff. So I've been working on a tour myself, organizing stuff, but Justin goes, I'm coming to Orlando. I go, let's do this. So where do we start? First thing I want to ask is, why the hell do you have a Dance Dance Revolution machine in your living room?
Usually it's people put in garages.
Yeah, well, my garage, I like to fit my car and all the boxes from CO and all the, everything I have, the bins and everything. But original DDR machine has Extreme Pro on it for tournaments and such. I've owned this for about like 9 years. Paid $500 for it. It's worth probably $4 or $5 grand now if you find a good sale. Always wanted a DDR machine, bucket list item. It hasn't been. I use it maybe once a month when I'm really bored between like a meeting, but I'm not as young as I used to be, so I stop immediately. Some of my fight sticks, I'm always the guy on Twitter that goes, hey, storage solutions. This is like an IKEA lac shelf that used to be like $50.
Yeah.
And you can store all your sticks. I wish it had a couple more rungs if you customized it, because we have too many sticks. So yeah, just a lot of custom CO ones.
Silver Surfer is kind of insane though.
Yeah, that one is just from a Filipino Comic-Con I bought on eBay.
Filipino?
Yeah, it's like $300 because of shipping. It's very light, like I can lift it with one hand almost. So, but yeah,
it
that's
looks
just always
heavy
been there.
actually.
Now, the reason I collect statues, and I've actually retired from buying any big ones, a lot of them from Sideshow Collectibles.
Yes.
Company's been sending to me for YouTube videos and all that, so very fortunate to be a fan and get all this stuff. But one of my favorite ones is this Galactus, which I paid like $250 for. It's worth like $1,000.
No.
So yes. So this is like, the problem is shipping, right? I don't want to ever ship. You, as a statue collector, if you don't keep the boxes that they ship in, you're screwed. TV setup, I love having all my consoles here. My PlayStation's actually outside. I have a long wire for streaming, but if I want to play on the big TV, I just move it over. And then
carpet?
Yeah, the Kith carpet for my dog. She lays on that, Tifa. The Analog 3 that just came out, so I'm a huge retro buff.
Yeah.
Too many controllers, I need to get rid of some of these things, but anything you need for gaming, my house has it, just because. This used to be just a screen room. I took off the glass doors and turned it into my game room.
Yeah.
AKA, if you ever watched one of my CO gaming streams, this is the background you see. And so many meetings at work, they're like, hey, is that fake? And I go stand, walk to the back, walk back, touch something, like, so whoever's talking for, it's worth like $1,000.
No.
So, yes. So this is like, the problem is shipping, right? I don't want to ever ship. You, as a statue collector, if you don't keep the boxes that they ship in, you're screwed. TV setup, I love having all my consoles here. My PlayStation's actually outside. I have a long wire for streaming, but if I want to play on the big TV, I just move it over. And then,
carpet?
Yeah, the Kith carpet for my dog. She lays on that, Tifa. The Analog 3 that just came out, so I'm a huge retro buff.
Yeah.
Too many controllers, I need to get rid of some of these things, but anything you need for gaming, my house has it, just because. This used to be just a screen room. I took off the glass doors and turned it into my game room.
Yeah.
AKA, if you ever watched one of my CO gaming streams, this is the background you see. And so many meetings at work, they're like, hey, is that fake? And I go stand, walk to the back, walk back, touch something, like, whoever's talking on the call is like, did somebody not believe Jabali again? And that was a Photoshop. But if you want to see the stream setup, this is one of my work computers. I kind of jump back and forth. Upstairs, I work on Mac. Downstairs, PC for streaming. This obviously is the importance of CEO, the first CEO sign ever at a fairgrounds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's just, somebody made it for me in a frame. The frame unfortunately broke, but it was a nice gesture just to remind me where I started.
Yeah.
Here's the newer shelf. I like this because it lights up and everything. Just CO belt. So there's little things here and there.
Oh, look, it's you.
Yeah.
Is this from Divekick?
Yeah, I forgot her name, but no, one of my artists made that for me as a gift. She's like, it's so easy to make your head big. So I did that, and then obviously shout outs to Arcade 1UP.
You mean me?
Shout outs to Justin Wong and John D. They sent me this to review. It got like 80,000 views. Like, what else do you need? So it did very well. I was one of the first ones to show this off and go through it. And again, they're not full size. I want full size arcades.
It's
if
so
I
hard,
get a bigger house. It's hard, dude.
Yeah.
This I can move. One of my hacks, storage hacks.
That.
Yeah.
Wheels?
The wheels, so I can move it around if I want to they're locked right now, but yeah, I have them on a few of the machines. This is one of my favorite looking designs, the MVSX by Unico, just because it just looks amazing.
Yeah, I wanted
So-
to get this, but they don't ship in Canada.
That stinks.
Yeah.
So drive it over the border.
Oh, that's expensive.
Yeah, I know, right? This is the iArcade. They stopped selling it. It was like a la carte video game, arcade games you could buy.
Yeah.
I modded it. There's a mod. You put a USB encoder board. I'm very tech savvy, believe it or not, as an organizer. One of the favorite cabs of all time, the real original, the Big Blue.
I worked on this too.
You did?
This
Arcade.
is my first one I worked on.
It had online, which was great.
Yeah, yeah.
People were gatekeepers, though. They wouldn't play you if they had higher rankings, so they'd try
Oh
to.
my God,
Everyone
it
would
was so
dodge me because I'm
insane.
one of the best players
Yeah.
online on this thing. And then Time Crisis, one of my favorite shooters of all time. I bought this, unfortunately, at full price because John D was no longer there, and now it's obviously
You
discounted.
could
But
ask me.
I know.
I worked on this one too.
This is probably what really made me feel good about what I do. Is these were Rec Room Masters. Remember those guys?
Rec Room Master.
So 2016, I was one of the first events they sponsored. CEO, his business rose. He told me like 33% from sponsoring my event.
Yeah.
So as a gift, he goes, "What do you want?" I'm like, "Oh, I don't know." So I made me this custom Jabali one. This is from 2016 with a vinyl. What's inside though? He hooked me up before emulation was so easily accessible. An 8 terabyte hard drive of every video game ever up until that point.
Wow.
So this can literally, it has like
Yeah.
everything. It's
Everything.
obviously slow to load because I don't touch it much. And you can get these anywhere nowadays, but back then it was like hard.
It was really hard.
I'm gonna joke. It was some guy in like Russia just hacking away, building out drives for everyone. It's Mortal Kombat, one of my favorite
Kombat.
series. Before I was a Street Fighter competitive player, all I did was Mortal Kombat in the arcades.
So you were the opposite of Capcom.
Yes, until Super Turbo.
Yeah.
And then Ridge Racer, my favorite racing game of all time. I have a lot of. I grew up in Lebanon, the Middle East. We had an arcade that all it had was a head-to-head Ridge Racer machine, a pool table, we called it baby-foot, foosball, table soccer, whatever.
Yeah.
And I had a friend, he unfortunately passed away when we were younger. We would every night, like 6 of us go and play loser bought dinner after playing Ridge Racer head-to-head, and every race was just so close. So this one is...
What is this one?
This is the At Games.
Okay.
They came out with a 4-player quad play,
Yeah.
which not many people kind of bought into, but it works. However, I have a couple mods on it. I have like shooting gun game mods on it. My favorite one is called the Bit LCD.
Yeah.
Whatever game's on the screen, this marquee matches.
Oh, nah, that's
So
crazy.
yeah, that's
No, the marquee is a
it's my
seller.
favorite thing.
That's the
Yeah.
seller.
So this is probably my favorite to plan. I think this is more high quality than arcade one-ups. You can kind of get them. They do pinball machines and stuff, but the fact that those rotate is my favorite
What's
thing
the
about it.
price difference?
This was like $600 at
Oh.
Sam's Club. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this was like $250. This was $250. So like $1,100.
This is really big
Yeah.
though. This is really cute. It's like a mini.
So this is my
arcade
mini
station.
arcade. I want to kind of design it, but it's like it's my favorite thing. I think.
You even have the gumball machine.
Yeah,
that's
it looks like an arcade.
Attention to detail.
I passed on the cigarette machines. No smoking in here.
No, but this one is crazy.
Yeah. So these are mouse pads. They're
Yeah.
like $5 each.
But this is like classic USA arcade floor mats back in the day.
And I have a black light underneath. That's why it's lighting up.
Ah,
So,
okay. That's so cool. Yeah, I mean, this is a classic.
Yeah. So.
Solstar is here to tell you can believe it.
So you can, and it still prints out?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
And then I have real cards. I was on a cruise and they had the machine on the cruise ship.
Oh, wow.
So I have a bunch of the real
Yeah.
cards. And then the Astro Minis.
Regrets, yeah.
I had to get all these. I think they updated with like a cartridge you can add on. But just, I love these things. Just little mini arcade.
No, they're super nice.
Yeah, and this shelf is like an industrial U-line shelf. I measured, like, they have 8-foot shelves, perfect fit.
The chain machine is
Yeah,
amazing.
and there's USB power,
Yeah,
so that's
yeah.
what's powering all this. And then these are from like Japan.
Yep.
I gotcha.
Gotchas.
So yeah, and then one more row of arcade cabs, but I haven't really plugged this row in
Oh,
yet.
you got like a little soda cap.
Yeah, that one's okay. I thought it was the Charger, but
Is that,
they like-
what's that?
Conker's.
Yeah, Conker's?
Conker's Bad Fur Day, one of my favorite N64 games.
This must go for a lot because the cartridge goes for a lot.
That's from First Four Figures. I have an Okami from them that like instantly broke, and I waited
Oh.
6 months for the replacement. But yeah, no, I love that one. It's
Yo,
just too big.
I bought the. Tell me how disappointed you are.
I'm very disappointed
This is so
in this.
disappointed.
Half the songs don't play because of licensing.
Yeah, I was so pissed off.
Yeah, I need to just get rid of it. It just insults my intelligence. So then the Marvel. This
I
one
love this one.
Yeah.
I worked on this one. This one was like one of my favorite projects. to work
should
on.
still be. Yep, it's on. But yeah, I got these. These are the Numbskull brand. They're too big compared to the mini ones, so I stopped buying what they had. They had like Bad Dudes and a bunch of other games.
I should send you my old Mortal Kombat. This one.
Yep.
Because I have the one that has one of the games that was not released.
You have my address. It's 81. I'm kidding. I have cameras in the house. None of the private areas, just so everyone's always like, what if someone run? I'm like, I have the best security. I actually accidentally set off my fire alarm cooking.
Yeah.
They were at my house in 80 seconds, the fire department.
Oh, wow,
I was like,
really?
I was in boxers, like, is everything okay? I'm like, fudge. So another room, this is the Quamba 2009 desk.
Yeah.
I really like it. I have a
That's nice.
laptop connected to it. The Scion buttons you have to get used to, but this is a
That's Japanese.
Japanese Scion buttons and everything for the households. Everyone's like, do I get the 1-player too? I'm like, get the 2-player in case you have a friend over.
Yeah. Wait, what's
So,
this? This is.
that is from Sega DOS.
like a Gundam?
Just artwork. Yeah, it was. Well, it's the
okay,
Megalo.
okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was like you bought a gun.
No. Artist
artist,
poster.
yeah.
I have like 50 posters that are sitting in a closet. I have
Yeah.
nowhere to put. This is the first major shelf I built in this house. Is like 2012 era.
Iron Man.
IKEA. Yeah. So my Iron Man section here. He's one of my favorites. Up top, you can see all the pops. There's a bunch more hidden behind them.
Yeah.
So I measured it so I could put the pops up there. I'm all about storage because Japan, right? My house
Yeah.
feels like Japan in a way. All the tiny shops.
It does.
That's another Rec Room Masters. I just have like 6 in my house, and I sold them to friends for like dirt cheap. But I have an Xbox 360 connected to this, so if I need my Ultra Street Fighter 4 fix that built this scene, I just jump on it from Xbox.
Oh,
so.
you should play online?
No, just friends when they
Okay.
come over. Yeah, and then kitchen, personal stuff.
Wait, you said this thing is right?
Yeah, so this is I forget the name of the company, but I saw it in a guy's YouTube video. He had like a garage shed. It was like 5 years ago. I had to get it on eBay for like 180 bucks, but I just love how in
looks
depth it
very-
is.
I thought
It's well
when
done.
When you had it, it was like a
Yeah.
Christmas theme.
And these aren't AI stick designs.
Yeah,
This-
yeah.
It looks real. But yeah, this is my the tour of the downstairs. That was a lot, but there's still 2 themed rooms to go upstairs. We'll get to
I like
those.
how you have theme rooms. That's
Yeah. So it was my last project. I got bored. This is going upstairs. I have a 3-bedroom, 2.5. My bedroom, a guest bedroom, which is now the retro room.
They said screw your guys.
Yeah, but I was like, where else can I put shelves? Why not the stairway? We'll start here. This is when I get back into YouTube reviews. All the
a lot, yeah.
a lot of boxes, all the fight sticks
A
from all
lot of
the
stuff you have to go through.
yeah, the FGC stuff. Picture of me and my mother's up there. One regret I do have in my collecting days is retro games. I used to sell all my old stuff, Super Nintendo, all that. I'm like, fudge. So now this is all my physical media. I have DVDs. I'm gonna get rid of at some
But
point.
These aren't like that retro.
Yeah, no, nothing's really worth much. I've been buying a lot of Japanese games because I have a Japanese PS2.
Yeah.
Just all my retro game, nothing really crazy here. A lot of soundtracks. I have every single Final Fantasy soundtrack.
Okay.
I do like physical media.
Yeah.
I started a vinyl collection, which I don't recommend. Very
yeah,
expensive.
I was with you in Japan. We went to Tower Records.
Yeah, how to carry that stuff. But yeah,
Oh my
so
God.
all this Automodelista. So yeah, just I'm collecting the games that made an impact on
You
my life.
understand? They're like, I have a lot of stuff, but you actually have like already 5,
Yeah.
maybe 7 times more
Yeah,
than me.
well, you moved, right? So, and you have a
I
family.
sold a lot of stuff when I moved too.
So I got 2 rooms. I'll let you pick which one first.
Wait, it says Man Cave and Super Nintendo.
That was just a sign I got, and I just put it there.
Oh, so it's not Super Nintendo.
No. My Nintendo stuff is in there, so
Okay.
it's all licensed. Here's my office.
Oh, this is your office.
This is my work office. This is where all my like accolades and fighting game collection and
There's a lot. Going
yeah.
on. There's a lot going on here.
Lots of cool stuff in here. A lot of rare stuff in here
Yeah.
that I'm proud of. The Magic Street Fighter cards. I was just messing around with those, putting them all here.
And
Yeah.
You put them in the cases.
In the
too?
cases, yeah, because I have a lot of rare Marvel cards from back in the day.
Okay.
That if I got graded, which I think is just a racket, that's signed by Resto Tagawa,
Yeah.
original Shang Tsung. I met him, signed that. Some Mortal Kombat, my Mega Man area. That's kind of like my miscellaneous. I worked on Killer Instinct, so all the figures.
Oh, wow, the gold
and
one?
yeah. So they had the regular color and gold.
Damn.
I'm a gold
Maybe
guy.
Max might not have this.
So probably not. They didn't sell very many of them.
Because he's a huge collector.
Bloodsport, Jean-Claude.
Bloodsport.
It's signed by Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah. Thing is, me and my buddy bought one together. And
Yeah.
we got my discount. It was like $1,200 now. They can't even get room for like 600.
Wow.
So that was a loss.
But it's signed though.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
Are all
they're
them
not.
signed?
No.
Okay.
Just the limited edition
see,
one.
that's-
So
that's
yeah.
fine, that's
Yeah,
fine.
and it's black and gold colors,
Yeah.
CO colors. So these are my favorite things. The magnet.
Wait, where'd you get this one?
This is just the gotchas. It was I bought it at that Radio Akihabara store.
Ah.
So they had them all as a pack of like 3,000 yen or something.
No, I didn't get that.
Yeah, but look,
I
magnets.
missed out on that.
So I'm smart. Look at my storage. Anything magnetized goes on here.
Yeah, that's
so
actually not like-
yeah. So it's all the characters and stuff.
So how much does Amy go?
$600-700. Not a lot.
That's so good.
Yeah, it is. It's my favorite one. The Cammy's good, but you know they just. I need to get rid of the little stuff and just put tiny things.
I like
but
the little stuff more now lately.
I like less of it because it's just messy. I guess.
Yeah.
You have these. I think the batteries
Yeah,
die.
this one's good.
Yeah.
But this one plays the theme song too.
I didn't. Which one? The Ryu?
No, the Akuma.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's
Another button?
oh, you don't have the other button.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, no, there's another one where it plays the Street Fighter 4 Akuma.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I have that
All
one.
right. Well, now I'm jealous.
Bro, is that the John Cena?
Oh yeah, John Cena. So Justin Wong won this in a raffle at a CEO, what, 8 years ago?
Yeah, and you never shipped it to me.
It's too heavy, dude. No, it's not. Anyways, so that's staying here. Oh no, what happened?
What happened?
No.
Nagaruru.
She broke? Aw. You know how hard it was to find this thing in Japan?
You can glue it though.
Yeah, I have the glue. Man.
Oh.
I went through hell to find that thing on the last Japan trip. Office desk here. I have the standing desk. I love this thing because obviously.
What is this from the movie?
Which one?
This one.
It
Looks like
was
it's from the animated movie.
Hypeland made it. I don't
Okay.
know. Maybe. Yeah.
Oh, this I didn't even know this desk was moving. Like
Yeah, it's standing
that.
desk.
But this,
I
this
stand
reminds
when
me
I
of the
work.
Street Fighter 2 that Street Fighter 2 animated movie.
I never really put two and two
Standing
together. My
desk.
bad. More magnets, the Final Fantasy stuff.
The White Ranger is crazy.
It's signed by Jason David
Yeah.
Frank. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
So, and it's funny. I could have just taken that sleeve off and had him sign it. Instead, I was carrying the whole bust to the
Oh.
convention. Just the head part. And then Star Wars. I stopped collecting Star Wars. It's kind of a faded brand, I think.
And
In
they came
terms,
out with a new game.
I know, well,
Fate of the- Fate of the
I know.
Republic.
This is my favorite one. This one's worth a lot.
You seem to be made to suffer. It's our lot in life.
Aw.
Yeah. So I've had that one.
I still love
Yeah.
Star Wars. Star Wars is awesome.
Clone Wars Yoda is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So Pops. I've actually
Totally
sold
just
100 Pops
ignored
over
it.
the years. Been getting rid. There's a website that buys them as long as they're in perfect condition.
Yeah.
You remember this bad boy?
This one got me jealous,
And,
actually.
you can get them online still, I think. I haven't turned it on in a while. And you can wear it. It's wearable.
Yeah.
Right?
Jarvis. Oh.
There's that way, but then there's the longer way.
Yeah.
Dude, come on.
No, that's
How cool. I'm going to wear this to like the next EDM festival and just be dancing.
Just go
Watch this,
around.
watch this, watch this. Jarvis,
Sir,
switch to battle mode.
Yeah. Oh, this clock is crazy.
I got that on the last trip.
Street Fighter
so,
2.
Yeah. That was at in Akihabara somewhere, yeah. And then
Yeah.
Balrog, obviously, he was my moneymaker in Street Fighter 4.
Oh, look at this. How you
So-
don't have Jago yet?
I know, because I was there helping you sign these, remember? So this is from when I worked at Gamescom.
Yeah.
This one, I still need them to give me the freaking Akuma pin to finish it out.
Yeah.
That's
This
worth
from
money.
Udon.
Yeah, Udon, that one's worth a penny or two. And then here is a room I've been working on. It's not finished, but this is my retro game room.
Okay.
This is kind of my happy place to it's like people like Mick Foley's Christmas room. You've seen
Yeah.
that one? So I have a guest bedroom in here and all. Let's just show you.
There's no guest bedroom here. Oh, never mind. Oh, that's crazy.
So that way I can use it like the. I try to
Oh.
make my bed sheets as awkward as possible.
Bro.
So, it was funny because when I had the CO vinyl, this is my vinyl collection now with a player and stuff, and then turtles. These are cool.
Oh, this is where your vinyls have been going.
Yeah, this is where they go. I'm not gonna fill it out. I'm slowing down, unfortunately. But we had like 8 people in my room listening to the album like it was a listening room. This is my retro corner. I've got my VR, so I have space in here for VR.
VR stuff.
Yeah.
VR stuff is cool.
Deadpool, the new VR is really a cool thing.
Yeah.
Dreamcast,
Yeah.
Mr. FPGAs.
Oh, wait, the gold version?
The gold version, of course, man. But this is new. I just got this.
Wait, what is this one?
This is the Heber multi-system. It's literally a Mister built as a console.
Oh,
So these are
wow.
the buttons, 4 USB ports. So it's a
Yeah.
Mister. It just has more connectivity, HDMI, all that. I'm gonna do a review of this.
No, that looks cool. I didn't know that.
It's like a console. So and then
Wow.
this here is a port for their adapters to use original controllers.
Oh, wow.
So it's all custom and
Yeah.
full size SD. And you can just switch it over. I can move it to this one if I want to.
Yeah.
And I clone these for tournaments, so we use these for old school Super Turbo. Yeah, I just made like a retro corner, PS2, N64, all
Yeah.
the mini consoles, all the mini systems when those are popular. I have all the Japan versions and stuff, so those, I could get rid of those, I wouldn't mind. But this is my prized possession.
Is this the Blockbuster?
This is the Blockbuster 1993, bro. So everyone sees the Dr. Disrespect guy who's always like 2-time. I'm actually the first-time winner ever.
Ah.
So 1993 on Super Nintendo, I won the Blockbuster Video Game Challenge, and I have the original trophy to
Yeah,
speak
yeah.
for. And there's video of it. I have a video on my YouTube channel. But yeah, that's how this all started, man. I was just good at video games. And then here's my gymbrary.
Bro,
Yeah.
look at this.
I have a big bathroom. Yeah.
You got a bath. Look at
Yeah.
you got a hot tub.
So when the women hate the rest of the house, I just show them the
Yeah,
bathroom.
You're gonna play games on
Yeah.
the hot tub?
This is my gymbrary. This is my newest space, and we're done with the house.
Gymbrary, I like
It's a
that.
gym and library, so I actually do some weights in here. That's
Man,
my history.
You have too much stuff here.
It's okay. And this, weren't you there with this with me and Rick and people? The CVS2 museum? It was the crossover museum, so I bought these posters
No, I
on the
wasn't
last
with
trip.
you.
Okay, yeah. It was a pop-up between the creator of Astro Boy and all that.
Oh, I
and
did.
and
I didn't even
Capcom.
know they did that.
Yeah, it was beautiful. So I bought those and put them there.
I'm
Did we
actually-
end the video with it downstairs? Like, get out of my house
Yeah,
now?
I'm actually. Now we go back there. I'm actually shocked how you have so much stuff. You have a lot of stuff here.
Yep.
It's actually kind of crazy how much stuff you have.
And how organized it is. Come on, give me some credit.
Yeah, no, it's very organized. Wait, so if you got a new house, you want to get a new house and get, I guess, a bigger one.
Backyard and all that, yeah.
You know, you ever thought about like packing would just be the most
I would literally pay all my friends to hang out for like a week.
to help you pack?
It has to be one room in it. I already have it planned out. All this I actually have documented on a Google Sheet. Anything
Yeah.
that's a big purchase is on a Google Sheet.
Oh, okay.
Where I got it from, when I bought it, all that stuff, just so if I ever need to look back for insurance purposes. But yeah, the idea would be like one room at a time, guys. Let's get this going. So,
Dude, that would
yeah.
be a mission, though.
It'll,
It
yeah.
would
I
be.
have a guy, you guys don't know him in the industry, worked at EA. He got into statue collecting because of me.
Yeah.
And then he got married and had to get rid of it all. And he started selling them on eBay. He's like, if you ever need me to sell your stuff, I'll do it for you.
Okay.
So I'll have someone. But yeah,
I'm very jealous with all the stuff you have, and the fact that you have like particular with
Yeah.
like the themes and stuff. That's like what's very impressive. Because right now, all my stuff is just
whatever.
match.
Yeah.
It's like, is there a little corner, a little space? I just put it
Yeah.
there.
I mean, I have this behind the machine is a bunch of boxes of other stuff to put out and all that. So, but yeah, no, I'm done with the major collecting. This is,
Now smaller stuff.
yeah, and get rid of stuff, sell it as I need it, fight sticks, little
Yeah.
things like that. So I do have a broken Nakaruru statue for sale. I want the arcade theme, but if I were to change anything, I'd probably get rid of a couple arcade one-ups, get like a Ulix,
Yeah.
stuff like that. But right now,
Damn,
dude, how
yeah,
do you
right now I'm
afford all
hunkering
that,
down,
dude?
man, for the next year of this economy. So I'm not buying anything, spending nothing. It's all going towards my health and living longer and travel. So.
No, I mean,
And if there's any advice for collecting, collect only the stuff that's important to you, that you know you'll look back in 10 years and go, I'm glad I still have this type of thing.
yeah,
Brings you joy,
that's
right?
That's what I've
Yeah.
been on at the moment. Like I've been buying less and only buying things that I can appreciate.
Yeah, it's an investment.
No, I appreciate it, man.
Of course, man.
Let the people know where they can find you, or where you want them to find you.
So twitch.tv/CEO Gaming, I'll always use that. I am starting a new YouTube channel at CEO Jabali on YouTube because I wanted to kind of divide from the CEO stuff that I do. It's going to be about retro gaming, collections, my travels. I have a Japan video I'm working on, and just general advice of everything I've learned. I'm 43 years old now. I'm proud of my age. You know, I've been around. So I want to do that on that channel. Stuff like I wish I knew 10 years ago when I started CEO, little things like that. So CEO Jabali, no videos out yet, but I'm working on it all at once. So in the new year, 2026, expect the year of Jabali to be bigger than ever.
Yeah, man. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that house tour. It was kind of insane. Yeah, I literally have nothing over Jabali when it comes to just all the stuff.
And I'll kick people's ass at fighting games
Yeah,
too.
he's really good at fighting games as well too. So yeah, if you guys want, I'll have all the links for his socials and Twitch and YouTube, so you guys can follow him, because I always tell him he has so much stuff that he can actually put out as content and show people, you know, like nostalgia purpose. Because retro's in, Marvel's in, like any type of fandom is in. So yeah, if you guys.
That's crazy, dude. Oh, what's up?
told
What
the
brush
jury.
am I using? I'm using the regular brush. The very standard brush. Nothing fancy. I hope you're still here. It's nothing fancy. Regular old brush. Yeah, I gotta start looking at the chat more, dude, if I'm gonna stream. You did forget, I mean, I'm new to this stuff. Don't hate me. Oh, yeah, thank you. But I gotta experiment with other brushes. Seems cool. How do I afford all those stuff like that guy? Two million ads blocked for me? Jesus. Is that the truth? Did they really block 2 million ads? Hiya. Mistakes are okay. I should look into other brushes though. God, I sound like I have the flu. Well, if you do have the flu, idiot.
Perhaps I broke a moral rule, but I hadn't broken a legal rule. The Mexican Mafia came to me. Unbeknownst to me, this member had turned. The Mexican Mafia didn't know he had turned. I didn't know he had turned. And he said that this individual owed him $10,000. And if I didn't pay him, he was going to kill this guy. And of course, I wasn't going to pay $10,000 to somebody that I had no relationship with to save his life.
It's cold-blooded.
All right, George. George, where'd you grow up? Where are you from originally?
Well, I was born and raised in Ventura, California, up until probably the second or third grade. Moved down to Anaheim and stayed down there for several years. And as I entered eighth grade, I started kind of running with a tough crowd. And my mother and father felt that they wanted to get me out of the environment I was in Anaheim, California. And they moved to what was billed as one of the safest cities in the United States, in Camarillo, California. And within that community, there was a outlaw motorcycle club called Question Marks. They were a 1% club endorsed by the Hells Angels and Saint Slaves, other prominent clubs, and I slowly started gravitating towards that lifestyle.
What was it about your childhood that drew you to that?
Well, when I was probably 1955, I was born in 48, so 55, 56, I couldn't have been older than 10. I was in San Fernando Valley with my father, and he was talking to a gentleman. My dad owned a restaurant, and he was talking to a gentleman that owned a small Italian restaurant. And as we were outside talking, I was doing things probably a 9-year-old, 10-year-old kid would do. And up the street, I could hear this rumbling. And what it was a guy on a motorcycle. and he pulled up to the stop sign, and there was this distinctive sound. I didn't know what it was, but it resonated with me and stayed with me for a decade. It was the roller bearings in the clutch basket rattling. He had engaged the clutch, and it was loose and it was rattling in there. And I looked, and the straight pipes, he was revving the pipes, and he pushed his glasses up on his head. He had kind of long black hair, kind of greasy. He had on Levi's engineer boots with big buckles on them, and a Levi vest with the sleeves cut off. And there was something on the back. I don't know what it said. Don't remember what it said. But I was just took my breath away. And
Take my breath away.
light changed, dropped the glasses down, jammed it in gear, and took off across the intersection. The guy talking to my father had a very thick Italian accent. And he looked at me, and he looked back at the guy who was now down the street, and he looked back and he said, "That's your America," and he spit on the ground. And I was just like, yeah, that's my America. And, as a metaphor, I jumped on the back of that motorcycle with this guy, and for a decade, I couldn't get rid of that image. And as things were happening, as a young child, and you start experiencing things and realizing things, that's the image and that's the lifestyle I was gravitating towards. I think I was pretty smart for a kid. I think I saw through a lot of the bullshit. I had a big revelation not long after that. Bob's Big Boy was just opening up in Southern California, and people that from that era remember the Bob's Big Boy signs with the guy with the red and white checkered jumpsuit and the giant hamburger that looked as big as my head. And I kept telling my parents, I gotta have one of those big boys. And they were talking in Greek, they were going back and forth. All my family were Greek immigrants. I was born here in the States, but he pulled into a parking lot, and he did something that he never did before. He opened the four doors of the cars and took the seats out of the car, and he was rummaging through the dust balls and the stuff that accumulated under the seat. And I didn't realize it at first, and I go, wow, he's looking for money. And they were looking for pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, whatever it may be. They needed 19 cents to buy me that burger. And I just thought it was the greatest thing, man. We were on a treasure hunt. And I was just, man, this is so cool. And my mom and dad started talking in Greek, and I looked at my mother. The whole mood of the car changed. I looked at my mother, and she was looking at these people, and I saw the people were laughing, and I started laughing. I thought they were laughing with us, and then it took me a couple minutes, and I realized they were laughing at us because we were digging through this, debris to get some money. And I thought about, in that instant, I thought about the outlaw biker. I thought about how intimidating he looked. I remembered the reaction of the people, not only the guy that spit on the ground, but other people. They were very scared, nervous. My dad even seemed a little pensive at the time, and I thought, you know what, no one's ever going to laugh at me again. And took me several years later, but I eventually got a motorcycle, and I became that outlaw from that image in my head. That's who I patterned myself after and my lifestyle after.
It's interesting. It's a great story.
Yeah, it's very profound. Very profound. Later, I made sure that I was never broke. I always had a lot of cash on me, a big roll, owned a lot of businesses, made a lot of money, some of it legal, some of it otherwise. But I vowed that I would never, ever be taking the seats out of my car
Always have a problem
to
with
get
this.
food for my kid.
Mm. And you went through school? You graduated high
I
school?
graduated high school in 1965. I almost didn't make graduation. I was dyslexic as a student, but nobody knew what that was at that time. And I was referred to as lazy, unattentive, found myself, gazing outside the windows and whatnot. But something interesting happened. I had taken a standardized, some sort of IQ test. I don't remember exactly, but I had a bunch of gears and different things and questions, all multiple choice stuff. And I took the test, and I got called into the office. I went down to the office, and my mother and father were in there, which I really was odd. I didn't know what the heck was going on. They brought me in there, and the vice principal, Mr. Killingsworth, I'll never forget his name, accused me of having the answer book and that I cheated on this. Now, I don't know how you would cheat on a standardized IQ test or intelligence test, but they accused me of cheating, and I assured them I didn't. My parents were pressuring me. Look, you got to give that book back, son. If you got the answer book, you got to give it back. And I just said, Mom, Dad, I didn't cheat. And I left that office without an apology. Mr. Killingsworth never apologized to me. I think to this day, or to his deathbed, he's long gone. He probably thought that I did cheat. And I told my mom and dad, I said, look, if this is polite society, fuck it, I don't want nothing to do with it. And I wanted to join the Marines. And they said, under one condition,
Yeah,
if you
stuff
graduate
like that.
from high school,
Stuff
we'll
like-
sign your
Fucks you
application
up.
for the Marine Corps. Because at that time, I was only 17. I wanted to get in. A lot of my friends were joining this Marine Reserve unit out of Port Hueneme, a city one over from Camarillo. And they said, you graduate, we'll sign for you. So I made a commitment, a promise to them. And a couple of weeks later, at 17 years old, still in high school, I took the Marine Corps oath. And in February 1966, I left for Marine Corps boot camp. So that was 1966 was a big year for me. I became a United States Marine, 0311 rifleman. I also bought a motorcycle. And so I had this split allegiance, if you will.
My dad was giving me a hard time about not watching the news enough, so naturally I gave, thank you for watching.
And for the next few years, I kind of stumbled around as an independent writer in the outlaw motorcycle world. Became good friends with the Question Marks. Never was a full-fledged Question Mark member, but hung out with them. In addition, I hung out with the Saint Slaves. Anybody that's read Hunter Thompson's Hells Angels knows that Hunter Thompson, along with the Hells Angels, were in awe of the Saint Slaves. They were kind of a unique, elite club from San Fernando Valley. I got in trouble in the Marines, and I was discharged out with the understanding I would go to work for the Department of Defense. So from the early 70s to 1978, I had a top security clearance, and I worked for the Pacific Missile Test Center in Oxnard, Fort Hueneme, and Point Mugu. And
The light
one of
is
my
hitting.
duties was to take care of the submarine surveillance system off of Santa Cruz Island. We were in the midst of a Cold War with Russia at the time, and they had a very intricate surveillance system for submarine to make sure we weren't attacked with submarines. There was one in Southern California on Santa Cruz Island, and there was one in another island up north. I don't remember the islands. I had nothing to do with that one, but they're declassified now. But I had a top secret security clearance, and I was also a member of the Los Angeles Hells Angels, soon to be the president of the Los Angeles Hells Angels.
And you were the longest active president.
Yeah, I think, I've been out for a while, but
Yeah,
I
pick the
think
light
I
source.
perhaps
Pick the light
still
source.
hold
Where's
that.
the light?
I don't know if it's a honor or dubious title, depending on who you talk to, I guess.
As the longest running president.
Yeah, I was the longest serving president
Of
in
any
Hells
chapter.
Angel history. I think Julian Scheer is a Canadian criminal crime author. He has a book, Angels of Death, and he's got a big picture of me in the middle of the book. And he said, I was referred to and seen as the Al Capone of Ventura by law enforcement, and I had the dubious title of being the longest-serving president in Hell's Angel history.
What did the Hells Angels represent in your mind back then?
Brotherhood, freedom, and an alternative lifestyle.
Brotherhood.
Back
Hell yeah,
in the
brother.
60s, it was a very small, esoteric group of individuals, very hard to be accepted
light?
into.
Ah,
At that particular
light
point in time,
is-
you could not go
How
into a
would the
Harley
light
shop and
work?
buy a custom motorcycle. You had to build it, and if you didn't build it, you got no recognition and actually could be ridiculed for buying somebody's already made motorcycle and riding it,
Not
representing
too
it
much.
as your own.
Slightly.
The Los Angeles
slightly.
chapter was
Like that.
one of the larger chapters.
Well,
Or smaller.
it was, you know, people have a misconception. You get 20 Hells Angels in a Hells Angel charter, that's a big charter. The average charters are usually 10 to 6 members. And but what happens is each one of those members probably has 20 friends that want to be part of the organization. So it kind of tentacles out, if you will.
What kind of activities? How is the chapter surviving?
Well, you know, certainly dues, but you have to understand, you know, back then dues were $5 a week. It's a lot different nowadays. I think when I left the club, average dues were $100 a week. The purpose of the club was certainly it was self-serving. It was a unique lifestyle. It was about brotherhood, and it was about partying and having a good time. You know, nowadays there's a lot of conflicts in the outlaw motorcycle world. Back then, if you saw somebody riding a chopped Harley, you wanted to know who that guy was. You wanted to go hang out with him, see if he was cool, see if it's somebody that perhaps you maybe wanted to embrace and ultimately call brother. Nowadays, you know, people go into the Harley shop and, you know, they have good credit. They can finance a custom motorcycle for $30,000, $40,000. And it's taken the uniqueness out of it. It's taken the camaraderie, I think, out of it, of
Why
being with
can
your
I
buddies
figure this
in a
out?
garage and building a bike from the ground up.
And that outlaw reputation that the club had, has that diminished since those days?
Hell
You
yeah,
know,
brother.
And I don't mean any disrespect to the present day members. It's a different world we live in. A lot of this things going on nowadays I don't understand. I'm on the cusp of 80. I'll be 80 next year, and I think that
It's not what it
it was
used
a
to be like,
golden
brother.
era in the outlaw motorcycle world. You know, it started in 1948. If you talk to the guys on the East Coast, they have a different perception of when and where it started. I see it starting in Hollister, California in 1948 by returning veterans from the Pacific and the European theaters, suffering probably from undiagnosed PTSD, God knows what else. And they banded together the Booze Fighters, the 13 Rebels, the Pissed Off Bastards, whatever clubs, very small, elite type clubs, and they went to Hollister. And that year, the San Francisco Chronicle sent down a photographer and a reporter, and they started taking pictures. And I think the reporter and the photographer were astute enough to see that this would catch the public's eyes more than the guys, you know, within the American Motorcycle Association. So they put this story out, Hollister riot, motorcycles drag racing up and down Main Street, you know, people uncontrolled drinking and whatnot, which I don't think really happened. I ultimately talked to a guy called Tom Noel. They called him the Old Goose. He was a galloping goose from that era. He was there at Hollister. And I asked him one time, I said, "Hey, Tom, what went on in Hollister? Was all that stuff true?" And he said it was a bunch of bullshit. He goes, "We were up there riding our bikes, minding our own business, and the reporters showed up, started taking pictures, asking questions, and they created this story." Now, out of those stories, it went out, took it back to the San Francisco Chronicle, went out over the Associated Press, and all these little newspapers picked it up, you know, motorcycle riot in Hollister, California. And the press went to the American Motorcycle Association and said, how do you explain this riot? And they said, well, look, you have to understand, only 1% ruin it for us wholesome riders. And the people latched on, they embraced that title, and that was the birth of the 1%er. And, you know, that's a title that people wear proudly now. I'm not sure it has the same significance as it did at one time. I'm sure that the people, you know, wearing that badge feel it is, but, you know, I'll have to let the public decide and the youngsters. You know, I had old man John tell me in probably the late 70s, he was going to retire, and I tried to talk him out of it. He told me, you know, George, this is a young man's game. And he goes, I'm moving on. He had cancer. I didn't realize he had cancer at the time. Ultimately, he confided in me that he was dying of cancer, and he did ultimately die. But I think it's a young man's game. I think that phenomena started in Hollister with those Associated Press stories. And it's like jazz. It's now a worldwide phenomenon. It's outlaw motorcyclists on every continent, everywhere. They're in Thailand, they're in Japan, they're in Australia, Africa, wherever. Wherever there's somebody that's seen an outlaw biker, there are now outlaw bikers there.
Okay.
Hell yeah,
How long
brother.
were you the active president of the chapters?
Well, I was president of Los Angeles first, 1977, and I retired in 2011. Of course, the Hells Angels don't have a retirement. I had quit the club in good standing in 2011. So I had a run from 1977 to 2011. Probably spanned 7 United States presidents. I think starting with Ford and ending with Obama, maybe.
And how did the mission of the Hells Angels change over those years?
By the time I stepped away, we were fighting with every major motorcycle club in the United States, and that was really the catalyst for me leaving. There was a club called the Vagos, who I considered personal friends of mine. I've known them since the 60s, and the younger guys had taken exception to, I don't really know what, and I don't think they knew what, but I think they maybe perhaps wanted their own war. We had wars with the outlaws, the banditos, the Mongols. Every decade was a new war, and I think these younger guys perhaps wanted their own war, and they chose the Vagos, which I advised them. I thought it was very unwise. I said, if you want to fight with the Vagos, they're going to give it to you. And I said, I've known these guys since the 60s. And basically, they told me, you know, well, you're getting kind of old, man, for this. And I thought about it. It took me 2 years to quit the club. I made a decision to quit. Went to the meeting. I did it the right way. Turned my patch in. Told everybody what I was doing. As I departed, I made a point to tell everybody, look, we're fighting with the outlaws, the pagans, the Mongols, the banditos, and now you want to pick a fight with the Vagos? And I said, they will give us a fight if you want it. And I said, so we're fighting wars on every front, not to mention law enforcement, who's trying to put us out of business. And I advised everybody to,
Why doesn't
I
it?
said, research your history, and you'll find that most cultures that collapse have run out of people to fight, and what happens is they turn inward and start fighting each other. Probably 6 weeks, maybe 8 weeks after I left, Jethro, the president, Hells Angel
Doesn't make
president
sense.
in San Jose, was in a bar in Reno, a casino bar type thing. Got in an argument with some Vagos, and they shot and killed him. At the funeral, Stephen Ruiz was a Hells Angel, either from San Jose or Santa Cruz, and Stephen Tossin, another
We must
Hells Angel
stop
from Santa Cruz
these
or San Jose.
violence.
This guy's kind of split, going back and forth, so I don't know exactly where they were. Steve Tossin had just a fierce reputation as a street fighter, and he blamed Ruiz for the murder of Jethro. They got in an argument. Steve punched Ruiz, and Ruiz pulled out a gun and killed Steve Tossin in front of 5,000 to 7,000 people. So what I had predicted, and I'm not happy about it, but it sort of came to fruition, if you will. And I think it had mixed emotions about leaving, but I don't think as a leader people wanted to follow my vision anymore. There was a lot of
weird.
people that, it's a primal instinct in people. Violence is a primal instinct, and I think you'll find within the motorcycle culture, it's very prevalent.
It doesn't make
taking a position
sense.
of peace is very unpopular, and you're going to be ridiculed for it as being weak. I think it's a sign of strength for someone to sit down and try to work out a situation with somebody and try to avoid violence. But a lot of people in that world don't see it that way, and they still don't see it that way.
All these outlaw motorcycle clubs have a reputation as being into violence and drugs and things like that.
Well, let me make a comment on that, and this is the position I hold. I work now as a expert witness for the defense. I only work for the defense. For many years, the prosecution would bring police officers that were experts in that kind of a field day. So I kind of introduced myself to several lawyers, and I've got a reputation now within the court system as an expert witness for the defense. I talk about the outlaw lifestyle. And these outlaw motorcycle clubs, I don't see them as criminal organizations. They're organizations with criminals within the structure of it. And most of the guys come around the club, they're not joining the club because it gives criminal opportunities to them. They're joining the club because they're riding motorcycles, they want the brotherhood. But what happens is, there's a lot of opportunities if you want to take those shortcuts out there. And, I've succumbed to them in the past myself. I kind of stepped away from all that stuff in the 80s. I saw it wasn't productive. My first go-in with the FBI, the feds don't play around. And they have a 98% conviction rate. When they put a case together and they present it before the grand jury, they usually get their indictment and they usually get a conviction. Most people, the sentences are so stiff. Most people, they take a sentence for a reduced indictment.
What do you see as a wise future to take? I mean, what path would these clubs?
I think if they really want to remain motorcycle clubs that have an outlaw philosophy, I'm not talking about a criminal philosophy, I'm talking about an outlaw philosophy, they're going to need to be very careful who they allow in, and they're going to have to make sure that the person getting in the club is a motorcycle enthusiast. He's there for the membership and the participation with his brothers, and he's going to have to look for strong-willed people that aren't going to succumb to easy money, because the money's easy. It's very seductive, and the Hells Angels, the Outlaws, the Banditos, the Mongols. It's a powerful emblem on their back, and it opens a lot of doors for them that normally wouldn't be open for you, and some of them are direct doors.
In your time with these clubs, especially with the Hells Angels, you had so many interactions with notorious characters.
Well, yeah, I have. I was friends with, I became very good friends with Mike Eisen. His nickname was Acha, the Hatchet. He was one of the top tier Mexican Mafia guys in on the ground floor of the Mexican Mafia. Him and I became very close just by accident. But what's interesting, as I brushed against these guys and they brushed against me, my street cred rose immediately. In 1986, I was indicted, and I wound up in federal prison with Mike Franchise, who was a captain in the Bonanno crime family. Rosario Gambino, I don't know if you've heard of the Pizza Connection case, a big case. They controlled the heroin market in the United States. I became close friends with these guys. As I left the prison and I beat my case, I took my case all the way. Barry Tarlow was my attorney, and
Hell yeah,
he told me
brother.
that I could beat this case. We took it all the way. I was looking at life on one count, 20 years on the other, but I was young,
Damn, what did
full
you
of fight,
do?
and you know, we took it all the way. But I left the prison with a list of numbers from social clubs in New York, and I had a
What
funny
did you
experience
do?
not long after I came home, 1987. I'm going to say late 80s, early 90s. My house was raided, and this will give you a time frame. They took my Rolodex. All the numbers were in a Rolodex, and I got a phone call from the newspapers, and they said, George, we understand law enforcement has stated that your Rolodex was full of organized crime figures' phone numbers. What do you say to that? And I said, well, I'll tell you what I say to that. David Carradine, Sean Penn, Mickey Rourke. I said, they're all in my Rolodex as well, but that doesn't make me an actor. So I had taken the position that I was just George, Hell's Angel leader. But, you know, police didn't see it that way, and you're correct. I mean, I met a lot of people from Colombia. I was in prison with guys from Colombia that wanted to continue the relationship, you know, when you come home. I was very cautious after I left the prison, the Terminal Island prison, 1987. I had beat the case. I'd come home, but I had vowed to myself never, ever have a conversation with anybody that you wouldn't want to listen to in a courtroom. Because the conversations I had with this informant were devastating. And I was ordered by the judge to explain to the jury what I meant. Get in front of a jury and explain provocative statements on a tape recording, it's very difficult. And ultimately, I took the stand for 6 days of my own defense on that particular case. And I told the jury, perhaps I broke a moral rule, but I hadn't broken a legal rule. The Mexican Mafia came to me. Unbeknownst to me, this member had turned. The Mexican Mafia didn't know he had turned. I didn't know he had turned. And he said that this individual owed him $10,000. And if I didn't pay him, he was going to kill this guy. And of course, I wasn't going to pay $10,000 to somebody that I had no relationship with to save his life. And I basically told the jury that. I said, look, perhaps I broke a moral law by not calling the police. I said, but, you know, it's not my concern if a drug dealer and a pimp, he had been convicted of those things, gets himself in a jam with the Mexican Mafia. I'm not there to save him. And the jury agreed with me, found me not guilty. But I learned a very valuable lesson. I learned that a lot of people in law enforcement are willing to go beyond the guidelines of an investigative legality. So it was a big learning experience for me. And fortunately, I never had to listen to myself on tapes again. I got indicted a couple of times, but it was much easier cases to fight than the first case in 1986. The tapes were devastating. You know, we're going to kill this guy. You know, I said, go ahead, I don't care. You know, I'd do it myself if he was around. You know, I did not like this guy, but live and learn. And like I said, it was a big learning experience for me. But I did rub shoulders. Within the penal system, it's a lot of opportunities. Met a lot of mob guys. I met Sam Sarantino. He was the underboss of the LA mob at the time. Him and Carlos Marcella had got caught bribing a judge. I mean, these guys were heavy players.
What was your relationship like with Sonny Barger, the founder of the Oakland chapter?
Well, I'll tell you, it was a love-hate relationships. In 1948, seems to be a question of when the club actually started. But let's say, for argument's sake, started in 1948. In 1957, Sonny Barger started the Oakland chapter. And within 3 or 4 years, the Purdue San Bernardino Charter was the mother chapter, and that's where the power base was. Sonny Barger took the power from the south, pulled it to the north, and Sonny Barger became the face and the voice of the Hells Angels. He was the patriarch. His word was law. I had started hearing about him when I was in high school. And in 1977, I went up to talk to Russell Bea about some club politics. Russell Bea was a heavyweight in Oakland. He had just returned from prison. He soon would be the Oakland vice president. And I went up there. When I finished my business with Russell, he said, there's somebody down the street that wants to meet you. And they all lived on Golf Links Road in Oakland. And I knew that he was taking me to meet Sonny Barger. And it was, like meeting Mickey Mantle. And I met Mickey Mantle.
Jesus.
And I was more excited to meet Sonny Barger than I was Mickey Mantle. We went down to Sonny's house. He greeted us. We went in, and I spent 2 or 3 hours with him, and I was just in awe. I got an audience with the king, if you will. And
Hell yeah, brother.
he, after a couple hours, he told me, and I don't know if he was dismissing me. I wasn't sure, but I took the hint. There was a member in Oakland named Animal that I grew up with. I went to elementary school with him. I went to high school with him. I hung out with the Question Marks with him. And he had gone to Oakland, and I was a Los Angeles Hells Angel now. And he said, Animal's looking for you. And I took that as a invitation to leave. And I thanked him, shook hands. Animal and I spent the day meeting other Oakland Hells Angels. And I'll never forget that ride home. All the way home, I was by myself, and I was like the moth, to the light. He had that charisma, he had that power, and for the first 3 or 4 years, I would follow him blindly. Then I started forming my own opinion as a leader, and I took a lot of my military training from the Marine Corps, from the Department of Defense, and I wanted to apply it into my lifestyle as an outlaw. And Sonny had a completely different philosophy. Him and I got in a deep discussion one time. There was a split in the club, and I went to him to petition him to end the problem. I go, you're the only guy that can end this. And, his attitude was, well, a little controversy is good for everybody. Keeps everybody on their toes. And I conceded, okay, perhaps that's so. And then he told me, he said something very profound. He looked at me and said, I burn every bridge I cross, George. And I told him, this is the first time I disagreed with him. I said, well, I've got to tell you, we called him Ralph, the people who got close to him. I said, I got to tell you, Ralph. I said, as a former Marine, I said, I would think you'd want to leave one escape route or one route for supplies. I go, it doesn't make any sense to me. And he just said, I don't care. I'm not going back. I'm never going back. I'm always moving forward. And that was his philosophy. I tried to be more of a thinker. I tried to take the members that devoted their life. I didn't feel they were expendable. And Sonny told me, he says, these guys are shining stars, some of them. They come around for 2 or 3 years and they burn out. He goes, let them move on, man. And I was just really offended, appalled by it. And he said something that still resonates with me today. He says, let's have this conversation 10 years from now and let's see if you feel the same way. And I don't know, he wasn't real sophisticated, but he had this charisma. People would follow him. People would kill for him. People would steal for him. And, we had a very, it was tumultuous, I guess. That's the only way to describe it. In 1982, he was diagnosed, his 3-pack-a-day cigarette habit caught up with him. He was diagnosed with throat cancer. And they cut out his voice box. He basically turned over the position of the media to 2 gentlemen, to myself and to Irish O'Farrell. Irish O'Farrell and I were very close, and I thought that was just great when he turned it over to Irish, because Irish had been a former Los Angeles Hells Angel, same charter I was from. So we had a unique relationship. But we had an inside joke. We used to talk that Sonny image was so big that it took two of us to replace him. And you know, it was a joke. We meant it with respect, you know, but it was kind of an inside joke that Irish and I always used to say it in private. But when Sonny woke from his surgery, there were 3 people with him, and I was there, Irish was there, and a gentleman by the name of Lurch was there, a 6'4", 6'5" Oakland Hells Angel, very slow talking, you know, just that's how he got his name, after the character on the Addams Family, Lurch. But one of the things that was very hurtful for me, when Sonny wrote his autobiography 20 years later, he left out the part that I was in the waiting room, you know, when he awoke. And that was my first inclination that I had made a real enemy with him. And a series of events happened. Perhaps I think that weighed heavy on me, ultimately leaving the club. One of my members was murdered. One of his members was murdered. Law enforcement said they were what they referred to over the years as in-house cleanings. They thought there was a civil war brewing within the Hells Angels between the Sonny Barger faction and the George Christie faction. I completely deny being involved in anything like that. But, you know, law enforcement gets something embedded in their mind, and, you know, they run with it, and they create careers from it, and they get indictments from it.
The laws, the RICO laws that came about, what, in
the 70s, well, you know, Robert Blakey wrote the RICO law, and I was talking to Michael Franchise about this. Robert Blakey wrote the RICO law, but nobody ever utilized it till Rudy Giuliani went after the 5 families in New York.
right.
He, whether you like him or you hate him, he figured out a way to utilize the law, and he decimated the American Mafia in New York. I mean, it's just incredible what he did to those guys. Now, Robert Mueller, same guy that went after Trump, tried us in the late 70s, early 80s, twice. Judge Conte, Robert Mueller, Judge Conte should have been on the prosecution team the way he was perceived us, and, you know, some of the rulings and whatnot. But the jury just didn't buy it. They couldn't sell it. The Hells Angels charters are autonomous. We're not structured like a criminal organization. There is no one leader. Everybody thinks that Sonny Barger was the president of the Hells Angels, and that when Sonny Barger went to prison, George Christie stepped in and took his place. Just didn't operate that way. But I will concede this. Sonny Barger was a de facto leader around the world. People looked to him for leadership and whatnot. And when Sonny went to prison, people came to me, you know. You become a patriarch. People want you to guide them, you know. A lot of these people that join these motorcycle clubs, they're looking for a family, looking for brotherhood, and
Hell
they
yeah,
lean
brother.
into each other. And if the brothers don't have the answers, then they lean towards a leadership. And the leadership, as a leader, you better have an answer for these guys.
Hell yeah,
because
brother.
otherwise, you don't know what they're going to do. And they're very volatile. And do they have a propensity to violence? Absolutely. You know, the record speaks for itself. I'm not going to try to candy coat anything. But these are also some of the most sensitive, this sounds ridiculous, you know, some of these guys are the most sensitive, caring people I ever met in my life. But if you cross someone in the outlaw bike world, you know, hell's going to rain down on them.
How does the stereotype that the typical Hells Angel biker might, what the public perception is of it, differ from the reality of it?
Well, I think there's a lot of Hells Angels performing for the public because that's what the public wants, and, you know, that's what these guys give them. I mean, like I said, they're performing in a sense. I remember going into the late 70s, going into a gas station, and everybody in the gas station, all families locking their doors, and, you know, I thought it was really funny. I'm in my late 20s, perhaps early 30s. I don't think so. I just thought, man, that's some power now. And I was thinking back to that outlaw on that street corner that day. You know, we can pull in here, not even say a word to these people, and they're locking their doors. But it also cuts the opposite way, too. Those people sitting in those cars with the locked doors are also potential jurors who are going to judge you. And I think that started in 1965 with Attorney General Lynch. Don't remember who the governor was at the time. Perhaps Brown. I think Governor Brown was very powerful at one time. But Lynch wrote these reports up that the Hells Angels and all the other outlaw motorcycle gangs in Southern California were the new boogeyman. And that's the way they framed it. That's the way they sold it. They were getting grants. They came after not only the Hells Angels, they came after everybody in Southern and Northern California. And right about that particular point in time, Hunter Thompson showed up on the scene. You know, he's a young reporter, ballsy guy.
Speed
you know,
of the drawing
he goes
will
to Sonny
come.
Barger, and you know,
As you
Sonny knows a
draw
good story.
more and more of it.
When he sees it, so does Hunter Thompson.
But the point
They
is to
kinda
get it
come
right
together.
the first
It's
time.
interesting. You know, Hunter walked away, not being friends anymore with the club, and Sonny and I, over the years, I always thought the book was brilliant. Hunter Thompson, just an extraordinary author, and
Hell yeah, brother.
Sonny hated him, you know, but Sonny got played, I think, and he was mad about it. I mean, Hunter, there was no expectations. He thought Hunter Thompson was actually going to become a Hells Angel. I never thought that. I wasn't in the inner circle. It was all with Oakland. But from what I knew within the circles of the outlaw bike culture, and afterwards, the aftermath, you know, Hunter Thompson writes his book, supports the Hells Angels throughout the book. If you read it, you know, misunderstood Americans, displaced veterans, you know, I could go on and on. And he gets to the end of the book, and this is how I perceive it, he has no ending. The book has no ending. So what does he do? He goes to Bass Lake. That's where the Hells Angels meet every year. And if you got a gripe with somebody, you resolve it by the fire at Bass Lake. You call them out, you sound them, whatever. So there's a guy named Junkie George. He's fighting with his wife. Junkie George backhands her. The dog bites Junkie George. It's his wife's dog or his girlfriend's dog. Hunter Thompson takes it upon himself and he says, only punks slap their wives and kick their dogs. And George says, you want some of this? And Hunter Thompson gets the shit kicked out of him. But within that, there's the ending to his book. And the ending is, my God, you know, the horror of it. These people are animals. And, you know, it's like drive them off the face of the earth. And that's how the book, I think the book ends, either Magoo or Terry the Tramp are the back of Hunter Thompson's car. And they wake up, and Hunter Thompson's all beat up, he's bleeding, and they think, whoever it is in the back seat, this Magoo or Tramp thinks that they've been attacked. And Magoo or whoever jumps out of the car, Hunter Thompson drives away, and that's how the book ends. And he created that ending. I truly, truly believe he created that ending. And, you know, I told Sonny I thought he got played a little bit at the end. You know, he didn't appreciate that. You know, Sonny Barger does not like to get played. But the phenomena was perpetuated. Hunter Thompson's book helped the Hells Angels, but it also helped Hunter Thompson. You know, that book cut both ways. He became famous after that. I think he did. What do you think?
Yeah. No, I think that was a big part of his legacy.
Yeah, I mean, I was on a show in 1999 or 98 in search of the Hells Angels, and I was a host, Sonny Barger was a host, and Hunter Thompson was on the show. Did you ever see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, and to prepare for Hunter Thompson's segment, they said he snorted a pile of cocaine, drank a bottle of Wild Turkey, and said, "Okay, I'm ready." So whether that's true or not, I don't know. It's kind of a legend.
Yeah. The of all the years that you were in the chapter, what decade would you say is what time period would be the best?
You know, each decade had its highlights. The 70s certainly was a dangerous time. I know
Hell yeah, brother.
Rolling Stone magazine put out several articles. There was a lot of unsolved murders. People thought it was, you know, Hell's Angel violence on Hell's Angels. Very profound time to be in the club. That's when the war broke out with the Outlaws from back east, outlaw out of Chicago and Detroit and Florida. A very powerful organization. The war in Southern California started with the Mongols. It started out in Los Angeles and San Diego. Immediately, within 6 months, there were 6 murders, bombs going off in Los Angeles, machine gunnings on the freeway. I mean, it was urban warfare.
Really?
So it's not something that I think is a great, but it's a historical period that I was part of and in it. Then you go into the 80s and you've got the government just failed with the racketeering case against the Hells Angels. So they come up with a new idea, and what they do is they start circulating rumors that the Hells Angels in Ventura are going to supply weapons to terrorists up at Lake Casitas, where all the water events are going to take place in the 1984 Olympics. The Lake Casitas is about 15 minutes out of Ventura, away from the Ventura Clubhouse. So to counter that, I talked to Sonny about it and several other people. And first there was a lot of pushback. People didn't want to do it. I said, look, what we do is we participate in the Olympics. And we show the people, not only do we support the Olympics, but now we're participating in that. And the way to participate was to get involved in the torch relay. So I wound up carrying the Olympic torch for a kilometer in the torch relay. It ended up down here. I think O.J. Simpson was the last individual to bring the flame into the Coliseum and light the flame. But that's the same flame I passed on in Ventura, in the Ventura area.
O.J.
So
Simpson.
not only were we now supporting the Olympics, we were participating in it, and the media went crazy. It was, I had a woman, Clara Spiegel from the Los Angeles Times. She described it as a man bites dog story. This is a story everyone's going to resonate with, and it went worldwide. It was amazing. I was told that in England they had giant headlines. Hell's Angel carries torch.
Really?
I never saw any of them, but you know, I was told by Hell's Angels over there. So that was a very
Interesting.
personal. I was the guy that carried the torch. It was a very personal time for me in the club. My next experience in the 80s was I got indicted. My first federal indictment. I was looking at life on one count, 10 years on another. I
What did you
won the
do?
case, beat it. I came home the conquering hero. You know, I started thinking, you know, I'm bulletproof, man. These guys can't stop me.
What were the charges?
Conspiracy to commit murder. They said I ordered a murder. And so I was looking at 20 years on conspiracy and life on murder for hire. Murder, you know, contracting someone to kill somebody in a prison. That was that Mexican mafia case. So I come home, the conquering hero. I beat the United States government, which didn't happen often back then. You know, 98% conviction rate. I'm thinking I'm bulletproof. Well, right behind that whole case, I've got a new, I'm the West Coast chairman at that time. That was a position Sonny Hold. I took his place. They held that job for me for a year while I was in prison fighting that case. They had temporary people sitting in that position. I came home. It was a big like ceremony. They sat me back in my chair. They gave me my gavel. I was back home. I was feeling very powerful. There was a new individual sitting next to me. He had come up in the club while I was gone. and his name was
Speed
Anthony
will
Tate.
come.
He was a Hell's
Don't
Angel
worry
from
about it.
Alaska, but he also was a FBI informant. And he sat next to me in the meetings. One of the meetings in particular, he was trying to give me permission to give him the green light to go kill some people in Kentucky.
Can I
And,
can I go kill somebody?
They actually have me
Can
on
I?
tape saying, I don't want to send any more people to prison. I don't want to take any more people to the
Is that what they
graveyard.
always
I
doing?
said, I'm going to petition these guys for peace. We're not going to fight them. And
Sir,
Yeah,
can I
brand new.
like go kill him?
pristine white cast on his left arm. He was sitting to my right. And inside the cast was a bug. And he was recording me. And they didn't get what they wanted out of me.
No,
They
sir.
broke the cast off of him. His handlers, his FBI handlers. They sent him to Sonny Barger's house. And Sonny Barger gave him permission to go kill these guys. Sonny went to prison for 5 years. 4 years, actually. 3 years,
Really?
10 months or something. So, the 80s, you know,
That's it.
we go into the 90s. I had decided I wanted to pursue peace. In the beginning of the 90s, I started working with the Banditos, the
Hell yeah, brother.
Outlaws, and the Mongols, and I petitioned them for amnesty on the violence. I asked for no more violence. Let's don't kill each other anymore. Let's just leave each other in our own territories, leave everything, let it become stable, and live and let live philosophy like it used to be in the beginning.
Hell yeah, brother.
So that was a great decade for me. By the middle of the 90s, my son, little George, turns 18. I give him a motorcycle for his graduation present from high school. Next thing I know, he's outside on Friday nights waiting to join the Hells Angels. And he becomes a Hells Angel member. He had some big detractors, but you may find this interesting or not. His biggest supporter was Uncle Sonny Barger. And Sonny
Yeah, but
pushed
it's like,
for me
no
in the
shit.
club. We had a rule. You had to have, you had to be 21, or you had to have an ID that said you were 21. And I don't know where he got it, but he went out and got an ID that said he was 21 years old. And he
It's
got
not hard
voted
to
in the
do.
club at the,
Not hard to do.
I think, 96. He became the youngest Hells Angel in the world at that particular point in time. And I remember Sonny petitioning for him in a meeting. There were people complaining. Johnny Angel was saying he's too young to be a Hells Angel. And Sonny stopped him in his tracks. He said, how old were we when we started this charter? You know, we were 17, 18 years old. And next thing I know, my son's a Ventura Hells Angel.
Is he still?
Thou shalt
He
cast
died.
the stone.
He passed
Whatever
into
what
sleep.
the saying goes with the no sins.
He quit shortly after I did.
Were we
because
not
of the way I was treated?
young
I really
when we
became at odds with
became
the club
Hells Angels?
in mid 2011, and, which we can talk about later. But
Hell yeah, brother.
in 2000, the turn of the century, in 2001, I was indicted on a 59 count state racketeering charge, basically collapsed under its own weight. So I've got these things that happen to me each decade. Were
Jesus
they
Christ, brother.
all positive? No, but they were all things that shaped me as a man. And as I sit here today in this chair, I couldn't go back and not experience those things and be the man I am sitting in this chair.
Hell yeah, brother.
I talked to Michael Franchise lately. The first time I met Michael Franchise was in 1986 at Terminal Island Prison.
Looks
And
alright.
he's
I mean,
now retired.
it's not
does his own
exact,
thing.
but
And we
I don't
vowed
really-
to meet every year, once a year, till one of us goes, to talk over old times, to talk over how things have changed. I guess in a sense, Michael and I have become elder statesmen of this whole type of, I don't know if you want to, it seems very vogue right now. It's like a criminal counterculture, if you will. And, it's retired people telling their stories. The unique thing about Michael and myself is we never became government witnesses. You know, we stepped away from that lifestyle, took the abuse from the federal government, and
Be
took the
no
abuse
snitch.
from our former associates as well.
Never became a snitch.
And you know, I challenge anybody to tell me one person that I put in jail. And Michael Franchise, you know, he challenges people
No, sir.
as well to.
Don't be a snitch,
You know,
man.
neither one of us did that, but
Never be a
it seems
snitch.
very vogue now. There's a lot of crime seems to be big business, and I'm not talking about the acts of the criminal.
Well, just the whole reputation of the club is such a big part of American culture.
It is. It absolutely is. You know, I said it earlier. It's a phenomenon, and you know the American mafia is different than the Italian mafia. The American mafia had very structured rules. You know, you look at the Italian mafia; they have a history of blowing up judges, witnesses. And although you know, the
Hell yeah,
Hells
brother.
Angels and the mob guys have a history of that as well, but they don't go after law enforcement people. They don't go after journalists. Perhaps a
Those are-
witness, but they don't go after their families. And I'm hoping that some of these old-fashioned, unwritten rules are still adhered to by the younger generation. You know, I don't know if they are or they aren't. Today on the internet, I mean, you write something on the internet, everybody's got an opinion, and they use other people's celebrity, if you will, if that's what you want to call it, to create their own platform. It's like they have the opportunity to talk to these people, to insult these people, a thing that they would never do in a million years in person. But it's very disconnected, and it's very easy to get on that keyboard and make cavalier statements because you know,
Keyboard warriors.
there's a saying in prison, you know, somebody is being boisterous, you say, this guy's selling wolf tickets, and you know what? I'm going to buy it. And if somebody buys your wolf ticket, you know, your day of reckoning's coming. And that just doesn't happen anymore. My dog just went through a surgery. I have a little Jack Russell, Fonzie. Guys, my wife and I, it's our whole life. And he had a tumor on his foot, and he had to have
No
one of his
wolf
toes
tickets, bro.
removed. And the doctor was terrific, but the staff at the clinic, I've never met as many ignorant, rude people in my life. I was in a dialogue yesterday, and I just paid several $1,000s to have the surgery on the dog, and I had been out of town. I came back, and I owed $42, and this was thousands of dollars to take care of our dog. And I said, I want to check the message that the vet left, and as soon as I check the message, I'll call you back and I'll pay the $42. And he starts sweating me for the $42. And I said, didn't you hear what I just told you? You know, I said, I'm going to call you back. And so I think we have a saying in the outlaw bike world, a man's only as good as his word. And it's like, I don't think those standards are there anymore. It's just somebody just, they give you lip service. Yeah, I'm going to take care of that. And then, you know, you never hear from them again. But I'm giving this guy a lecture. You know what he did? He hung up on me. You know, in the middle of a lecture. And
Wow.
I'm contemplating if I should go to the vet and confront the guy or not. You know,
Nah.
you know, I know who he is. He's some young guy that probably never had a spanking from his father.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I never hit any of my kids. I didn't have to. I made them understand that there's a structure in society, and certain people have respect coming. Certain
Yeah,
people
don't
you
fuck
maybe can get
around.
away with not giving them the respect they've got to. But now I got off on a tangent about respect and the world we're living in now. It's a different world. You know?
Yeah, things are changing.
Yes, things are changing by the day sometimes, it seems like.
Yeah, quickly too. The stories you must have from hanging around all these characters
They're incredible. You know,
Share a story or three.
I walked in here and photograph you took. There's Flash from Oakland, Moldy Marvin in the center, and then Cisco. And Cisco was a bigger than life character. I mean, Moldy Marvin was Moldy Marvin, and he certainly has his own history trail. Of course, Flash was part of the '60s. He was at Altamont.
Yeah, he shared that story on the interview I did with him.
Yeah.
And the Oakland chapter is like the Hells Angels chapter?
Well, I think that a lot of people perceive it that way. Like, I felt Los Angeles had just as much gravitas as Oakland.
But maybe because of Sonny.
Yeah, but I think like I stated earlier, Sonny became the voice and the face of the Hells Angels, and he knew how to. I learned something from when we started protecting and controlling our trademark, and Flash and I we're somewhat at odds now. But I've got to tell you, Flash has been through a lot. Flash and I were both on the trademark board in the early '80s, and we had the same. I think it was Strauss MasterCard. Was it a Coca-Cola or Pepsi-Cola, or maybe both? But Mr. Sutton told me, he said, George, if you want to protect your trademark, when you start getting bad publicity, you have to control the narrative. And, that's what I learned to do. I learned that from him. And Sonny was an expert at controlling the narrative. He was great. Like I said, when I say things about people, when I say Sonny wasn't so sophisticated, I don't mean it in a demeaning way. I mean, he was a blue-collar kind of a guy, but he was ready and willing to do whatever it took, and he did to stay on top. But I'm getting off subject. But Cisco, the Halloween party in the Hells Angels was a big deal, and people would dress up and they'd come to the party, and we always had a winner. You pick the winner out. And I know one year Cisco Valderrama was involved in the motion picture business. He was one of the gypsies in Coppola's movie Dracula. I saw him beat up Gary Busey back in the 70s. He was in a movie with one of the members of the band, Robbie Robertson, a movie called, I want to say it was called Carnival. He was in a lot of different movies, Cisco. Had a security company. Everybody hired him up there because nobody messed with the equipment. You want to leave your equipment in downtown San Francisco all night, you hire the Hells Angels. And you come in the morning, your equipment's still there, and it hasn't been touched. But anyways, so Cisco comes up with this idea. He's going to win the Halloween party contest. And he goes somehow to somebody that's connected to George Lucas, and he shows up with Darth Vader's costume on. And it's not a replica or a fake, it's the Darth Vader costume from the movie, Star Wars. And Animal shows up. Animal, Paul Hibbets is a part-time stuntman, full-time Hells Angel, part-time stuntman. And he shows up with Dick Zyker, a very famous stuntman, Buddy Joe Hooker, another famous stuntman. And what does he do? He lights himself on fire, and he runs into the clubhouse on fire, and then Dick Zyker and them guys put him out. They do what they call a fire gag. I guess these stunts are gagged. And of course, Cisco didn't win the contest, and he was so mad. Cisco was one of these guys that he could carry a grudge too. Cisco and I went on 60 Minutes together with Mike Wallace. We were being accused of controlling the meth market across the United States. It's one of these 60-minute deals from the 80s. You go on the show, you're damned. You don't go on the show, you're damned, because they do this, well, we invited George Christie and Cisco Valderrama to come on the show, and they didn't come. So some of the lawyers said, don't go. Some of the lawyers said, go. You're not going to lose. I had told Cisco, I'd been doing all the interviews since Sonny's cancer, and I said, by now, Irish was dead. Irish had got murdered. And I was kind of doing
Jesus.
all the public face of the Hells Angels. And I told Cisco, why don't you let me do this one by myself? And Cisco's exact words were, fuck Mike Wallace. He don't scare me. And I said, okay, Cisco. Went on the show. Mike Wallace decimated him. You can look. You can find it on the internet. And Cisco held one person responsible for his bad performance on 60 Minutes, and that was George Christie. And he didn't talk to me for 6 months. He held me responsible, and then slowly over time he softened. I mean, Cisco had stories that he probably would never tell on camera. But if you're sitting around a clubhouse or a campfire, there were certainly stories you wanted to hear.
Yeah, he shares some crazy stories with me when I photographed him during that photo shoot.
That photo was just incredible.
Yeah, but the stories he told would have been a great interview, but he never would have told those stories
Right.
publicly.
Yeah, he was an interesting guy. He's passed. You know, Moldy Marvin's gone. You know, Cisco's gone. Sonny's gone. Animal's gone. You've got all these people. Animal was at Altamont with Flash.
Animal.
Flash was a San Francisco member.
What
Animal
did they
was an
call
Oakland
you?
Member.
Animal.
Was the one that knocked Marty Ballin out. Are you familiar with that story? Apparently, they'd made a mistake. They had put the bikes in the front of the stage. They should have put the bikes in the back of the stage. I wound up being a concert promoter. Rock Scully, Jerry Garcia, and Bill Graham helped me break into the concert promotion business, along with Fu Griffin, the Hells Angel in Oakland. And that's the first thing I learned. Like, you're going to do a show, you don't put the bikes where they're accessible to the audience. They put the bikes in the front. As the crowd became bigger and bigger and bigger, they started pushing on the bikes, and some of the bikes started falling over. Marty Ballin took exception to the way the Hells Angels were treating the audience, if you will. And although Animal considered Marty a friend, one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to call any Hells Angels a punk, and you don't want to tell them to get fucked.
No,
And,
sir.
Marty Ballin basically insulted Animal 3 times. Animal said, look, Marty, we got to do something. The people are knocking over the bikes. You can't be knocking over Hells Angels bikes. And Marty said, you know what, Animal? Fuck you. And Animal said, that's not going to fly with me, man. You need to apologize and you need to correct your words. And Marty Ballin said, fuck you. And then on the third fuck you, Animal knocked him out. And then you see Grace Slick. If you watch Give Me Shelter, Grace Slick gets on the phone, microphone, and said, well, Animal just knocked out our singer. And then you see Sweet William, who was, I don't know if he was president of San Francisco at the time. Sweet William grabs the mic from, what's her name? Grace, yeah. And so he starts sticking up for the Hells Angels. So it's an interesting movie. Now, a side note is, do you remember the guy with the fox hat?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's Animal. Okay. Animal wore that fox hat because he heard the Maisley brothers were going to record a documentary there, and he thought the fox hat would obscure him from the whole thing, that he would be kind of hiding in plain sight. But it wound up, everybody that watched that movie said, who's the guy in the fox hat? Who's that Hells Angel running around there? So him and I laughed about this for years. And I had a long relationship with Animal. I knew him in elementary school, high school, the Question Marks, and then of course the Hells Angels. He helped me start the Ventura Charter. And so these people are gone. Sand Alexander is gone. Big Vinny's gone. Irish is gone. I mean, the core of the people that were the catalyst for when I was participating the most, they're all gone, and perhaps my time has come and gone, and that's why I'm sitting here sharing these stories. I don't know. I was shocked when Flash was on your show, because it's very seldom they allow people to do that. Sandy Alexander had permission. Sonny, of course, did what he wanted. I had permission to do that. Irish would do the occasional, but I was shocked when I saw Flash. But it was a great interview. It was shot, superb. I hope mine looks as good.
Yeah, I'll make sure. The reputation that the Hells Angels have and all these motorcycle clubs have is that they're involved in selling speed or crystal meth.
Well, there are a lot of allegations that not only crystal meth, coke, whatever. That was one of the things. Mike Wallace had a list of what he said were club rules, and one of the rules was no drug burns. And he said to Cisco, "That's pretty hard to explain. You say you don't sell drugs, but it's part of the rules." And look, people get in the club, and I mentioned it earlier. They see these open doors, and they walk through them, and you don't know what's on the other side of these doors sometimes. But as an organization, the clubs aren't structured to do that. Most of the people in the clubs, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, if 2 or 3 guys are selling, they have a cocaine connection, or they have a meth connection, or a pot connection. Well, not pot so much anymore. They're not going to share it with everybody in the club, because they're selfish, they're greedy, they don't want to share the money, they keep it for themselves. That's why the club has never been found guilty of racketeering. It's not structured that way. The police know it. They wasted a lot of money, 2 big federal trials, but there are people, that take advantage of the position that they found themselves in. I mean, I remember getting out of Terminal Island. I lost count of the phone calls I had from people I met in there. That, I got 5 tons of pot. I'm bringing a plane in from Colombia. And I just, after I saw how the feds operated, they go way outside the guidelines. It's just like, you go to jail, by the time you pay your bail bondsman, you pay for, my lawyer in 1986 was Barry Tarlow. Mark Haney was his associate. I paid $580,000. That's over $500,000. What would that be in today's money? And I'm sure I got found not guilty, but it was a very expensive pursuit of freedom. So freedom's not cheap. Freedom costs money, and the average guy they can't afford a defense like that. Then on the other hand, you've got the government. These guys, the FBI's, the ATF, whatever branch it may be. These guys are professionals. They do this on a daily basis. They know how to build a case, and they know how to take you in a courtroom. They know how to testify, and they know how to find you guilty. Who can afford to fight the resources that the federal government has? And it's ludicrous. I don't understand what a lot of these deals are. You go to another country and kidnap a president and bring him back to the United States and try him. I mean, if they can do that to the president of another country, do you think as an American citizen, private citizen, you're going to get away with anything? Not going to happen.
How did you finally
That's a good point.
get out of the Hells Angels?
Well, it took me 2 years to make up my mind, and the only thing that held me back was my ego. I didn't want to be the guy that used to be George Christie, and it took me a couple of years. There's a younger group of individuals. They didn't get along with me. I didn't get along with them. All my friends were dead, and I thought, you know what? this may be a good time to back out. I didn't talk to anybody about it. I told my son 5 minutes before the meeting that I was stepping down. I went into the meeting. I gave a speech. I talked about it earlier in the interview. And I stepped away, and I thought that was going to be the end of it. And I somehow thought that I would ride off into the sunset, but it didn't happen that way. Now, I always knew you're either in the club or you're out of the club. There's no in between. Anybody that leaves the club and thinks they're going to come back, they're going to hang out with the new members and stuff, they're going to get their ass kicked, ultimately, is what's going to happen if they don't acquiesce to everything everybody says. I quit the club. I left in good standing. I gave my speech, which I mentioned earlier. Within 2 days, Sonny changed my status to out bad, and he made sure nobody in the club could talk to me. Anybody that got caught talking to me could get in trouble with a slap on the hand all the way to expulsion from the club. So he basically cut me off the knees. Within 3 or 4 weeks, maybe less, maybe a little bit more, I was indicted by the feds. They said I ordered the firebombing of 2 tattoo shops. It was now 2011. This was 2007. They said I ordered a firebombing of 2 shops. I sat at home on house arrest till 2013. My daughter, who was one of my attorneys, wound up kind of carrying the ball because the other attorney started having medical problems. And she chipped away at the case, and count 6, 7, and 8 were mandatory minimums of life. I don't know if you're familiar with those sentences. And I ultimately got all the charges, all the counts dropped thanks to my daughter. And I had 1 count of interfering in interstate transportation, whatever that is. And the sentence was 0 to 5 years. So I went into court. The judge sentenced me to 1 year in prison. I went to Texas, and he gave me credit, which you're not supposed to do, but my daughter argued with him. They gave me credit for 2 years house arrest. So basically they got me for 3 years. But what you have to understand is the crime took place in 2007. That's when they immediately started investigating me. It's now 2013. I'm getting ready to go to prison. I go to prison. I come home in 2015, and I stay on probation till 2018. So what is that, 11-year span? So I'm investigated, indicted, committed to a prison, and then I come home on
Why is this so
probation
confusing?
terms. They don't have parole anymore with the
not
feds.
hard,
It's
dude.
probation.
One.
And the whole time I'm on probation, they're searching for offshore bank accounts. They've said I've got 35 million hidden somewhere, and they're going to find it. Once they find it, you're going back to prison in Texas. Now, the interesting thing was, when you get ready to
There you go.
end your sentence in federal prison, you have to take re-entry classes. And are you familiar with that? Yeah, you take re-entry classes. They teach you how to balance a bank account. They teach you this, they teach you that. I went to one of the classes, and they're teaching, there's guys that have been in prison 20 years. It's now 2015, and they're teaching people how to write checks. And I raise my hand, and I go, nobody writes checks anymore, man, it's credit cards. And they dismissed me from the class. They called me up at the end of class and said, you don't have to come back anymore.
You know too
So,
much.
It was just a bullshit class. But when I came home, I got
You know
two
too
things
much about
happened
the
to me.
financial
I was
system.
offered a show on the History Channel called The Outlaw Chronicles. 6 episodes of my life. In addition to that, St. Martin's offered me a book deal. And of course, Sonny Barger found out about it, got word to me that I would not be allowed to do a book or a television series. Of course, I did both. So
Damn.
that rivalry was, although I was no longer a club member, and one of the things I found ironic, somebody mentioned, you're not following the ex-members' rules. And I said, well, I'm an ex-member, I got no rules, my friend. But anyways, one of the things,
It's like you're not playing by the rules.
they never asked me, and I finally confronted my probation. All they were concerned about was if my money was hidden, where it was hidden, was I doing business, was I back in the game, was I really out of the club, or was I still in the club, and this was a hoax. And I finally said, I said, I've been back 3-4 months now, and I said, you haven't once asked me how my re-entry is into society. I go, don't you people care? I go, I've got a child at home, got a wife, but you people just don't give a damn. You're all concerned about where this is and what you're going to expose here, what you're going to do that. I said, what about me as an individual? So I
don't
guess
give a
my
damn.
message is to anybody, look, at one time, people that had somebody in their family that was a felon wasn't that common. I think everybody in the United States now has a cousin, an uncle, a brother, a wife, a sister that is a felon. It's big business. Prisons are big business. I went to prison in 1986. It was the golden era of Club Fed, if you will. It was incredible. You had a salad bar. You had Saturday and Sunday, they had a brunch. You go in and order what you wanted, your eggs to order. I went back to prison in 2014. I left, and a 2-man cell had 6 men in it. Everybody was starving. There wasn't enough food on the food line. It was a whole different ballgame. It was no longer Club Fed. It was probably one of the worst experiences I've ever had in my life. My worst prison experience was I spent a year in solitary confinement, fighting that racketeering case in 2001. I was indicted. The case, they overcharged me. It collapsed under its own weight. They said to me after a year, if you plead guilty to taxes, we'll let you out. And that's what I did. I pled guilty to a tax charge. But I was now a felon. In 1986, I beat the case. 87, I beat the case. It's now 2002, and I come home and I'm a felon now. Lost my gun rights, lost my voting rights, which really didn't bother me because I never voted my whole life. I don't have an interest in the politics of this country. I like to watch the politicians because they're pretty entertaining characters. But,
Yeah.
they're all performing.
Same.
With all the allegations of firebombing tattoo shops and selling drugs and murder things, ordering murders, are the Hells Angels just a criminal organization, or is there more to it than?
Well, it's not a criminal organization.
Where there's smoke, there's fire, though.
It's an organization with criminals in it. I can't contest that. The record speaks for itself. But, I asked a lot. Would you go back? If I could go back to 1966, when I stepped into that world, and it was the same world, I would go back. But, I've been asked to start another motorcycle club.
But would you do things differently if you went back?
I would.
What would you do?
I think that I would, the vetting process would be much more difficult. I think, I'd make people understand that these shortcuts aren't productive for the club at large. They're shortcuts, they're easy money, but when you weigh it all out over the years, I think you can do just as fine working at a regular job when you take out all the bail, the lawyer's fees, and the lost time. Look, in the late 70s, you cook 5 or 6 pounds of crank, you get $1 million, $2 million stashed somewhere, you get busted for cooking crank, 18 months. In 1986, 87, you get busted cooking crank, you get 40 years. It's a big difference, and I guess morally, I don't care if people are selling drugs. I don't care what somebody does for their living. But what happens is it impacts the rest of the club because the law officer goes, we're going to bust this guy. Look, if I used to tell my members this, when I would see somebody was selling drugs, I would take them aside and I want to go, look, I want to tell you something. I know what you're doing. I don't know exactly how you're doing it or where you're doing it at, but I know what you're doing. I go, you don't go to work. You're riding a, $20,000 motorcycle. You're living in a, $2,500 a month apartment. You're throwing money around. And I go, I'm just a guy observing you from the sidelines. I go, these police officers are watching you, and these police officers are experts. They do this for a living. If I know what you're doing, they know what you're doing. And I think I would try to guide the members away from that lifestyle. A lot of people can say, oh yeah, he's a hypocrite. He can say that now. He's probably got $30 million in an offshore account somewhere. Well, I can assure you I don't. And I think it'd be better for the outlaw culture to get back to the basics. But, that's a hypothetical question. And the bottom line is never going to be like that.
Basics of the
That was a
brotherhood.
golden era, and I think it's gone. I think it's like, I used to tell people in the officers' meetings, as we were coming on to the turn of the century, I would say, what happened to the last group of outlaws when the century turned? Within 10, 15, 30 years, they were all extinct. And I go, the same thing's going to happen to us if we don't get our heads out of our ass. Look what's going on in Australia. I mean, you can't even wear club indicia over there. You go to jail if you get caught wearing it. I think in Denmark,
What?
they just outlawed the Banditos. I think the Hells Angels will be next. Same thing in Germany. In Canada, I expect within the decade, there'll be no outlaw bike clubs up there. I think they'll legislate them out of existence. Will it ever happen here in the United States? I don't know. The government went after the Mongols' copyright. They went after the name and the logo. And the jury found that they should forfeit their stuff. And a judge from the bench reversed it. Now, how many times is that going to happen? Eventually, it's the luck of the draw. You're going to get in front of a judge that goes, you know what, I don't like these bikers. I remember when they stole Betty Lou from me in high school, and, he makes a ruling. Yeah, no, because your logo belongs to the United States government now. And that's what they were, I've been professing that since probably 2002, that that's the ultimate goal of the government. Will it ever happen? I don't know. I hope not in my lifetime.
George, let me ask you one last question. What would you say is the most important thing you've learned in this
Well,
interesting life of yours?
never make yourself bigger than the position you hold. That's a very important lesson. And another thing I learned, I consider myself a man of peace. But in order to be an effective peacemaker, you must be willing to go to war.
Damn.
So perhaps we should close with that.
All right, George. Thank you so much. It's
Thank you. I hope you got what you wanted.
Incredible talk.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
That was fun. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Motorcycle Club is about the brotherhood.
No. See, TMNT made it?
Yeah.
Time Crisis 2 is still crossed out.
Yeah, that's very disrespectful, guys. That's very disrespectful.
TC2 at number 10.
So is that
Crazy Taxi?
It's
Oh, this is a
Aren't we supposed to
tricycle
like
look.
wipe these out and then actually put the ones, the top 10 there?
No.
No, we don't do that.
Yeah, there's one
It's
that's
very
very
disrespectful. So our top 10 is, with no order yet, we have to figure out the order now. Daytona, NFL Blitz. Damn, this is like
Fox. Yes.
Daytona, NFL Blitz, Crazy Taxi, DDR, NBA Jam, House of the Dead, Hack, Dash, Man, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Initial D, and Time Crisis 2. I think that's 10. Unless there was 11 and we just miscounted and
No, that should be 10. Well,
Somebody fix that time crisis. I'm angry. This damn thing.
I'm okay with Time Crisis 2 being a 10. I think it's a great light gun game, but I don't think it's as good as House of the Dead. You know?
Dare you still be crossed? Dare you?
erase the whole thing. Shouldn't even be there.
Imagine. Mad.
You know Time Crisis. He wants
know
his
it's good.
He wants his fucking like that F-Zero.
Everything from me.
You know what?
Everything.
You know what? You know what really makes Time Crisis 2 even more like special as an arcade experience? When you shoot the gun, what does it do? Yeah, the gun recoil is.
Oh, you know what game did that? Point Blank.
Well, it was the same hardware, Kenny.
Point Blank.
I know, but you got a friend next to you. I think.
Point Blank, you had a friend. Oh wait. Oh, Point Blank, you had a friend next to you?
No, it's a single player game.
No, Point Blank was 2 players.
Nah, let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. We don't talk
was
about
like
that.
players.
We have cool guys. We don't think about it.
And Bert and Ernie.
Yeah.
Bert and Ernie are cool.
Listen, what I understand
Point,
about this.
and
shit, my fault. I
Point Blank did the gun thing before.
I
Crisis.
personally think, as we are discovering
They did it before.
what makes iconic and
They
beloved
took
arcade
it.
games on this list, I am discovering that it isn't just about the arcade gimmicks. It isn't just about the game itself being like, this is just a great video game. Arcades were 100% a communal experience.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like people being there, playing games against people or with your friends. Like that is like the whole point of it. Like to go there and know that people would be there that you're familiar with. Like not just Family Fun, any arcade, you know? To
Why
sit
do you
up at
let
the
your
machine and put a
dog
quarter in, right? And then play a
bark
human
like
being
that?
right next to you in a fighting game, a racing game, whatever.
Or across me.
So I
That's
think
such a bad
as we
owner,
started
dude.
discovering this for a lot of these games, many of the games on here are based on like sort of communal experiences, where it's like the people that are playing these things like have a big part of it, and that's why I had to argue Initial D so hard, because that's one of the craziest communal games I've ever seen in arcades ever. Like motherfuckers were gathering in mass.
Could you say the same thing about F-Zero, Simmons?
Oh, absolutely.
People were gathering in mass for
Yes.
F-Zero.
When I found one and I told them, people were traveling for an hour plus to go to this arcade.
Could you use cards though? Could you use cards? to
Yes,
bring in?
they still have cards actually.
Cards,
And you
the-
can use your GameCube.
The technology,
GameCube?
the arcade technology
Yeah.
that Initial D made went into F-Zero.
Yes.
Max, we're gonna have to take out Initial D. Put F-Zero back up.
There it is. There.
We got it.
This was a much bigger impact.
Initial D pioneered that shit, so that F-Zero could
But
have
yes,
it.
F-Zero was because it was hard to find the machine, so that if someone said, "Hey, the machine's somewhere," there were communities that were dedicated to just telling people where machines existed.
Yeah.
There was a time where it's like, "It's here,
Because there was
go
so few
here."
of them.
Yeah, so people.
I'm gonna assume it cost the arcade, companies or the arcade,
Machine was a pain in the ass.
to even afford.
Yes.
Because if you remember, what was his name? Ralph at Family
Yeah.
Fun.
It wouldn't buy it.
Well, it wasn't that, but I remember.
for Street Fighter.
No, it was Tekken. He didn't have Tekken in there forever.
Oh, he had another.
And we were asking
Right,
the thing, what
but-
the thing cost more than like or
it was $10,000 per player.
Yeah.
So player 1 was 10,000 and player
And
2
he
was
was
another
like,
10,000.
yeah, I can't do that right now. It took him like actually years to get the
Right.
7 in there.
Yeah. So each
Oh yeah, T7 was insane.
Yeah.
Tekken
Yeah.
5 was affordable.
Yeah. T7
Yeah.
was crazy. Like he could
yeah,
not
it was
afford that.
$10,000 a side.
Yeah, 10 grand chat for each side of the
You
fucking
lived to
system.
play 13 years ago, like 10 years ago. It was about 10, maybe 9 years ago.
I remember he had kind of like a.
F-Zero.
So I can only imagine how much F-Zero costs. for
Yeah,
that
well,
shit.
the weird thing was, about 9, 10 years ago, I found an F-Zero. It was in really good condition. It still had cards. It would still give you new cards for $1. To play the game was $0.25.
What the
They
fuck?
had it in this place, and people just, whatever reason,
Classics, bitch.
like, yeah, it's $0.25.
Well, some games let you play for $0.25, and then if you wanted to, no, you play for $1. If you want to continue, then it would be $0.25.
Right, no.
Yeah.
It
Some
was
games like that.
$0.25. It was $1 to print a card, a brand new
Ah, that's what it was. Okay, yeah.
It was nuts, and this machine was in excellent condition. Someone bought it, like I think maybe one of the Grumps or someone, or Keith, whatever that guy's name was. Like someone bought the machine.
Chat, who here
Yeah.
in the chat right now can honestly say they could go through their garage, fucking trash right now and find themselves an actual card of Tekken 5, a Tekken 5 arcade card, or an Initial D card, or an F-Zero card.
I know where mine still are. They're in storage.
I still have
You
my,
still have yours in storage?
I still have my F-Zero card.
I still have my Tekken 5 card
Damn.
somewhere in my.
I remember I had mine because I had Eddie. I had to play 10,000 games with Christy to unlock Eddie.
Oh my
on the
god.
card because Eddie was like 100,000 points.
It's in my wallet? Yeah,
You don't
okay.
believe me? I'm like, what? I can't, whatever. But like, look, if it's up and running and Galloping Ghost, you can go pay them $25 and play every game for free. Free play all day, including F-Zero. So if you wanted to experience it, go ahead. Hey, go to Galloping Ghost.
And then he's fixing the Afterburner 360.
Dude, he's got a 360 Afterburner in there, which I'm like, that's insane.
Well, it's funny. The 360 Afterburner was at the Luxor.
360 Afterburner required an operator too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're going upside down.
Yeah, it had a 5-point harness.
Yeah.
And
So the operator had to make sure, like, okay, you buckled in because, like, you couldn't just like,
because people could just go upside down and pass out.
yeah, or pass out, or just like go upside down and not put on their seatbelt. But I don't think it would turn on without a seatbelt.
So in other words, they would die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People are stupid. I don't know. Anyways, Time Crisis 2, number 10. Let's go.
I'm okay with it. Time Crisis 2 at 10. I have an idea for number 9.
What do you say?
Yeah, it's either that or Crazy Taxi. But I'd say Time Crisis.
Alright, Time Crisis 2.
I have a nomination for number 9. I'm
Time
okay
Crisis
if like, 'cause
is
I'm not
the
going to get
shit.
everybody on board with the
Dave
Crazy
said go
Taxi.
back. Sid wants me to get fucked in the ass. He wants an F and an A because I destroyed his precious F-Zero. Fucking Simmons. I didn't even get a fucking say. I didn't say anything. This guy. This guy.
What's your favorite part of TC2? Two players?
Huh?
What's your favorite part of TC2?
Yeah, the fact that I don't have to worry about shooting an innocent civilian and losing my health.
Okay.
That was never a fucking
In
issue in the
Sega
game.
games, that's a big thing.
Yes, and it was so fucking stupid because it was designed to take away your quarter.
Yeah.
And it was like, dude,
It is the
your
knowledge check of
reaction
the game.
time was never you. Of course, some asshole would go, don't try, and you're like, coming like, it's like, no, of course I'm gonna shoot the shit out of you.
Time Crisis 1 and 2 are funny because it's like, time is never really an issue because you go pretty fast.
Fast, you go really
You
fast.
don't realize that you can spend a long time undercover.
Yes.
And my only issue with Time Crisis over time is that the pedal's fucking annoying. Like, the pedal's cool, but it's fucking annoying.
I love the pedal.
I think it's okay.
I think the fact that I have an option to avoid getting shot is better than having to. Oh, I need to shoot this guy super fast, or else I'm fucked.
I don't love the idea of constantly having to put all of your weight on one foot when playing a shooting game, and then you have to like leave one foot aloof
Yeah.
to tap, and it's kind of like okay, then you have to switch. Okay. And then you
I felt like it was a fun workout.
How come we
I
didn't
didn't
put
say it was all
yeah.
weird.
how come we didn't put Too Spicy on here?
It's not that good of a game. It's cool.
The fuck is too spicy?
It was a wild shooting game.
It was like a 1v1
Matrix
Time Crisis.
shooter.
See, you
You
gotta
had like
think.
two pedals for left
Why
and
did you
right,
draw that
and you were
line?
facing another
It was
human.
about getting behind cover. Like you would do this to get behind cover,
Yeah, yeah.
and then you would exit cover and be like.
What, so you physically?
Yes, yeah. You would control. It was like motion control Wii sort of in a way.
Right, so the sensors were on the top.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And you also aimed at the screen to shoot the guy.
Oh, okay.
And there's pedals. I think there's left and right.
I have a video on it on my channel from 2007.
And it's human versus human.
I can show it to you. Hold on a second.
You would find another player.
Yeah.
I can show it to you.
2007.
Our
Old.
friend,
You're
Dan,
old.
playing it. Let me see if I can even get it.
So what's your idea for number 9 there, Max?
Hold on a second.
Let him search. Okay.
There it is. 16 years ago.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Holy
We're
shit.
dead.
All right.
Spicy.
What the hell?
Holy shit, we're dead.
Holy shit.
Dan, look what I wrote. I wrote this 16 years ago for the people of YouTube 2009. Too Spicy's arcade showdown shooter by Sega to mimic the showdown style. You can only move left and right with the use of one foot hitting the pedals. Aim at the screen and your character will move out of cover to begin shooting at the opponent via virtual cop. Aim away from the screen and he or she returns to cover. It's a blast to play, almost made for the Wii. I hope it sees a console release.
This guy is a fucking journalist.
Oh,
He's a gaming journalist. Look at this gaming journalist chat.
Like a trick.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's definitely something.
Looks like it's hiding.
What the fuck? It was kind of cool. You run and shoot shit. Yeah. It was kind of fucking cool. And then you get knocked down, you get stunned, and blasted.
And there's another guy on the other end.
Yeah, it's pretty much like Neo versus these agents thing.
That's
Oh man, it's so hard drawing it like this.
Holy shit, this is cool.
Max has 3 feet. You saw that?
Yeah.
It's got shoot.
Only gave me the other one. This one.
I got caught.
Yeah, that's that. It's a fucking weird ass game.
That's actually really cool.
Anyway, I say Pac-Man number 9.
82 like, whoa, no.
Oh no.
Kenny was about to say something. He had to stop.
Whoa, no.
He had to stop.
It's either gonna be Pac-Man or Crazy Taxi at number 9. Yeah.
It's Crazy Taxi.
It's Crazy Taxi.
Fuck you. Come on, guys. Kenny, please.
I mean,
Damn.
Max, like,
Kenny,
no,
seriously.
No. We talk about arcade games, and no. Pac-Man can literally be found in any single arcade that is open now. Like, barcade, regular arcade.
Crazy Taxi was so popular
Oh, yeah?
that one of the biggest
Oh,
bands
yeah?
of all time, Offspring, success is largely accumulated to Crazy Taxi, and they say as much.
Oh, well, Pac-Man is so popular. One of the greatest actors of all time made a movie where Pac-Man was in it. Adam
made
Sandler.
Pac-Man? Who made Pac-Man?
Was it Simmons on his birthday?
You know what's funny about
I
that?
have a book about it.
You know what's funny about that? I'm pretty sure Simmons actually does know his birthday.
I'm not anybody's birthday.
I do.
No, like Pac-Man is still like I'm not gonna take anything less than top 5. It's still in arcades to this day. No. It's remixed. There's still Pac-Man versus new Pac-Man games.
Sure.
Like Pac-Man.
We're not talking about those.
You know, yeah, but still, like it can be found in almost any arcade. You go to any barcade, and there's a Pac-Man there.
My
Like,
only argument-
a Pac-Man
This guy's shutting me down.
cocktail,
Hey,
a
stop.
Pac-Man cocktail table is godlike.
My only
It is-
argument of Pac-Man is that it's like in the same way we argued Galaga and like Centipede. They are very much novelty games.
But Pac-Man is the king of those.
Donkey Kong also is.
No, not even close. No, not even close.
No, dude. To me, like the original speedrun score chaser games was Donkey Kong and Pac-Man.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask the chat. I'm gonna ask the chat this
Right?
question. Chat.
And Space Invaders.
Yeah, Space Invaders sword.
Chat.
Like, yeah.
What is the most iconic arcade game you can think of off the top of your head? Go.
Yeah, it's Pac-Man.
Don't tell him. Don't. Yeah.
That was nice.
I wanna see what the
Time
chat says.
Crisis.
Immediately, it's Pac-Man because that's the
I
conversation.
mean, come on. It's not even. It's just on the conversation. It's like it's
Zara.
what you think, and it's
Zara.
like who's the number 1 console guy? Oh, that's Mario. Well, who's the number 1 arcade guy?
So-
Pac-Man.
In our top 10, how high in comparison to all these games that we have put up here would you guys want to put Pac-Man? And to me, it was like, it's always a good game, and it is in fucking legendary game.
It's infinite, dude. It's like you play it. You can go to a barcade or any
Sure.
arcade right now and just play.
I'm saying from our experience,
And even my experience. Like to me, it was the game that got me like, holy cow, like
We know.
interested in fucking video
You
games.
have a jacket, we know.
A jacket. I have a cocktail cabinet
We know.
in my house. I have like,
But do we like playing Pac-Man that much?
yes.
Yeah, he does, I know.
I like Pac-Man 99. Was it Pac-Man 99?
Yeah, it was great.
That was fucking awesome.
That's the Pac-Man game I had the most fun with.
Yeah.
Did we shut that down?
They did.
Like, what the fuck?
I bought the big old bundle pack. too.
I was
Nintendo, please.
Okubo was running it, and I worked.
No. They shut down the Mario one.
No.
The Pac-Man
they shut
was
down
the-
Pac-Man.
The Soul Galloper guy was working on that, and
Yeah.
I worked directly with him. We did like 5 to 10 sponsored streams. I ran tournaments for it.
Yeah.
Chat, is the
Yeah.
Tetris one still going?
Tetris is still.
Yeah, Pac-Man is still
I
around.
like Pac-Man 99 more than Tetris 99.
Pac-Man is
F-Zero?
Pac-Man is still
Was it
around.
F-Zero 99?
All these
Wow.
games, Pac-Man is still around and still making new shit
Yeah, he won't go
to
anywhere.
this day.
He won't go anywhere.
You know, he's not
in
going
Tekken 8.
anywhere. Yeah, he's in Tekken, and he's just.
I'm sorry, go ahead. How the fuck does F-Zero work? Like, do you throw other cars at the other guys or something? Like, how do you...
No, you're on a racetrack. It's like
Yeah.
this SNES game.
Right, but-
there's 100 cars.
How do you fight the other people?
Yeah, like, how do you, like, because in Tetris, if you, like, constantly get the Tetris
Oh,
thing,
how do you send
it
bullshit the
sends,
other way?
yeah, it gets sent
No,
over.
you're all on the same racetrack.
Uh,
100 goddamn racers
okay.
on the track.
Okay.
Everyone's in a car.
F-Zero is not, I don't think, I've seen it played. I don't think it's as engaging as Tetris 99 and Pac-Man 99.
Right.
I think it's good.
You don't send shit their way.
But it's like
hard.
their solution to like increasing the intensity of the F-Zero matches doesn't seem as.
All I'm thinking right now is Nintendo Online with 100 people on a track. That probably is a nightmare.
It runs fine.
Yeah, but F-Zero 99 is the weakest of the 99.
It runs fine, but it's like it's a race. And there's 100.
Man, Pac-Man 99 was fun. Tetris 99 is godlike.
Everyone kind of gets their shit pushed in real fast.
Really at the start.
If you guys want to put
crazy people.
If you guys want to put Crazy Taxi at number 9 that bad, you can do it.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that's going to be
I
talking
say
about
Blitz at 9.
Well, Blitz.
I disagree.
No, I think so.
Okay.
What do you think?
They want to do. Damn, if you guys want to put, if you want to put Crazy Taxi above Blitz, okay. I mean, all right.
What do you think? What's 9, Steve?
Wait, I don't want to put Blitz above NBA
All right.
Jam.
Test.
No, NBA Jam goes over above. Goes over.
Yeah,
Blitz.
it makes sense.
No.
I think
No.
NBA Jam is the pioneering one, but I think Blitz is the more fun one.
No, but there's still you can still find NBA Jams in most
Simmons,
arcades.
you think that's true? Straight up.
What?
That Blitz is more fun than NBA Jam.
Yes.
Steve thinks that's true.
No, look.
I think that's true.
Look.
Steve said it. Kenny, I get it, does not feel that way.
So we're saying Blitz and
I'm saying Blitz, if we're going to put a sports game on here, Blitz
All right,
goes higher.
Kenny, sit back down. Sit back down. Kenny, sit back down.
So we're saying Jam at 9.
All right, everybody, relax.
I could say NBA Jam at 9.
What would you
Listen. I'm fucking surprised that Rebel Blitz made it this far.
So am I.
I'm fucking surprised.
Thank you.
So am I.
Thank you.
I was fighting for fucking dear life for that fucking game.
Thank
Blitz,
you.
and I actually, there was a point where I caved in and I said, take out Blitz for Time Crisis 2. But Max helped me
Yes.
fight for that. I'm fucking shocked they made it this far.
Really? Okay.
It should have been Blitz instead
Nobody
of
feels
Zero.
the way I do about Blitz.
NBA Jam.
It's a console game.
NBA Jam is, Kenny is not wrong. NBA Jam is iconically the more arcade variation of it.
Thank you.
Like,
Thank you. I like Blitz.
I mean, I don't think that's. I actually agree.
It just-
I agree because
Yeah.
NBA Jam is the more iconic arcade game.
Yes.
But
I
NFL
think
Blitz
Blitz
is
was a
more
better
fun.
But the thing is,
execution, more fun.
but like, you know, and when you
100%.
play an arcade game like in Blitz, like you select the play and you slow down. Like Jam is non-stop. Non-stop.
It is basketball versus football.
Of course. And even though
That makes
Blitz
sense.
is an arcade football game, it's still like okay,
Oh,
and then here like
just
Here's
always.
the problem. We usually got a lot of like basketball games in arcades. That was pretty common.
Yeah.
Football games, not as much.
Very rare,
The
very
fact
rare.
that they turned a football game into a quick, experiencing 5 seconds for play selection, bitch. You better learn how to read fast.
Was
like,
unbelievable.
The game was just like you're going to be scoring so many touchdowns, it's going to make your head spin. That was like, what the fuck?
And
like,
you got
NBA is high scoring. It naturally is
You
high
got
scoring.
that dopamine hit when you fucking made a touchdown in that game almost
It was
every single
crazy,
because
dude.
it is so
like you can do like in NFL games and sports games in general, doing crazy wacky plays wasn't encouraged, and as risky as it is in real life generally.
Right.
In NFL Blitz, it's encouraged.
Yeah.
Be fucking lateral, dive bomb, fucking the touchdown, like
And
wild
I
shit.
admit, like Blitz is a more thinking man's game, but like Jam is just more of like fucking.
So what?
You know, okay, Blitz is a more thinking man's game. NBA Jam is a more skill game. The way you play that game is
I think
very
Jam's harder to play. I'll be
Yes, yeah, absolutely. When you figured out
He's on fire! Boom,
when you figure
shakalaka!
out the meta of pushing the characters down, stealing the ball, passing it at the right time,
Yeah.
and getting the dunks at the right
love
point.
the alley-oop mechanics so fucking much in NBA Jam. I think it's amazing.
So the funny thing about
Big time.
the alley-oops, that's not even the craziest thing.
Double
the
dunks.
craziest thing is getting fired and realizing that, oh, I don't need to do any more dunks. I'm gonna start shooting threes.
Yeah.
Getting to the
Completely.
yeah.
Yeah.
And throwing those threes were guaranteed.
Or hang time double dunks, bro. You go
You
for a
get double
dunk,
points.
and then the homie does a dunk, and then you both get on fire.
And I
get
still
double
remember
points.
discovering an NBA hang time, and I was just like, this seems like, I want to try an NBA Jam, and hang time was the one to do it.
Yeah,
It went on N64, and you could do fadeaway jumpers from 3 in the very corner, and they would be like 95%.
Yeah.
Like they would almost never fucking miss. So I discovered that, and it was like all I ended up doing.
Yeah.
But double dunks and crazy layups and shit, like hitting the prop to make them jump and then tossing it at the perfect time. Boom! It's godlike. It's amazing.
I love NFL Blitz, but I wish they evolved the way NBA Jam did. NBA Jam evolved to Hang Time, and they added cool, different things to it, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to NFL Blitz, we got the pinnacle when it came to like 2007 and stuff like
The
that.
biggest difference is that like they just got better to control.
Yes.
They really did. Like
But then-
the NFL Blitz one is pretty fucking rough.
But-
It's broken.
But the disappointment was like the NFL Pro one. I forgot what it was. The NFL Blitz.
Oh, that was
Pro.
much later. Yeah.
Yeah. And,
Oh no, that was good stuff.
Yeah.
Those games sucked.
And
Blitz hung around a lot longer than Jam did, but
Yeah.
none of the games were good.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing. But still, to this day, NFL Blitz 2000 was probably
That's the best one.
the best fucking
I agree.
NFL Blitz, and you can't take that away from NFL Blitz. So does it make
It's
it
pretty
top?
much Blitz 2000 NBA Hang Time.
So does it make top 10? Absolutely.
Yes.
But is it better than what did you say, Crazy Taxi, or do you want it above Crazy Taxi?
I'm willing. I think
I think Taxi is over that, but I don't think it beats NBA Jam.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
I am okay. So number 9,
Crazy Taxi.
I'm willing to put Blitz. You just said this. Blitz at number 9. Oh, that's what you just said. You put Crazy Taxi
did just
above.
say that.
Okay. All right. That's
Okay.
All right.
So you want Blitz at number 9, and then Crazy Taxi above that,
Yeah,
and then
8.
NBA.
I thought Crazy Taxi.
Okay.
Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. It's fine, chat. Chat, it's fine.
You give me someone's I'll help you out here. Shit, this poor guy.
He's not gonna get up. He's like, fuck on.
You're running out of room.
Running out of arm.
That's great.
And then Crazy Taxi.
And then Crazy
And
Taxi.
Crazy Taxi at number 8.
Crazy
Chat?
Taxi, yeah.
There we
Everyone's
go.
happy with that.
There we
Pretty
go.
crazy. That's a pretty
Everyone's
crazy.
happy with that.
Pretty crazy. Crazy
Alright, let's cross those out.
Taxi.
Then you want in Taxi. And you want Jam at 7.
Yeah, fuck it.
Jam.
Thank you, man.
Wait a
Is Ninja
second.
Turtles better than NBA Jam?
NBA Jam is top 5.
Yeah.
NBA Jam is top 5.
Yeah.
Okay with it?
NBA
So,
Jam is
NBA
a
Pac-Man.
Toidos.
Turtles or Pac-Man?
I say Toidos at 7.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Turtles at 7?
Okay, well, what do we have left? We have House of the Dead, Crazy,
Nope.
done.
Nope, we don't.
Cross this out. Blitz, done. Time Crisis 2, done.
Was House of the Dead as much of a cultural icon as Turtles
Yes.
and NBA Jam?
Kinda, dude.
Kinda, but not as much.
Bro, you can
Nah,
still
well,
go to
Turtles was a
arcade.
multi-billion
You
dollar.
can still go to almost any arcade, found any number of House of Dead games there. You're not hard to find this arcade machine anywhere.
Like, even newer House of the Deads are still playing.
TMT, you will find it in the barcade
Yes.
that you go to.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
Yeah, any general Unk arcade will have this.
So much so, the latest House of the Dead, which is very good, Scarlet Dawn, is mostly just the House of the Dead 1 remake.
Right.
They mostly just did House of the Dead 1 again.
I'm fine with Turtles at 7.
I'm okay with
Okay,
Turtles at
let me
7.
see. Turtles.
Cause I'm not putting like Turtles over Pac-Man or like
Alright, Turtles. Okay, that's fine.
I mean like at that point
I don't have
you
that-
want to put Jam here then Turtles.
I identify that Turtles is a cultural icon arcade game, so it should be in top 10, but I also prefer other arcade games. I didn't play it that much.
It's a fun beat 'em up.
I
it
think
is.
Toidos at 7 is good.
As a matter of fact, I think it's the only beat 'em up here.
It might
Yeah.
be it's a
It's a
4-player beat 'em up, which was a big difference around the time frame. There wasn't a ton of big multiplayer ones.
Out of all the beat 'em ups,
Turtles
Turtles
won.
won.
And to be honest, I think the overall one that had the most impact was high quality, got people to play it.
It's
like,
definitely the biggest, most
the biggest
popular
one.
yeah.
It was the biggest one.
This is why
AVP was the best playing one though.
this is why companies are still like remaking the fucking Turtles today. Do you remember the latest
Right.
one that came out? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they're still remaking it because they know
There's a reason.
they're not
There's a-
remaking X-Men.
there's a-
They ain't remaking
They just,
Alien
they
kinda
just did
do.
remake X-Men, Cosmic Invasion.
Oh, that's right.
Spiritually X-Men arcade.
That is completely, you're right.
And
right,
guess
right,
what?
right.
I
Sorry.
played it. It's alright.
You know what's fun?
It's a
The Power Ranger game was fun. They released a new Power Ranger game.
I played that one.
Who did?
one of the devs
Really
made
quick.
a Disney Power Ranger game
We just rewind.
a year and a half ago.
A year and a half ago. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
I thought I'm not even. I like.
It's a schmix.
I like Marvel beat 'em ups as a concept more.
Yeah.
But I thought the Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge was better.
Oh, it was absolutely.
I thought
And the
it was
fucking music was going crazy. Oh my god. They
I don't
fucking
remember-
Wu-Tang at the end.
I
bro.
don't
This
remember
was
much
crazy.
music in Cosmic Invasion, dude.
Hey man, I give him props. Cosmic Invasion was a great fucking game.
It's a great game.
It's
just
like the most solid game.
It's just I think there's no replay value in it.
Yeah.
In my personal opinion,
Not really.
I don't want to. I don't want to shut. I think.
I feel like we are being harsh on it.
Yeah.
But it's because like the game that came before was really good. Like Shredder's Revenge was fucking great, dude.
Yeah.
And then in the same year they also released Absolem, which is a beat 'em up, and that game's fucking amazing.
That's the other problem.
Like that, and that's the big issue is that I played Absolem first, and dude, that beat 'em up is wild.
Absalom exists, so
It exists.
All right.
Anyway, TMNT was number 7. What do we want at number 6?
House of the Dead.
Jam.
Jam is top 5. House of the Dead.
Jam.
Damn.
You know what?
The jam, I think do much for me. Damn. Come on, Jack.
That's the first CD my family ever had. Black and white was the first CD.
I think Jam is top 5.
Okay,
House of the Dead is 6.
I'm a House of the Dead stan, obviously, but yeah, I don't think I'm against it being at number 6.
I'm hungry.
I think I have my list of like
Initial D.
Oh, Initial D? Still on there?
Yep.
Damn.
How did we not see that? I would legit argue Initial D over House of the Dead.
You will argue?
I like House of the Dead because it's a more casual game that I can play like at home and by myself and shit. But dude, like,
Okay.
I can't believe Initial D.
I'm with it.
I could not believe myself getting addicted to that. Simmons, was I into cars that much before Initial D? Before that movie?
Yes.
He was calling you out.
In a way. I had a 240SX, okay? I had like what is effectively the JDM Dream
Not
by the base
obsessively.
but not obsessively. I enjoyed cars. I enjoyed working on them.
Enjoyed them. Casual
The
enjoyment.
friends we had and like the exposure to the show and just seeing people play this, and it was like, what are people doing in this machine? This Initial D thing, isn't that like the manga or the anime or some shit? We go over and look at it, like, are they fighting each other? Like, what the fuck are these cards? Like, I didn't know dick.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I wasn't like watching Initial D religiously.
Remember when Squidward used to like look at you guys when you would wrap your hands around the
Yeah,
steering
we did
wheel?
Dumb Tape Death
Old
Battles.
Man River.
Yeah.
Like, it took me away from playing Third Strike, dude, and like fighting games and CBS2 and shit.
Yeah.
Like, it was
Or
like,
you would like put your quarter up in Third Strike, and when you're waiting, you just go play some Initial D and then
Hell
go back.
yeah,
pretty much,
brother.
I would play it on the side. It, like,
Yeah.
fighting games became my side chick
Yeah,
in that time frame.
Yeah.
And so much that, like,
What?
when I went to FFA, it was very weird going to Family Fun Arcade not to play 3S or Marvel 2 or CBS2.
Yeah.
I was going there to play fucking Initial D.
Yeah.
So all the bitches with their JDM cars would show up and shit, and we would all play
Would
Initial D.
you say Family Fun had the largest culture for Initial D?
No. The biggest culture was at arcades that offered an evening where you can spend like $10 to $15.
And continue to play.
Yes,
Yeah.
that happened at Mount Asia.
Yeah.
That happened in Speed Zone. That happened in some places. And dude, when that happened, because people could just level up their cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
And get better lap times. You had to wait 10 to 15 minutes to play.
Yeah. I was gonna say because the owners didn't know that you guys were fucking going crazy on that, so they were
But
just like,
Speed Zone had like 6 fucking Initial D
Cyberknife.
cabinets back to back to back to back.
Jesus.
So I was just like grinding Ocarina downhill for like 5 hours.
Aladdin's
Just doing the
Castle.
same fucking
I
thing
had no
5
patience,
hours.
so that's
Hell
why I
yeah,
was
brother.
Scudder.
no patience. I like
Simmons will play all the other stuff in the arcade.
I played because no one's playing anything else. I'm playing Scudder Racer. I'm playing Soul Calibur 2.
Well, you know what Simmons did? Simmons wanted to get his money's worth to play as much stuff as
And
possible.
we all just played Initial D, and then we would drive back at 1 o'clock in the morning. We all have to
Nickel,
work in the
nickel.
morning. We'd go to In-N-Out, and then go to sleep and wake up with no fucking sleep.
Nickel, nickel.
Days.
I was gonna say,
Those who know.
was the aspect of the
Going
game the
in
most
and
fun
out.
part, or was the community the most fun?
It was everything, dude. It's one of those games where it was everything. Like, the gameplay was fucking amazing. Steve, there's a fucking mechanic in the game that emulates the show/manga, where the whole point is that there's
Hell yeah,
gutters
brother.
on the downhills. And the whole point
Put
is
your
that the
tire.
gutters grab the tire.
Yeah.
And in the show, that's what the main character does to get a leg up on the opponents.
Right.
He literally guts the top front left tire, and it pulls him through, so he just speeds through. The game has this mechanic. And it's not easy. It doesn't give it to you. It doesn't explain it.
Right.
But
Yeah.
as soon as you get the force feedback of this shit and you're shifting and stuff, and you
I'm
hit the gutter,
hungry.
it goes ka-kunk,
Yeah.
and
I
you
wanna
got it.
play
And it's
Tekken.
And you grab this shit and try to go as fast as possible. Entry, exit, like It was magical.
Oh, I gotta stop
You know,
playing
there's a
Tekken.
new Initial D like type of game
Gotta
that's
stop
out right
playing
now,
games,
right?
Oh, yeah,
man.
Maximum 2.
Yeah.
That came after Initial D.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was like right around the same time. It also had its own audience.
Oh, okay, so it's a little different.
These games are all sort of like derivative of Tokyo Extreme Racer, which also got a sequel.
You want that sports team back?
F-Zero.
It's too late.
San Francisco Rush.
Too late.
Anyway,
And you could turn
I'm-
it on.
I'm-
You could make. You can.
I'm willing I'm willing so you guys we can move forward a little bit. I'm willing to put House of the Dead here and Initial D back there.
House of the Dead.
Damn,
Really taking out South of the Dead.
Top
I'm
five?
willing to put my lower ones,
Okay.
like in the lower spots, because I do think once we get to these top 5 status, things like DDR, NBA Jam, Pac-Man, like
Yeah, they're
I'd
good.
put Jam here, but
No. Jam. Is top.
I agree. Maybe
Jam.
top 5.
Jam is a top 5.
I agree. Even though I like playing Blitz more, but it's fucking NBA Jam, dude. It changed everything.
Jam is the top
It
5.
introduced extreme sports games.
Yes.
Like, I love
Yes.
it.
no, I know that.
After
but
Jam,
for me,
there was NHL Hits.
it was on
There was
SNES.
Wayne
Hell
Gretzky
yeah,
3D.
brother.
That's where I saw it, and like to
It's
me,
about
it's
the
like
brotherhood.
this was a phenomenon. But I just didn't see
SNES
it
doesn't.
very much.
SNES does not hold a candle
Yeah.
to the arcade.
Oh, I know.
And like the 4-player experience you got, like you would see people play, like and people would fucking be like,
It
like
was
people would
probably-
jump
it was
up.
Probably the first trash talking arcade.
Yes.
game.
I only ever saw it in an arcade at Galloping Ghost,
Top skater.
where the announcer was the MC for the tournament,
Damn.
and this was like a year or two ago.
That's fucking cool.
So it was really cool.
There we go.
But like that was the first time I saw an arcade scene for
we go.
Jam.
All
That's
right.
fucking nuts.
So I was like, huh, this is really fucking
No,
cool.
Initial D had-
I never saw this growing up.
Initial D had
Yeah.
legit huge tournaments. We had locals for Initial D and shit. Like, no, this was a normal thing, dude. Like Initial D, and this wasn't just for like 1 year, 1 game. This was Initial D. Like I said, I spent about $2,000 on Initial D 1, and then they made version 2, and then they made version 3, and then I was like, I'm out. I was
It's
out.
too much.
I was out at 4.
Yeah.
And every single year, a new Initial D was coming out with new stages,
Yeah.
new music, new cars and shit. And I was like,
It's too much of an investment.
it became too expensive.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I literally on literally earning below minimum wage, I'd spent like $5,000 on this fucking game, and I was like, I was traveling to places to go with friends to
I
play.
saw that. at the
Wasting
beginning.
real gas money.
Like, the
I know.
gas money, actually, the real gas money to go
You
play.
can sit in your car in traffic, you get out, you go sit in the car in the arcade.
People, when version 3 came out, like the Japanese version 3 came out, it was at Little Tokyo.
Driving a real car.
Oh my god, bro.
My God! Well, do you remember? Yeah, that one old
Fucking hell, man.
Little indoor ball arcade on the 2nd floor.
Oh my God!
It was
the
fucking
lines
crazy.
and shit.
The lines to play Initial D version 3, it was all in Japanese, and it was crazy. That horrible sound. Crazy ass Initial D noises. Like version 3 was the best one, don't get me wrong. Like it was the best one.
Yeah.
But like,
God, I get you.
Please,
I have never seen anything like it.
Okay, without getting into too much detail, please explain to me the difference between version 1, version 2, and version 3.
They were minuscule. Like there's mostly balance changes.
Oh, okay, like
it was,
little
it was
patch
like
notes.
Alpha 1, Alpha 2, Alpha 3.
You know what it was?
Okay.
It was the freaking Madden. Madden. Madden 20. Madden 20.
Is there-
2008 to 2009 to
Call of
2000.
Duty at the time.
Yeah.
Where it was
Call of
like
Duty.
minimal changes, but enough to be like, oh fuck, you
Yeah.
can do what now? This what now? Like, and the graphics were getting better. Like it was looking better.
Okay.
But by the time Stage 4 came out, I was like, I'm kind of done. I'm kind of done.
Alright, enough of this initial D talk. Alright, let's get to the fucking.
Hey man, I got to glaze it.
Jesus
we
Christ, yeah,
don't
you
even need
fucking
to
slobbered
We don't
all
even need
over
to
that.
talk about House of the Dead.
Jesus Christ.
We get it. It's House of the Dead, bro.
And honestly, I, just saying House of the Dead, I think Simmons, you won. You still got one of yours in there because it's still House of the Dead. You know what I mean? Like I say it's franchise.
Okay.
I say it's franchise. I say it's franchise.
I'm
Regardless,
Yeah,
because
because
you put 2.
Yeah.
Put two.
Exactly. This one is specifically an arcade experience because
Yeah.
of the
That
physical
was the
experience of
most,
playing it.
like,
One of
yeah,
the craziest things.
yeah.
But in terms of it being a quality House of the Dead video game, House of the Dead 4 was good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was good. It wasn't like,
Better than 3.
yes, I agree with you.
It was a
100%.
bounce back from 3.
It was,
Okay.
to me, like the best order of House of the Dead games is 1, 2, Scarlet Dawn. And maybe you want to consider the Wii game, which is sort of a spin-off, but House of the Dead.
Yeah, overkill.
Overkill. Like,
Pac-Man 3.
but House of the Dead 1 is still kind of untouched.
Do you think Konami? Do you think Konami would make a
Oh, that's Sega.
Sorry, Sega.
Scarlet Dawn.
Right.
But I mean, it came out a long time ago.
Right, yeah, we played.
It's still good.
Yeah.
Pac-Man.
But that's the last one.
I don't know if they're gonna do anything. There's not much Sega amusement anymore.
Okay, yeah,
Hatsune Miku shit. Like,
yeah.
there's
You know,
not a ton.
you have the
Well, they-
Joy-Cons, you could.
They left on a high note, though, right?
They did.
Yeah.
Scarlet Dawn was like probably top 3 House of the Dead games.
Yeah.
And there's not a ton of House of the Dead games. There's like 6.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, House of the Dead 1 is still the best. Dude, Ken,
Yeah.
fucking remember
Kinda
seeing that game in
guess-
the arcade and he would shoot
so
his arm in the arm,
when you
blast
have
his arm off and blood's fucking everywhere. Shoot him in the head and
wheel
his
like
head explodes
this.
and the eyeball flies
Was
out.
your first experience seeing Green Blood or Red Blood?
Oh, Red Blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was at tilt, and they didn't turn green or blue blood on.
Right.
They left it default, which was red blood.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of parents complained, so House of the Dead 2 defaults to green.
Green, yeah.
Because my dude, like, I'm shooting a human, like
Yeah.
a physical, like it's a zombie, but this is before zombie culture was big.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
This was kind of the beginning of it, like before Resident Evil. This was pre-Resident Evil. Like,
Yeah.
and you have this zombie human walking at you like, ugh.
Yeah.
And I shot him in the fucking face, and his head blew off his
And
shoulders.
he was stuck
And the eyeball, and I was like, holy shit. Like, I shoot him in the legs, and his leg would be missing. And I was like, I was worried that kids were watching. As like a 14-year-old, I'm like, this is visceral.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Like, this is some wild shit. Which became like a standard for the series going forward. Like, limb explosion was
But
a...
I honestly think that the enemy degradation of
always
House of the Dead
hard
is
to
what
draw.
makes it so good.
Yep.
It's the fact that you
The
shoot
lips.
something.
Mincemeat these fuckers.
Right, but you're getting feedback. That's what a lot of
And
bad light gun games don't get.
They
is
just
when you
die.
don't
And
get
I
any
also
feedback.
felt that way with Time Crisis. I felt like there was
Time
a
Crisis is
yeah,
pretty
the characters
good.
were like,
Because, like, they
like
kinda
they're
like
actually
all
little
those
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real, this all came from Virtual Cop.
It came from
Remember
Virtual.
China?
Virtual Cop
Yes,
established the whole point of like
Yeah, because
hitting
Time
an enemy in the leg, the head, the arm.
Time
and
Crisis is Namco's answer to Virtual Cop, but House of the Dead was like their answer to both, which was like,
Yeah.
okay, have this. All right, what's a really good way to show feedback? Well, they don't want to have like a hyper violent game where you're shooting living humans,
Right.
zombies. Perfect.
Yeah,
They're
whatever.
fucking undead and they're rotting, so you can blow chunks off them, and it's not like, okay, we're not doing like
Yeah.
some weird RoboCop simulator.
And it's
Right.
wild that like light gun games till this day are still are not
Trying to be
as
House of the Dead.
advanced. Yeah.
House of the Dead in Australia was surrounded by an MA-15 rating with a curtain. So
What the
you
fuck?
couldn't actually see the game in Australia because they have strict.
Oh yeah, it's, current in Australia does. Yep. But the thing is too, it's just like
blow chunks.
most of these games that come out to this day are still not as advanced as
They're also not as fun.
not as fun. Like not as like like you're saying, like we played. We were at I think we had like unlimited credits for Halo. We were just like,
It's getting
Oh
boring
my
as shit,
god,
dude.
Fireteam Raven.
we were just like,
And then you realize that like not all light gun games are the same. Where it's like, yeah, the shooting guys, there's no game design to it, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, no, bro. Like, there's a reason why the old Sega ones are goated as shit because it's like play Carnival or Area 51 next to a Sega light gun game, and you realize that like, oh, dude, the pacing of these games is abysmal. Like, they're just asking you to shoot fucking everything.
Yeah, like Carnival and what was the other one? Fucking Area 51.
Yep.
We didn't put that on. We're not gonna put those on there.
Because they're good.
They're okay.
They're novelty, but they're
Yeah.
like not that great.
They're
like
also FMV based games, so you shoot like an alien in Area 51, just immediately like FMV of it exploding.
Yeah.
You know, a little like.
It's real people though. It's like real actors and shit
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
it's just an FMV game.
Yeah,
You
it's
know when
like-
something registers as dead, it's just the gif of the
The
explosion.
explosion and stuff like that. It really wasn't anything iconic in that aspect.
All right. I got to glaze House of the Dead a bit.
Cross that bad boy out.
Number 4. Number 4. We have left Pac-Man, DDR. Damn, this is a definite top 4 for arcade games.
Damn it, Daytona.
Daytona.
Mm-hmm.
Pac-Man, NBA Jam, DDR.
It's time.
It's time.
Good jam.
Yes, sir.
You think?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Danny, you feel it?
Yeah.
You feel it to get Pac-Man ahead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My question is, we'll see.
You
We'll see.
feelsing it? Oh man, I'm hungry. I'm fucking hungry.
Jam. You say it. Jam.
NBA Jam has been established as the number 4 greatest arcade game of all time, decided on the day January 32nd,
Speed will come.
2004.
Speed will
That
come.
works. That works.
Point is to not erase
Oh,
I think-
boy.
and do it
I'm saying
correctly
Pac-Man
the
now.
first time.
I'm saying Daytona.
Okay. I definitely gonna come down to personal.
Oh yeah.
Because it's top 3, like I can't sit here and argue like, oh, this needs to be higher because it's blah blah blah.
It's not
Everything's iconic.
Yeah.
I'd rather play Daytona
You'd rather play Daytona
than
than.
Pac-Man.
Yeah, of course. That's good.
So that's why it's the only reason I say Pac-Man at 3. Pac-Man's older. Pac-Man's more iconic.
Pac-Man has a formula that is like, I think it's the same shit. Pac-Man has a formula of gameplay that is iconic and will continue to this day and establish it.
Well, the thing is too, like Pac-Man will be still in arcades.
Right.
Yes.
You know, this point forward, there'll be new Pac-Man games in they'll have arcade versions like Pac-Man Versus. There's Pac-Man Versus 2. Like Pac-Man Versus is fucking.
It's cool.
It's
But at the
fucking
same
godlike.
point, Daytona USA in 1994 established drifting. Like, it's a weird thing where it's like, so it's Daytona, you're like, oh, it's stock car racing, so that's going to be lame as shit, right? It's like, no, it is the most Japanese American thing you can possibly imagine.
Right.
It creates drift, like 3D drifting, and it feels amazing.
Pac-Man,
so much,
yeah.
Sega Rally comes later, like, to do that even more.
Yeah, Pac-Man is to arcades what Mario is to consoles.
Yes.
He is.
Daytona is to racing games what Pac-Man and Mario
I
is to
say
their respective
DDR
areas.
because Pac-Man is going to be in every single barcade you have.
And guess what?
You might not get Daytona.
No, it is.
Pac-Man will be
It
in
is.
every
They
single.
remade it.
What?
It's everywhere. Daytona's in every arcade now because they remade it. It's called Sega Racing Classic.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. It's
not
the same
in,
game.
Not in every barcade and arcade.
No, it is. Daytona's all over the place now. It's in every single Dave & Buster's.
Good, David
Maybe
Buster-
not a barcade because it's a big expensive machine.
Yeah, sure.
But they
like,
have
you go to
re-released it.
Yeah, but you go to like a
And it's still
barcade
popular.
or whatever. Like Pac-Man is going to be in 99% of any arcade. Daytona will not.
I
Like
think just
any
the fact-
place that has like arcades games or like it's a business or some kind of like barcade or some kind of thing, Pac-Man will be in it. Not.
But what's the most
Daytona.
fun to play though? What is the most fun?
Pac-Man is going to be a game that you will play, 20 years from now.
Right. Well, that's why I think
99%.
since we're in the top 3, again, all of these are just like, top tier. There's
Yeah.
like whatever.
Pac-Man
They're
is
all
timeless.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
To me, it's like I'm just boiling it down to like which one do I want to which
It has to come down
which
to
one do
personal
I
preference.
enjoy playing the most? And for me, I would put Pac-Man at 3 because it's Pac-Man. It's great, but like I've played it a bunch, and if I want to play like I play like a different Pac-Man, like it's only on console or something or whatever, and that's not even the point. Pac-Man for me would be number 3 as like fun factor between the top 3. I mean, again, it's great, but if I'm in an arcade, and I have any version of this I want in front of me, or any Daytona version, or any Pac-Man version of those 3 games, which one do I want to play the most? Which one do I want to play the least? I'd probably play all 3, but I'd probably play Pac-Man last.
My problem is that the Daytona being number 1 is odd to me. Like it's the greatest
Who said it
arcade.
would be number 1?
So Daytona's number 1.
It's odd.
Why would it be odd?
Because it's just, I mean, as iconic as a racing game is, it's just a racing game.
Yeah.
There is.
If you're talking about the greatest arcade game of all time,
Sure.
and it's a racing game. That's
Yeah,
not
because
good.
I think we can all kind of come to a.
Pac-Man.
Hey, hold on a second. Do we think Pac-Man is number 3?
No.
Yes.
Kenny doesn't.
Right.
I do. Simmons does.
The thing is, why does this make sense and not that? Well, because the line is going this way.
Kenny's not wrong, dude. Pac-Man is the most iconic game of all time. It just is.
Especially for
It
arcade.
defines arcades.
Right. I mean, they're all
Like,
iconic. But
When
yeah,
you say
it's-
arcades, you say Pac-Man.
So do you think
Every single
it's just-
arcade,
it's just a fact.
Pac-Man is
So,
almost like
it's just a fact.
Pac-Man has to be in almost any arcade that it's in. Like you have an arcade, like hey, I'm making
When
opening up arcade.
when somebody
arcade,
says,
Pac-Man has to be in it.
When somebody says, "Hey, what's the greatest beat 'em up arcade game?" They'll say TMNT. Hey, what's
There
the
was
greatest
Pac-Mania.
This makes
Like, it
sense, but
exists.
why?
It's like, hey,
Why
what's
does
the
that make
greatest,
sense?
sports
There's-
game?
you don't open up an arcade without Pac-Man. It just doesn't happen.
I
It's
think-
just, it
I think-
doesn't
And
happen.
you guys
The
talk me
lines
out of
like
this
this.
shit with fucking Street Fighter 2 when we had the
It doesn't happen.
We had the greatest fighting game, and you guys gave me the show. Oh well, Legacy doesn't define it. Legacy doesn't define it. that argument is out of the
It is legacy. I think you're kind of right. I think Pac-Man goes above Daytona.
Pac-Man is.
Pac-Man has to be top 3 is basically where I was like, no matter
This
what,
makes
the
sense.
rest of them
However,
top 3.
I think it's fair.
If
but
you're doing
out of
a
these 3, I'm like,
perfectly
yeah, probably
circular
this is the least
circle
likely
here.
that would be to play.
Of course.
Of
Because
course it's like
probably not your
this.
generation.
But
So,
why?
I mean, it's closer than the
That's
other
close
ones.
to a good bit.
Yeah.
I think
Oh.
I can put Pac-Man above Daytona. I think these
I already
are
know the answer to
interchangeable.
this, and you're just
I
confusing
think
yourself.
Daytona even making
Oh my
top
god.
3 makes sense to me, and I'm glad it got as far as it. And I'm glad people like know that.
Yeah.
Like, people just know that about Daytona. That could be a number 3 for me, and Pac-Man
So
goes above it.
you're saying Daytona?
I think Daytona could be 3.
Pac-Man?
Yeah. Because Daytona still is like, it revolutionized racing
These guys are
games, but not everybody
guys are
thinks
adorable.
Not everybody thinks of
These guys are adorable. They want DDR on top 1 so badly, and they're giving each other the look. I see what they're doing. They're giving each other the look because they want DDR on top so badly. I am not gonna let that happen. I don't know about
Not a
Kenny.
person that likes DDR.
I don't know about
Never
Kenny.
liked it.
Yeah, you refuse to play it. You won't even play it.
You know why? Because it already has superior player with it.
No.
I'm sorry.
Because you wouldn't
I'm
dance.
sorry.
Can we
I'm
just
sorry.
talk about it?
Sure, we can talk about it. DDR is great.
It is the ultimate evolution of everything we've said, with the cultural impact and significance. It
Oh,
has.
yeah.
It's just that boiled up into the year 1999-2000. Like, it caused a mania.
This shit, technically, right?
Like,
I will say it revived the arcades to a degree.
Oh, like shit. Here we go.
Okay.
You could say Pac-Man is Hulk Hogan, and then maybe like DDR is like Stone Cold or The Rock.
100%. Yes. It is the modern era version of it. And DDR specifically, like,
Shit.
you had never seen people. I argue that a thing for Initial D, which is like down here, right? Initial D brought people to arcades that you would normally never see in arcades.
True. Yes.
But it did
Shit.
it for a very
I
specific
remember
kind
seeing.
of audience.
I remember
Shit.
seeing it. I remember
I
seeing
think
it
about
on the
that.
news.
Yes.
People were on the news, like Channel 5 had
DDR.
DDR.
Yes,
People were
I
like,
know.
holy shit.
And-
I think I saw Madonna. Madonna went to the arcades. They had like a show where they were following her, and she was playing DDR, and she sucked.
Look, Chad.
But it was like,
Hogan.
holy fuck,
He's
what's
garbage.
going on here?
Yes, we know. But like you had to kind of like think about it like in that perspective.
DDR is so fucking
Like
crazy.
DDR,
Remember the bowling
like
alley
Pac-Man.
movie used to put on its big sign, DDR 5th mix is here?
Yes, I know.
Like,
They would-
fuck the bowling at
They
the
would be
bowling alley. Now it's all about DDR
They would be
for a time.
advertising arcade machine releases of like latest mixes of DDR just to get people to show up because it's like we got it.
Right.
Like they dedicated an entire wing of Family Fun arcades
Yes,
to DDR
yes,
machines,
yes, we know.
which I own one of them now.
They had fucking glass
This is-
walls.
this is
People
weird.
outside could
'Cause I
see
know
them,
it has
but
to
not
be
see
like
them
this.
here.
I know it's
And
like
there
this.
was an entire group of smelly motherfuckers who were in that back there,
Oh, yeah.
who would fucking dance and not. I mean, you couldn't shower because you were still there, and they were drenched in sweat, going back and forth on a DDR machine.
This is Steve.
And
This is a video game that is getting people
And the-
physically active as fuck.
and the fucking the piano game was right there, right next to it.
I'm aware.
And the motherfuckers who were playing the piano games were like, God damn it, you could smell the
I am fucking aware.
Oh, that's
right
nasty.
The
there.
thing is too, like
That's
DDR,
crazy.
DDR started a new thing. There's that new dance game that has like the floor
Use
all
your
lit
feet
up.
and not your hands.
Yeah, like it has. There's a new one where like people shuffle and shit like
Oh
that.
no, it's the entire floor.
It's the entire
Yeah,
floor.
it's actually new to
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Yeah.
the bowling thing.
And it's like-
I think it's this doesn't dictate.
It's still.
Yeah, what is it called?
The circle.
So yeah,
That's what
and my
I'm
whole thing
confused.
too, where it's just like and like Hogan is a
Separate.
fucking
So if
piece
you were
of
to
doo-doo.
draw a circle here?
But I'm like, yeah, but it's like Pac-Man is Hogan, and then freaking DDR is Stone Cold. It's like, hey, I started the thing, and I hit, and then here's the next generation. Like I could say that.
The Undertaker.
The Undertaker.
And then to DDR stories, like we know Steve didn't play a lot of DDR because he was always apathetic about it. And it's like I get it.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm never into it.
Yeah.
Kenny definitely was around when it.
I did. I played. I was
Yeah, I
like,
get it
sucked
now.
at it, but I
actually-
still
I
liked it.
actually
So if it's
enjoyed,
higher, let's say it's higher. right?
The other one more.
Pump It Up.
Pump It Up. I jumped into that more.
Yeah, it had Pump It Up had more modern music.
And I was just about to say that I think I would have gravitated more towards
Pump It Up?
DDR if it had some more like just more modern.
DDR like introduced the world to Europop as well.
Yes.
It created like
DDR.
a music genre that was extremely. The only reason that shit was in that game is because the music licenses were cheap as fuck. So they were like, oh, we have all these dance songs that cost nothing. Let's just get them all.
Kenny.
And now we created like a giant genre of music.
Yeah.
Kenny, are you swaying on this or no?
Like I can kind of see like my argument, like like okay, I'll say, Pac-Man is Macho Man Randy Savage.
Here's the one thing though, Kenny. If you want to actually follow up on your word here,
And
this is a true arcade experience.
yes, that's also true. That's also true.
Pac-Man, it can be replicated perfectly at home without any really change.
Having a dance mat is neat, but it's not the same.
It's not the same. And the thing is to like get the real dance pads, like they were expensive as hell.
Oh, yeah.
They would have like the plastic ones, but the plastic ones suck, and you had to tape them. Then they had like the plastic ones,
Yeah.
and
It-
it's a
of
arcade.
Literally of everything
Yeah.
we have described, it's also a skill expression game. Like it lets you express yourself in ways that can be impressive. Like there has never been an arcade game that you can see like a general public go up and watch somebody playing like
Yeah.
Dance Dance Revolution and go, holy fuck, look at this shit. And it will like
Yeah, and it was even like you would go to like anime conventions, and then like there were anime
Crowds of
guys,
people around
and
this
anime
shit.
guys. at the
I
conventions and shit.
have a story. It was from fucking high school. Two guys from fucking high school that I knew had decided to join a tournament that was being displayed at CISA.
yeah.
They went.
C-Sun.
Yeah.
C-Sun had DDR and Beatmania.
Yep.
C-Sun had
So,
Beatmania and the smaller arcade.
DDR was in every arcade at this point.
They went to CSUN to join this tournament, and it was a DDR tournament, right? So, at the tournament, every player went there and went for the highest score. They all did they all went crazy and they did shit like that. They all killed it. High scores, everything
Yeah.
that shit. The two guys from my high school went on there and didn't go for the score. They
Went for
played.
style points.
They went for style points. They played like one of like the famous songs, and they were just like this. Oh, dude,
It's a talent show.
And they did all that, and they instantly won the title.
Yeah,
Nobody
it's a talent show, bro.
Nobody gave a shit about the highest score from all the other players that were just better at that shit. Like they were just having fun, and they killed it, and everybody loved them.
Yep.
So DDR definitely has that cultural aesthetic to it that isn't really resonated in the arcades, because everything in the arcades, all of these games come down to high score.
Yeah.
Are beating the game the fastest time. Dance
Pure
Dance
skill
Revolution.
expression, yeah.
Dance Revolution is just its own beast in its own frame, mind frame.
Yeah.
And I get
Why
it.
does
I get
it
it.
bother me though? I don't
It's
understand
iconic.
it.
It's fucking iconic. And you guys cheated me out of Street Fighter fucking 2 when you know goddamn well Soul Calibur is not the greatest fucking fighting game. What the fuck is wrong with you? How the hell did Street Fighter 2 not make it to the top one is beyond my fucking... You fucking
I wasn't
sold me
there.
out.
I
What, you know what I'm
wasn't
saying?
there.
They fucking argue
would've voted for
Soul
Soul
Calibur, guys. Soul Calibur was the greatest fighting... What
Hey.
the fuck is
Shut
that
up,
shit?
Simmons. You
It
would've-
was the
you
worst
would've easily voted.
fucking shit I've ever seen. That was the worst top 10. The worst top 10. And now we're here this what the
Dude,
what the fuck?
It's been so long that we'll see if it happens again.
Oh yeah, it should.
It will
It
happen
should.
again.
The fuck was that?
Here's my one argument. Okay.
Holy fuck!
You want to win. Like,
I don't want to win.
One at a time.
I want fucking
So,
logic.
Wait.
Logic.
Blazing. After you play this game, you're healthier.
What?
After you play this game, you're a physically healthier human being.
I'm sure.
We already
No,
did
like,
the top
you,
three.
you stand the shit out of this.
Yes, I did.
Where it's like, I want to become healthier without having to like hurt yourself and work out and do all this
I
stuff.
know.
Right? I want to play
No,
a game and
but-
enjoy myself and get more healthy and strong.
My thing was that I wanted to play a game.
Also, the question is, does it
that
hinge on
actually-
here or
because
does
when
it
I'm
hinge on
working
here?
out, I'm bored out of my mind. I'm just doing this.
doing reps. Yeah.
I
want to have
want-
fun.
I want to
and
have fun
become
into that
healthy.
shit like that. Yes, and yes, DDR was the thing, and I gravitated towards it. but holy fuck, that game was like I just don't have no coordination.
Yeah.
And I didn't like the music.
Yeah, I guess
So-
I completely understand.
Yeah,
it will not be for everybody because it's like weird poppy dance music
Yes,
and shit.
yeah.
And Pump It Up was the opposite. Take on Me and all these like modern songs and shit. Take on Me was my favorite song in that shit.
Yeah, that's
so.
the Beethoven.
As
you know what's
somebody that
wild?
was at the epicenter of this piece of shit
Yeah.
in my junior year of high school, something like
Yeah.
that. So we're talking like the year 2000. I spent an entire summer because I just thought DDR was so crazy, hearing it on the news, and I would go because I would be embarrassed.
Ooh.
You don't want to go in front of people.
And you know
Yeah.
what's wild? Like DDR and Pac-Man are still like the top
Yeah.
in any
Oh, yeah.
arcade game. That's
Still.
like when people
They
make
have to be there.
arcades,
If they're not, it's
they
missing
have to
something.
be there.
I would get up early to go to like a random arcade in the early morning where nobody was there, so I could practice and learn what I'm doing. So I'd have to get in front of a bunch of people and embarrass myself. So I did that for like a couple of days. Then I went to the pier and I spent an entire summer in Santa Monica.
Yeah.
I one day was like a week from going home, and I was gonna jump in the shower, and I saw my legs. No body fat, right? Like zero body fat at the time, skinny as fuck.
Yeah.
My legs were just muscles over muscles over muscles. I couldn't fucking
It was a
believe it.
Rob Liefeld drawing.
I was like, it scared me. I thought there was something wrong with me because I was not like exercising. I was just playing a video game. Like, dude,
I'm
to
wasting
see, like,
time.
this shit
I'm not even
cat
drawing. I'm just
over
trying to
here,
fucking
yeah.
figure this out.
bleeding, and I was like, what the fuck?
I was looking at his
Holy
glutes.
shit! Like I was like, what is that?
Look at my glutes.
And it went away promptly as soon as I stopped playing because it was never the intent. But I couldn't believe it. It legit did that. I'm just playing a game, and my legs got buff as fuck playing that shit. And it's also like communal. It's every like I know a community of people.
Well, also-
I introduced Simmons to
also-
it. We went DDR hopping all over.
Well, the thing is, you're gonna vote it because your wife fell in love with you playing DDR. Like,
That wasn't the moment.
Look at him. Look how.
She didn't know what it was, but she was definitely. I definitely impressed at least two girls that I knew with the fact that this guy, like, it was that perfect moment of like nobody knows what the fuck this shit. Look how crazy that is. Like, yeah, it looks like crazy. Let me try it out. Just fucking tear this shit up and not even have to look at the screen. And they're like, damn, you're pretty good at that. Like, yeah, but
Technically,
so, yeah, that's
why
special.
does it?
Well, there was two
was
fevers.
special.
There was
That's
Pac-Man
Because
fever and
it's
there was
in
DDR fever.
perspective. That's
That's
why.
right,
There
guys.
was two fevers.
You hear that DDR is like the modern.
You want to
Pac-Man
get
fever.
You want to get the bitches. You got to play some
Macho
DDR.
Man,
Not
Randy
anymore.
Savage.
Not
You wanna
anymore.
get some bitches.
I'll be real.
DDR boys.
The cool factor of this,
That's 5 years ago.
the cool factor of this after like nearly 25 years isn't nearly as cool.
It's
We got the tech.
Macho Man, Randy
We got the
Savage,
tech.
and then Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh shit, man.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I just think DDR is like the goat.
No, are you writing this down, guys?
I mean, if you, yeah,
That
fine.
DDR game up.
I'm willing to say Daytona for 3, but I'll say Pac-Man 2. That's where I stand. I stand DDR, Pac-Man, Daytona.
How do you
And I
know
think
the
everyone's fine with
answer to
Daytona
it?
3.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Nobody's
What?
arguing Daytona high.
Oh, I think I'm just tired.
You gotta put extra A's.
Let's go away. Are we good with Pac-Man 2?
They're both my picks, so.
Denise is happy that he wins.
By you, Steve.
The question
Steve
is
loves
half.
Hey, Steve
Let's
knows
say it's
Pac-Man's
perfectly
iconic.
half.
But he also knows where he's at.
This man
Then,
spent
if
15
that's
minutes
the
explaining
case-
why DDR is fucking
Look, my thing boils down to this. Boils down to this. Boils down to
It's
this.
a revolution
DDR is a true arcade experience that cannot be replicated
in every single way.
That's true. That's true.
In
That's
every
true.
way.
It has
And
that.
that's why I give it like a number 1 because it's like there was a plastic pad that you could buy, but it sucked.
Just as a
and there was like
perspective-
another pad that you had to buy that was
Yeah.
almost as much as the unit itself.
I imported the plastic pad for
Yeah.
Dreamcast with Second Mix, and this was like after I was obsessed with this shit. And I was like, I gotta keep playing it. And the pad was ass. I gave myself shin splints because you would just slide around all over the place. I was like, fuck, dude, my legs just hurt. So I would like mount it to a bulletin board. And I was the guy who had the mounted DDR pad to a bulletin board that was
Well,
on
I
top
mean,
of my
the
240
habit is
SX,
like this,
where me and
which
my
is not
friend
right.
would have our hands just holding this shit down in our
should
mountain
be
town,
kinda that
driving this shit
way.
around to
Oh my
friends' parties
God.
and shit. Holding it because it won't fit inside the car. The car's small.
Yeah.
Then when we would drive it to a friend's house and then play it, right? You know what's wild They made a
That's
movie
still
about it.
technically not
Yes.
wrong. Like, that's
Yeah.
not right
It
either.
was cheesy as fuck.
They made a movie.
It was
about
super
It was
cheesy.
called the FP.
Yeah.
And the film.
South Park even made a joke about it.
It was
South Park had the guy like, oh, they had a dance contest, and then the Asian guy's like, oh, I can only do DDR.
The movie
And they
came
had the
out
duck.
like several years after I had moved away, but somebody else went through the exact same fucking experience I did and created a gang war DDR movie
Yeah.
about the place that I grew up in and
Yeah.
filmed it there.
That's so
I
funny.
felt like I fucking lived this. This is really weird.
It was
Like,
very bizarre.
this
In Grandma's Boy, it was in Grandma's Boy.
See, here's the thing. You get if you become a pro at DDR, you get really healthy. You become a pro at Pac-Man, you turn into an asshole selling barbecue sauce.
Damn.
And as perspective, where it's like, yeah, DDR has been around for so long, so it's kind of like lame now. It's not nearly as cool as it used to be. I get it.
Yeah.
But when I got good at this, and I was playing the shit out of it, and playing it with people, you didn't have to look at the screen. So you can just like freestyle moves.
Right.
We would go to Santa Monica Pier with DDR 1. And then that's where my hangout spot was for the game, and all the people would go down there and play. And we would have bets who could make the most money that day. Because tourists would walk by, see the thing they'd never seen before, you put on a big fucking show, all these tourists that are walking down would stop.
Would you have a tip cup?
No, they would just give you money. What the fuck? Yeah, I got like $5 from a person here, like $10 there.
Oh shit.
Like legit, they would just give you money.
What?
Because they would see this cool show happen. You do 3 songs and you're sweating like a pig.
They think you work there.
Yeah, they're like, oh shit. People would just tip you, and the other people that were dancers and shit that were much better that I
Yeah.
learned from, yeah, they get a ton. They get like $50 on a really good song. Because they would duo with each other.
Well,
And then I'm like, so where do you guys live? And they're like, oh, we actually work at a theater.
Yeah.
And they're like, we just love this. And I was like, they're like 21, and I was like 16.
Yeah.
It was fucking crazy. Like this was my childhood. Like
Yeah.
this game was a huge part. I introduced Simmons to it. I met a ton of friends.
Hell
We used to
yeah.
go to anime conventions and fucking play this.
Anime conventions, I remember that shit
God,
as being a thing, dude. We go to like Anime Expo, especially when it was
Do
in
you
Long
remember-
Beach.
This is a terrible memory.
Oh God, what's gonna happen?
It's DDR anime convention. They just gave me this terrible memory.
Oh no.
We're outside. We're in Long Beach Convention Center.
Okay, that's where it was.
We're waiting outside on like this like concrete pier.
You nerds were
I
playing
think-
that. Me and Steve
I
were
think-
doming up people in what you call it, Capcom vs SNK. We did that at Zangief and Ryu. We did that at the convention in Long Beach.
What happened at the Long Beach AX?
Yeah, dude. So we were waiting in line.
We were probably at the same one at the same time.
And we're waiting, I believe, for Blood the Last Vampire.
Yes, we were.
That was the first year.
It's a 25 minute thing. Yeah.
For some reason, they I think it was either a Hilton or a Hyatt, right next to the pier, the official hotel connected to the Long Beach Convention Center.
Yeah.
They put the DDR machines right in the glass windows.
Yes.
And everyone was just sitting there waiting on looking because some chick dressed as Tifa
With her,
from
yes.
Final
I
Fantasy
fucking
VII
remember this.
got up and was playing DDR on this glass window in front of every
it was like,
lonely
I love
weeb on the
video
bridge.
games.
Oh man, what am I doing?
And I was like, okay.
Very authentic cosplay, I would
Yeah.
say. Damn. She knew what she had, and she was ready to go. Anyway.
No, yeah, but you know what's funny?
I'm like, yeah, I
me
remember
and
that,
Steve
but-
were probably at that convention too because we went all the way to Long Beach and we were like destroying people in CVS.
That evening concluded, Simmons, with after Blood, we ran into these 2 chicks and hung out with them a whole bunch, and then just went home.
And then just went home.
I didn't even get there. So fucking dumb. Like, we were like young. We're like 17, 18 or some shit. So fucking dumb. And just, they were cute too.
All right, see you later.
Got it. We're like, this is so stupid.
See you later.
Legit dumb. It was
No, they were just like, oh, well, that was fun. See you later.
Like, I had a
That's
great time
funny.
with all this shit. Goddamn.
You guys are
That,
like,
that happened more than once to me too.
you guys are like big gulps, huh? All right, see you later.
Great. Oh, Jesus.
I mean, I was like that too. I was just
Anyway.
plenty of moments like that.
DDR.
I was like that
DDR,
too.
I just think it's the best arcade game ever made. I personally do.
It's an arcade experience that's arcadey as
That's
fuck.
funny.
You can try to have some home versions, but it just won't.
It'll never replicate what that was at the time.
Yeah.
Like those DDRs now, they're cool. People still play them. There's still communities and shit, but like.
Oh, absolutely. You go to round 1,
Oh, yeah.
and there's people still hanging out
Yep.
at some of the DDR
It's a
machines.
forever game.
But
But how old are they?
They're younger.
They're younger.
They're younger.
Yeah, no,
They're
I
younger.
guess
Absolutely
younger.
younger. And but the other one too. That's the light up screen that has the
People
arrows.
got the knees for this shit anymore. If you still
That's what I'm saying.
I have knees for
Like,
this,
who the
dude.
fuck are they?
Trust me, I have a machine.
Yeah.
Like my knees are like, god
Yeah,
damn.
like, yeah, they're like, yeah, you ain't doing this no more. You're like, okay, never mind. I tried.
There's still like DDR crews at round one. You go to round one, but then there's the new DDR. It's the shuffle one.
Oh yeah.
The one.
No, you see them. I see
Yeah, both.
the crowds that they're
Yeah.
going in and out at round ones. But yeah, this is an okay.
What's DDR? Oh, some people don't know what that stands for. It's Dance Dance Revolution.
What?
I mean, I understand if you're somewhat newer and you haven't seen it, but it's Dance Dance Revolution.
What?
There's the big dance pack.
And then,
game.
well, the thing is, Dance Dance Revolution started every other rhythm game in the arcade.
Pretty much.
All the other ones, like
all
the
the
other
other
ones,
games,
all the
they're
other.
called Bimani.
Bimani, yeah.
The drum games.
Guitar Hero came after, right?
The thing is, if it's attached to
was
it,
the Japanese. I think
God,
Bimania
this is so
like
confusing to me. I
first.
don't know why.
But like DDR was the one that we got first and like took off over here.
Oh, no, I think they got DDR first. I'm pretty sure they did.
I don't know. Retro
might be
is a-
some
Technically, it should be
Retro,
like
where are
this.
you? You know this. You're like a
What, that
you're
19-year-old
like
kid?
a turbo weave for Bimani stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
All around the world is the big mania.
Yeah, the DDR also introduced me to music I didn't even realize existed. And it was like, I still listen to it.
DDR came second. That's what I thought.
Wow,
Bimania
Beatmania.
predates That's in Japan.
Yeah.
That's why it
In
looks
Japan.
weird.
Beatmania
Because
is
it's in
not
perspective.
the beatbox game?
It's warped.
Beatmania
No,
is
the
DJ.
rap
It is the
DJ.
DJ.
DJ game with the
Wow.
turntable.
The 5 buttons in the
Yeah,
turntable.
it is. Yeah, Steve had it over there.
Because it's warped.
You guys destroyed it.
I mean,
But to be fair,
Beatmania was like the Shenmue to, the Yakuza.
Absolutely.
It walked so that DDR could like become the biggest.
So you're saying that I won then?
I'm
Yes.
saying there's a reason it's up.
Making you the
Right,
victor.
so I just won because
I mean,
I
you definitely did. In
Yeah.
spirit, I
Right,
think.
yeah, because I would
DDR.
it literally wouldn't exist.
spirit.
It literally would not
It
exist.
won your
if it wasn't
spirit.
for fucking
It
idiots.
won-
Steve,
it
well,
won
There you
spirit.
go. There, I just did it.
Yeah,
I just did it, guys.
They can crush your
There
body.
it is.
They can
There
crush,
it is.
They can crush your body, but they'll
So just erase it. But
Oh my
but
God,
spirit.
dude, what am I
That's just right here.
doing?
It says Beat Mania.
Oh, my spirit.
Right here. There
my
it is.
spirit.
Because there's no chance. There's no chance. And when there's
See that,
That
Steve?
actually
there
ended
you go.
okay.
There you go.
We're not all at each other's throats in the end here.
Yeah.
I think Daytona getting to let's just break it down.
Yeah, what was
Number
what's the
10 best arcade games of all time. Not
Time.
fighting games.
Not fighting games.
Not fighting
fighting.
games. Time Crisis 2. Number 10.
This way.
NFL Blitz. Number 9. Number 8. Crazy
Taxi.
Number 7. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Number 6. House of the Dead. Number 5. Initial D. Number 4. NBA Jam. Number 3. Daytona USA. Number 2. Hack Dash Man. And number 1. Dance Dance Revolution.
Hey.
I think it's a good list.
That's a great list.
It's a good list.
A lot of those are mine.
I want to play some.
Yes.
I want to play some of these
Kenny
games.
won.
DDR.
We're gonna play Blitz soon, bro.
Like, I want to see. I
Mine.
want to know what you guys talk about. We can't. We can't. There's no port of this anywhere.
No, it's not.
Mine.
F-Zero.
Yeah, it's a
Mine.
version of the game on GameCube.
Oh, well, there you go.
Making me the victor.
Also on Switch.
No,
too.
you don't have. You are not on motion.
Thank you, Sergio.
It's just with the global controller.
Yeah, but you said there's a better version. You just said there's a better version on
Yeah, no, it's a more complete
Well, it's
version
more
of the
complete
game.
because there's more tracks on the game.
It just
T-ball, yeah.
it doesn't control like the crease.
Most of these are mine,
Oh,
Chad.
but
Thank
yeah,
you.
We have to be. Yeah, we can't do that.
We could. It's on Xbox.
Yeah, but not 4-player here.
No, we could play it online and
Yeah.
and people can jump on.
Yeah.
It still works.
Mine.
Oh my God, what can we play, man?
Outrun 2. These people need to know.
Mine.
Why am I struggling? It doesn't even matter.
He said it in the Wesker react to it, because like a lot of people were saying it, like it was already immediately,
At the time, Neo gaffed.
like yeah, it was all immediately getting like everyone was saying it, and then I said it as doing more as a nod to them, and then apparently we heard somehow that joke made it up to Capcom proper, and they were and then they were like, their response was like their response is basically the equivalent of some fucking Americans. Why does it always devolve into sex with you? Like something
Fucking Americans.
Fucking Americans. Why is it always about sex? And I remember when we heard that, and then Wesker was like, "Oh, we're the weird ones." Like, we're weird.
Oh, we're the weird.
We're the
Yeah,
weird
yeah.
ones. It's like
Fair.
he was like, with all that tentacle stuff, we're the weird ones.
The cool thing about RE6, which I think we should probably do at some point after we play through the main campaign, is that we can play a little bit of Mercenaries. Make sure we have all the DLC and shit. We can play through Mercenaries because it's the best part of the game, Mercenaries, because the combat of the game is genuinely cool. But the problem is that you just don't really get to utilize much of it in the story, or any reason to do it. Yeah. There's a lot of really neat things you can do.
Okay, I get
but
it. I mean,
Mercenaries is where it actually
fuck,
wants you
dude,
to
you have a
utilize
habit of
Is
just
it like a Devil May Cry 2 situation?
you already
where,
know
like,
it, and
you do a
then
lot of
you
cool stuff in
confuse
that game,
yourself,
but you're
and
just better off
then
shooting,
just
like,
waste
the game
time.
doesn't support it, so you
Not
just
nearly
shoot.
as bad.
Okay.
Not nearly that bad, but still, yeah. There is some very
Because
cool
this
things
doesn't
mechanically
mean
that
it's
you
in the
can do.
middle.
It's just that
It really
the main
doesn't.
scenario never really presents that.
Because it's not
You
a
just sort of go
perfect
through it.
square.
And it's like, okay, is it entertaining? It's entertaining, but yeah, it's not nearly as bad as DMC2. Jake has some really interesting shit. Like when he plays Jake and Sherry.
Which one's Jake again? I don't know if I
Jake
know
is
that one.
Wesker's son.
Oh, I don't
His
think I
campaign
played.
was Sherry Birkin, who's also grown up
Okay.
and hot now.
Okay.
That's-
Wait, how long has it been? Was she like 10 or something?
No, she's definitely in her early 20s or something now.
No, I know, but in RE2, how long has it been? I thought RE2, wasn't she like 10 years old or something?
Yeah.
She was very young. She was like,
Yeah.
That was like 1988.
Oh.
and this is like 2012.
Yeah,
So she's like 21.
Oh, okay.
So she was 12 and 2. Yeah, so she's in her mid 20s now.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then Jake exists. He has a campaign with her, and they have a nemesis. They have like a giant dickhead that chases them around.
What was his name?
Oh, fuck.
Uba Stank.
Uba Stank?
Yeah, the Uba Stonk or something.
Uba Stonk?
I was like, it sounded like
Something
It
dumb.
sounded like
Jim?
It sounded like
Utsanak.
Usanak.
Utsanak.
I was like Uba Stank.
What does that mean? What does Ustanak mean?
Usanak.
It's just kind of weird. They're like in Russia. It's kind of weird.
Oh.
I think their campaign takes place in Russia.
Ula Stank.
It's some cold ass place at the start.
Yeah, where was
Some other place in some European country or Russia.
There was like nondescript Eastern European.
some shit.
European.
Europea.
Yeah, Eastern European, nondescript, I think, and I think it's
The worst campaign of all of them is definitely Chris's.
Was it Urzikstan?
Chris and Piers, which is the new character, have a campaign together. They're like partners.
Here's a guy?
He's a dude. Yeah, he's a
Okay.
dude. He's like a rookie-ish kind of young BSAA guy.
Okay.
And their campaign is trash.
Dude, I don't think. Wait. I've heard people mention the word named Jake. People have mentioned shaving before I played RE5. I don't think I've ever heard anyone ever talk about Piers.
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 Like a peer.
Is he like super? He must be
Piers
super
Morgan.
forgettable. I don't think I've ever heard anyone bring that dude
forgettable.
up.
It's pretty forgettable.
Unless
Chad, is there any Piers lover in chat? Was he like
Not Pierce. Piers.
Piers.
Piers. Yeah.
Piers? Hey,
Piers
Piers
Morgan.
lover, do you guys feel like Piers needs to come back at some point? He's the character that needs to come back.
Well, let's just stop right there.
let me
Let's
tell
just
you.
hold off right there.
He is actually very popular in the Yaoi community. I'm not joking. I'm not just pulling your leg or whatever. I'm like, no, he's actually very, very popular in a certain section of
With Chris? Do
yes.
they punch boulders together?
Kind of. You can think of it like that.
Do they punch each other's boulders together?
Probably. Probably.
Now
But,
we're talking.
What's yaoi?
yes.
Oh.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, so we got to go through we got to go through RE6. I won't mind it. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be for a fun stream. Chat, you want to see that? You want to see me effectively? I don't remember shit. So it's like, let me guide you. Most of this game is escape my brain other than.
You played RE5 like a few times before you played it with me, and even then we were both like, how do we kill Wesker again?
Yeah, I didn't remember that specifically, yeah. At least with RE6, it's like I remember some plot points and some areas that you go to. You guys looking forward to that? That'd be fun. Better you than me. RE6 is like 15 hours. No, dude, one campaign, maybe all the campaigns are 15 hours, but like one character campaign, if I just did Leon, that is 2 streams tops. Like, probably could get it done in one. I don't really think there's a reason we couldn't.
You would not get all of RE6 done.
No, we're just doing Leon.
You could do all. You could probably do
That's what I'm saying, is that like, that's like 6 to 7 hours. You know,
Thing is,
depending on
it's
what
like
we're talking
right
about.
here.
Depending, yeah.
So, the farting boob monster.
Yeah.
What?
Farting boob monster in the church.
Now you're spoiling things.
No, are we? Could that be true or not? Dude, do you guys remember the huge vagina turkey in the China level? The massive vagina turkey when you go to China. And then he made the vagina China.
Did he queef on you? Maybe.
Am I telling the truth or not? You don't know.
Every time I gobbled, it queefed.
You don't know. Do you guys remember the part where Simmons literally tried to make out with Ada? You guys remember that? Am I telling the truth? You don't know.
Simmons?
Yeah, Simmons.
Wait,
Simmons tries to make out with Ada.
I don't know.
Simmons got a massive hard-on for Ada in this story.
Yeah.
Am I telling the truth? Nico doesn't know. Look at his bewilderment. Look at that shit. Anyway, and then I'm gonna obviously the thing that I have to do. I gotta play through RE4 remake with the randomizer. Simmons, I'll set this up at your fucking house.
Right.
I will do this. I want this content, bitch. I will go to your house. If you don't already have REHD set up, I'll get it set up for you. RE4 PC HD, yes. OG, yes. RE4 OG PC HD. And if you need help with I think it's the BioRand randomizer, you gotta play through OG RE4 randomized. That game I would not.
RE4 or what?
Or RE4.
4?
Yes. I would not recommend RE4 randomized to anyone unless you have played RE4 a lot.
Okay.
And if you've played it a lot, holy shit, that shit gets bad funny, dude.
It's really funny.
There's a term that eventually became from when we played it, and the term was bird health. Oh my god, one of these enemies, and like, holy fuck, there's 6 Krausers coming at you. Wait, they have bird health. They all die. Like, really funny shit can happen as a result of it. So it's like,
randomizers are just a beautiful, wonderful, contentful thing.
yeah, I will get you the tools for it to set it up. You'll have a great time.
I mean, I got the HD.
You're already halfway through.
Sure, I'm trying.
Dude, you know what I did? When I did, I played through RE1 HD for the first time. I did it with Jill, and then a few years later I came back to it. I did Chris decide, but that time I was like, you know what? I'm gonna randomize it. I'm gonna randomize everything.
Yeah.
I randomized the enemies.
The doors.
I randomized the
doors are intense.
The doors. I randomized all of the items. So like at the beginning, I walked upstairs and there were sharks swimming around
In the banister,
in the
yeah.
floor upstairs, and like, but dude, it was hard because you have to remember where things are and where the doors are. But I did it. I beat it. It actually didn't take as long as I thought it would, but it was mad fucking fun, dude. Even randomized everything.
Randomizers sound like the fever.
Yeah.
Let me send you guys this one clip of like the best randomizer experience I had was BioRand with RE2 remake. I'm sorry, OG RE2 BioRand, which is like the PC version, and they've done the same thing for whatever ones had PC versions, RE3, RE2, RE1. So they all have BioRands, which are like, have fun, and you can change characters. You can just put Wesker into RE1 or RE2. It just brings lines over from other games. Conversations are randomized, like everything. Let me see if I can find the clip. Hold on, because Jorge made like a little intro for it. RE2 Rando. Dude. Harky. Hold on. Is this the one with the clip? I think Jorge made like a completely separate.
And my sister. What? Take it easy. Hey, is Steve with you? Have you seen anyone named Claire?
Like, it's genuine. This isn't the full clip. I think it was actually at the year-end compilation, but like the text, the god.
Raider games, right? Yeah, red is just your current location. All right. Moving along.
Love Leon's run.
I'm assuming that moth outside isn't gonna like fire, right?
I'm hungry. Oh, I seriously gotta
Like
eat something.
fire.
Tell me this is a good moment. God damn it. Unreliable YouTube.
I'm gonna really love that part, Max.
Marvin?
coffee.
Sit. Sit. Be working.
Right. The valve is always
This
super
isn't it.
important.
Bitch ass YouTube. Hold on a second. Was it 2023? God damn it. I don't remember. Chad, is it 2024 or 2023, the one where Jorge made the RE2 randomizer shit? We know? Oh, it's the Max randomizer? Hold on a second. RE2. 22? Bullshit. I think this is it.
What's up?
This is it. Me and this shit.
Okay.
What's up, dudes? Max here. The world's gone to hell. Zombies are everywhere. I'm likely gonna die.
What the fuck?
Holy shit! Whoa, 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 whoa! Goddamn, bro! God, shoot it! Shoot it!
Oh, I'm
You know
hungry,
what?
dude.
This might be a controversial opinion. Oh my god, they're doing this.
Couldn't understand this.
I can just leave.
Now I do.
We can't leave yet. Kiss my ass. Kiss. I'm in a cutscene and he's coming towards me. I'm in a cutscene and he's coming towards me. I'm in a cutscene and he's coming towards me. Cutscene in the cutscene. I got hit in the cutscene. I got hit in the cutscene. I got hit in the cutscene. Very much unfair. Very unfair.
It was fucking. This one was extra crazy because I think I said it's like ultra randomized.
Because
shit,
if this is like,
which was a lot of stuff.
Yes. No? Did we leave something on the floor there?
Also, music randomized.
Yes, the best song in all of Resident Evil.
I think it might be in the room.
Oh yeah,
Ethan, you're making this playthrough
Ethan, characters just show up.
significantly more
in a
difficult than
case
it
it's
was.
like
This is just hanging out.
perfectly half a circle.
He doesn't have a face.
Down face.
He doesn't have a face.
Like characters just be there.
Oh, he's your little friend. He loves you.
Start blasting, bro!
The thing is, I get the wheel
Is
though,
Ethan gonna help
but
shoot
it's
you?
like,
Zombie hugs.
Oh yeah. Oh, he does help.
No more
It
zombies.
legit is like a
What the
wild
fuck am I
experience.
saying? What?
No, you know what, yeah.
Apparently there's gonna be...
What the hell?
This is the special
I mean,
event.
technically,
Just a normal stone-built citizen. Did a spider just walk through the door and is invisible? Annette?
What the hell was that?
It opened. And you just walk in at times. Like, I mean, when you think it's happening.
Did he leave? He's like, he's not in here. Max, is that you?
It's so crazy, dude. It's legit insane.
look, if technically,
Get the fuck out of here. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
I'm getting out.
It's like, what's happening?
Out of here. Oh.
Dude, the fact that they can like change all the cutscenes in the game to like
It's
random,
really
that's so funny. It's so funny.
Every single key, I'm just gonna gun it to the end of the
it
game.
technically needs to be like this.
But I get to this one moment. There's some weird shit going on.
His ass.
All personnel.
This.
Self-destruct sequence engaged. All personnel are to evacuate immediately.
Excuse me, man, this is a Denny's.
Right.
Nothing happens.
Like, it's so fucking funny.
Like you're looking around, dude.
Like, what?
That's what this
Anyway,
technically
yeah,
makes sense.
BioRend is like arguably one of the greatest things that's ever happened to Resident Evil. Like, and the amount of polish they put into it so that it doesn't like crash or
Okay,
fuck up.
yeah,
Like, it
I was
works
being
really
stupid.
well.
I already knew this.
Yeah.
randomizers.
Jesus
That, like,
Christ.
you'll get it however many hours into a game, and then like something's broken logically. And
Yeah,
like, you're soft lock.
Every single good randomizer now, if they are good, has anti-soft lock, where it's like guaranteed these items have to be in this place no matter what.
And that really, like, to be able to pull that off, these guys would have to understand, like, the fundamentals of what this fucking game is, and how, like, that's like that. You know the inner workings to, like,
No matter what, the diamond key has to be here.
Yeah.
Like if you've gotten everything and it's a weird shit, the diamond key has to be here. And I think similar people made. I did an RE2 remake randomizer run before RE4 came out. Dude, it was fucking incredible. It was so good. And the same shit, where it was like everything was designed in a way you will always make progression because the crit items will have to be here. And there's no way to lock yourself out. However, that was my blue herb run. I could not find bullets for fucking anything. And it just kept giving me, every time I would look at bullets, it would be a blue herb. And I'm like, so I just had no ammunition. Like, I had so many fucking blue herbs that would blow your mind. And then at the end of the game, I was stacked. Because all the bullets were at the end of the game. And I was like, I could still kill monsters. Like, I still had, like, higher damaging weapons and shit, but it was just like, I just had some ammunition, you fucking game. Like, it just wouldn't give it to me until the final chapter. Like, that's the stuff that's actually genuinely fun. Like, if you understand how the game works, and it's like, okay, your crit path is going to be altered. Like, you're gonna have to solve a Resident Evil game in a different way. Outside of the traditional, I just go here, run here, go I run over here, do this, like I really enjoyed that aspect of it. That was really cool. So, anyway. My randomizer is in a much better place now, and it's great. Yeah, like, most of these RE randomizers are wonderful, dude. RE4 rando, no pistol run, you can set it up. It's possible to set that shit up, and you just start off with no pistol. You just get, like, a knife.
You know, I wonder if there would be a point in the future where even the remade games get this shit, like, we switched out the character models, we switched out
that was funny.
Dude, like, even if they kept in the same rigs for characters, but they just kept learn put a new skin on them, so they're like really like terrifying.
These dudes had such a good handle on it that no shit, I commissioned somebody to make Akuma real, and that shit happened.
Yeah, I remember.
Where somebody literally gave Akuma a moveset, and he played through a mini campaign, like a hunk campaign.
Yeah, like a Pro Survivor.
And it actually played legit well. And it had a wild fucking ending.
Yeah,
like, I don't know if you saw what it was.
Right into the ending. Right now you did that.
He eventually makes his way all the way back up like Hunk does, and you get to the opening sequence where Leon has the big burning car and everything.
Oh my god, I'm
and
so
when you
hungry
get there,
right now, dude.
he stops, and Akuma sits there, and he can't do anything, and a cutscene happens, and you hear in the background, Nanashini Nanada. And Akuma's like, oh. And it cuts over and it's Kazuya's PS1 model.
from Tekken
And the other was like, what is somebody gonna do? And they're like, and they run at each other, the Tekken music keeps going, and it goes to credits.
The funny thing,
I'm like, what the fuck?
It wasn't his Tekken 3, it was his Tekken 1.
Because they look the same next to each other.
It was awesome.
It was cinema. I could not believe what I was looking at. So, like, Mod was just they made the fake, my fake Easter egg that I wanted to be real, they made it real, and they put in this fighting game references. And
who originally came up with that fake Easter egg?
That one was, Chad will let me know who it was.
EGM2, wasn't it? That did the, are you talking about
the OG Easter egg was EGM2.
EGM2 for
It was an April Fool. Was it April
Yeah,
Fool's joke?
it was an April Fool's joke that got almost in trouble.
And here's the thing, Chad. When I paid for that, the idea was that it's completely free. You can go download it now for BioRand. It's the same shit. You can play through RE2 and play specifically the Akuma campaign if you download it. And it's like, it's legit fun. Akuma just punches and throws fireballs and shit. So he's like legit, and he teleports when he backdashes. He goes, he does this like goofy backwards teleport. Anyway. So yeah, with that all being said, I guess we can straight talk about it. I can answer any questions. I played like 3.5 hours of RE9. About 3.5. And 3 of those hours were Grace. And about half an hour was Leon. Leon's portions were significantly shorter. It wasn't like they were the end. They're like, you have to stop playing it. Like, this is it. Because there's like storage shit that's obviously about to happen.
So you're likely playing like a complete version of the game then?
Oh yeah, no, it was like we're gonna move you to a different save file.
This
Here's
wasn't like a demo made specifically for you guys. It's like, thanks for playing this cool demo we gave you.
No, this was like here's the we have save files saved.
I see.
Type of thing. This probably will not be at any events. So it's very different than the Grace demo. And yeah, the Grace demo is likely like the first thing you do in the game. One of the first things you do.
Yeah.
And then this was literally right after. Like literally, it's Grace getting pulled away from the giant monster, and then Leon shows up. You have a playable Leon section where he just goes ham on a bunch of zombies that you see in the B-roll, and then he hears screaming, and he goes to the aid of Grace, and just blows the fucking head off that crazy chain monster lady.
That's crazy. I thought that was gonna be like a big thing.
He just blows its head off.
You know what? I like that.
Yeah, it was definitely like, whoa.
I like. Part of me's like because we saw that
for so like 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months. And it's like, okay, so the new big creature's gonna stalk you. Is just this big 10-foot tall
the whole game is
nurse lady. I'm like, okay, like I guess we're just gonna have to deal with it. I'm like, it wasn't that exciting to have like another big zombie.
It was very expected. It's like, oh, we've been here before.
Yeah, it felt like, okay.
I think the thing was there was a ton of theories around that character specifically there, because like people thought it was like certain like that giant thing was chasing you was the little old lady creature from RE1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
Lisa.
Lisa. Like it's
Dude,
Lisa
there are
from back or
people
something,
immediately trying to. Is that Lisa? That's going to be Lisa Trevor, isn't
Yeah,
it? Like,
yeah.
And I was, I'm like, I didn't say anything. I'm like, okay, be excited.
Let people theorize.
Let people theorize, but part of me was like, God, RE fans, you do this to yourselves all the time. I had PTSD of RE5. People were convinced, angrily convinced that the chick in the tube was Sherry Birkin. RE5.
Oh.
They're convinced. The RE fandom could not be swayed otherwise. It's Sherry. And in RE5, and she showed up in 6. Almost part of me was like, was that just a response? to like everyone like obsessed being able to.
I think of which character that was Jill.
It was Jill.
Yeah. Okay.
It was like the first tease of Jill, and they were convinced it was Sherry.
Oh, I see.
It was blonde.
Yeah, because she had the wrong.
Yeah.
They almost did that to throw you off.
Right.
She had a different hairstyle.
And that big baby thing that was like crawling towards like I saw him. It looks like he was crawling towards Leon. And there was also before we were looking at his Grace as well.
So no, I can tell you because I played it, and that's not a thing that we can't talk about.
Okay.
I mean, it's a little spoilery, but not really. This is just the beginning of the game.
Okay.
Yeah, like Grace is eventually making her way through like the East Wing or the West Wing, like another big part of the map. And as you get to a certain spot, you see like, oh, I need that key card. And you get there and you're about to grab it, and this huge fucking creepy baby is like, nah, fuck you. It's like screaming shit. It's like, get the fuck out. Like, oh, damn, bro. And you leave.
Mad baby.
And you can't kill it. Like, it is this. Here's the interesting thing about it. People complain about pursuer stuff because it's like, dude, this is so annoying that I have to deal with this. Yeah. There's a solution for it. I don't think this has been discussed a bit. That baby completely circumvents your ability to freely walk around that area just like a Tyrant or a Mr. X or a Nemesis does. It does. However, guess what? It's so fat that it can't walk through all the doors. And you start to notice, oh, there's a specifically very small door that it goes, Rah! And it can't, and eventually loses interest and goes away. So it can't get past this one spot. So once you enter this area, you're like in freaky baby zone. It's too thick to leave. So that is how you consciously know, oh, I'm not going to have this thing suddenly up my ass. You know, like a Mr. X situation really too. You kind of know what you're looking forward to.
I noticed that with the big creature that we got in the SGF stuff too, because like there was like one room in particular, though it didn't really make sense. I don't know why she would just not follow you into this one room.
Yeah,
there was like, and like there was like a point of safety that you know, like okay, we'll probably be good in here. I don't know if it's gonna stay that way. It might have just been for demo purposes because it really wasn't. In the demo, I didn't understand why she didn't go in that room. There wasn't seem to be any reason. Like it's like she couldn't just open the door and go in. So it could have just been something like we don't want to like people who are just trying this. We don't want to get you completely fucked. So it might just go away. But
and to be honest, that isn't the only one in this opening area. There's 3 really big hurdles you have to get through that'll get you to like items that are like what you need to complete to get the fuck out of here. And each one is met by a unique challenge, a unique either giant baby. The one that I think was the most funny was the chef. And you see him in the footage where he's just like whacking at meat and you have to figure out how to get around this guy. When you come back to that area, he's not sitting in the kitchen anymore. He's like walking around and he's like, dinner time. And he walks back and he's like, idiots. He walks back, he like forgets what he was doing. So he like walks the hallways now. And he's not, he changes, he evolves.
So basically, like RE9's doing it's kind of like Day of the Dead, Land of the Dead, where like as they got further into the Dead Romero movies, the zombies started to like. Well, in those movies, they regained intelligence.
They don't regain it. They're just like, since they just turned, they still have some
like,
humanity.
Yeah, like you Land of the Dead, especially like zombies would be like they like a band member zombie would be sitting like at this like still just playing. You know, whatever
that happens.
Whatever. You know, they're kind of like doing their remedial things. Like someone who's like a gas station attendant was like, you know, trying to like. You know, stuff like that. So
every single room is zombies doing that, and they do unique things. What I kind of really liked about it was there's a lot of zombies, and none of them felt like they were duplicating at all. Like most of the creatures were like, I think I ran into a couple of maybe 2 of the siren chicks, maybe not. Maybe that was just the one. It was just the one. It actually was. And you go upstairs to like the doctor's ward. There's like a casual ward in the middle, and there's like casual people. So you go to the top, and they're doctor zombies that are like still trying to like hold still, like, you know, it'll be over soon. And she has like a big syringe and shit, like, and it's like, whoa, okay. You're like, yeah, they were unique to each area. I went into an office, like into a room in an office, and I was solving a puzzle. And this guy fucking popped out of nowhere and was like, "You're fired." And I was like, "Oh!" And he started munching on some shit. And he's like, you know, take it up with HR or some shit. And then he just pulls out like a wine bottle and throws it at me. And then I'm like, you missed. And he goes, "Rrr." And he pulls out I audibly laughed out loud. I was like, what the fuck? So like some of those moments were like genuinely like every single place I go to is unique.
That's actually pretty crazy.
It was really like, if the rest of the game remains on this quality, this will be nuts.
That's kind of insane to imagine that they... Yeah, because like, if every single zombie is unique, that means there's no like, yes, you know, this is the crawler or something. This is this time, you know, like, because then everyone's doing like their own thing. They have their own moveset.
I mean,
they require a different way to be taken down.
If anything, it might be a response because, and I think it's fair, for the director's last game being 7.
No enemies, bro.
Bro, there was like 3 mold types.
Three molds.
Oh yeah, and R7 was.
It was like there's a bunch of unique boss encounters, but like there's like 3 mold types.
Yeah, it feels like a direct answer to that. That was like the biggest criticism of RE7 technically, outside of the end of the game. The biggest criticism was that you just fight the same 3 or 4 goo monsters the whole time.
Right.
Like the bosses. And that's it. So it's like, oh, this is the same dude. It's the same director that got that same criticism all those years ago. This is what he's been working on since.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, yeah, so let's just fix that. Let's make a fucking shit ton of really
That would take a shit ton of resources, though. I mean, just think about that. It's like, it means that you want to like, when you're making a game, you're designing a game, you're like, all right, well, we need to add obstacles. All right, how many, like, normally you think, okay, what enemy types are we putting in here? What out of our, you know, probably, you know, 6, 7, 8, road, like, what different enemy types we're going to put in here? No, this time I'm gonna design multiple of completely different zombies for each area that's gonna act and react differently for this one spot of what could be potentially a pretty long game.
So here's the interesting part.
That's a lot of resources.
When I was playing through it, I didn't want to kill some zombies because some of them would follow you like a really long time, like through 7 rooms. I'm like, this fucker will not leave me alone. Like, he just followed me forever, like he was attracted to me or some shit. And I eventually just had to kill him. And I was like, I have to kill this guy, he keeps following me. But many of the zombies just stick to what they do. So I'm like, oh, you just do your thing. Like, for example, the light switch zombie is hilarious. He's like funny, where he wants to turn off the lights all the time.
Yeah.
So they'll just ignore you to turn off the lights. Like, you could piss him off by like continually doing it. But if you just he will prioritize turning off the lights over getting you, like at all costs. So I kept him alive the whole time. I was like, this guy could stay, and then eventually got killed by something else. So it was like, ah, you killed, god damn it. Like, I got the fuck out of there. So it was a weird relationship where I was kind of just like, I don't want to actually kill everything. Like, some things can just keep doing their thing, and they would like open up unique opportunities if I kept them alive. So it was like, okay. But then I came back with Leon, and I was like, I'm gonna kick the fuck out of all these. I'm gonna kick the shit out of all these fucking zombies. Like, so the relationship totally changed.
Do the big enemies, like the big baby, are they so basically like they seem to at least so far like exist for Leon to eventually then come in and kick them ass?
No, like no shit. When you get control of Leon again, that's his boss fight. Like, he immediately has to fight the big thing that was like preventing you from moving. And it's like, oh shit. And that's like, haven't been able to fight this thing for 3 hours. Let's fucking go. And it was like sweet relief.
Yeah, that's some catharsis.
It was very good. Like, it was genuinely, I like the moments of just like what I'm capable of after 3 hours of like tension, of just like no inventory, no this, like limited bullets, like all that. Hiding behind all this stuff, like constantly dying, because I died like 3 times in the gray section. It's like, dude, finally just being zombies and kicking the fuck out of these guys. Like, I'm going in, dude. That felt really good. It felt really good. So,
and then here's another thing you brought up that I'm like, this is interesting. And it's actually a mechanic that you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't played every RE game, so I don't actually know, but that they've seemingly added back the Crimson Head.
Oh yeah, so they're
was that any other game except from the first one?
No, it's an RE1 remake. That's it.
Even the OG RE.
It's not an OG.
Oh,
no, it's only in remake.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So yeah, they're like, they kind of explain that they're learning about this new virus type and what it's doing and how it's acting against people because it's doing weird things. And yeah, at one point, it starts warning you about like getting rid of bodies permanently because things can change. And yeah, they literally pop up with like, they have a unique, it's not a crimson head, but they have like a different type of head, like a different type of growth pops up, and they're still there. And then they're faster and they scream at you and they're more angry. So that's what happens with Crimson Heads, obviously in RE1 remake. They just like, and they come at you, right? Then immediately start running at your ass. It was kind of, I'm like, oh, these are just Crimson Heads. Like, they had a unique name for them. I can't remember what it was, but they have a thing that they do. But it's effectively the return of Crimson Heads. So
what was the thing? Did you have to light them on fire? And this?
Oh no, you get this injector that you can act as like an emergency weapon, similar to RE1, and like knives in RE2 and shit. And you can, if you get a zombie from the back that doesn't know you're there, you can inject the back of their head. And they just blow the fuck up.
Oh, that's the only way to ensure they don't come back.
They ain't come back. The only other way to make sure they don't come back is if you behead them. If they have no head.
Okay.
And
shoot them in the head.
But the heads blowing off is a chance. Just
Right.
like all the modern REs, it's a chance.
I see.
But if there's a body on the ground that is dead, you can still go to it and go, blows the fuck up. So how do you get that? You get it by killing more zombies. Like it's a blood resource.
So when you kill, like permanent kill, like you have to get the blow up thing, or like if I shot and he's seemingly dead, even if he might come back, can I still pick up his juices?
Yeah, you could.
Okay.
Yeah, you can still farm him for the blood and stuff like that. You could. It's just that unless his head's gone, he could come back. And but then one of those next times you run around this area 6 or 7 times, all of a sudden this bitch might be hiding.
Dude, I actually thought that mechanic in RE1 remake
6,
was like
7.
such a cool mechanic. I was shocked that they never brought it back again.
It's insane to me that this is the first time they brought it back since then. Like, it's the coolest thing. It's one of the coolest things.
I gotta
in
stop
RE1.
saying that.
It kind of makes sense when you kind of realize that, like, even though Zero technically came out after Remake, Zero and Remake were being made at the same time. Zero was being made before and got pushed to GameCube, yada yada. The next RE game after Remake was 4.
Yeah.
And they weren't zombies anymore. They moved on to Plagas. So it was like Plagas.
So it was the final evolution of zombies in RE1.
Right. So it was like after Remake was 4, and then 5, which are Plagas and Progenitor, and there's 6 is the C virus and stuff. So like they haven't actually really done zombies.
Actually,
Like-
sorry, I guess now that I think about it, then is that almost even confirmation that this is like, oh no, we are back to these are the OG Chinese zombies. Like they are those same types of zombies. because they have the Crimson Heads, potentially, or something akin to that. Maybe this is another way of being like, we were returning to the beginning again, right? That's the idea of returning to Raccoon City.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, it feels like it fits in that narrative, but it is a little weird, like you said, that they never brought it back, because we did RE2 remake, you know, and RE3 remake.
Right.
So they started when they went back to those remake games not too long ago. It is kind of surprising they never brought Crimson Heads back.
Yeah.
But I guess I get it from a development standpoint, where they did remake, and then it was 4, and then it was 5, then it was 6, 7. It was just like, yeah, we weren't doing zombies, you know.
Yeah.
And it is a little bit like, you know, at first when we first saw the game, I was a little bit apprehensive, where it was like, oh, we're gonna do zombies, and we're gonna be in Raccoon City, and and I don't really like the idea that, like, it almost feels kind of like not weak, but like boring. If like we ran out of ideas, just go back to Raccoon City, just go back to zombies, just do that. But they're doing something unique. They're doing something fun. Zombies have personality. They have, you know, things that they do. You know, light switching, the cook, and that's really good because it's adding something new.
It's the biggest shakeup since like RE7.
The worst thing they could do would be like, it's back in Raccoon City. You're on the outskirts, and it's just normal zombies, and there's going to be hunters, and there's going to be lickers, you know. But we're just going to make an old RE game again. And it's not even as a remake. So to me, I'm like, okay, but I want you to like move forward. When you're doing a remake like 2, and 2's amazing because that's the point of it, is to go back and relive that scenario.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want, because like I hate I don't like the idea of Resident Evil being like, it has to be in Raccoon City. It needs to have zombies.
Sure.
It needs to have the same things. It needs to be about the same plot over and over and over again. And I'm like, that kind
It's
of
not
becomes
always
boring and
necessarily
unexciting
good
when you
to
get
draw
to that
the
point.
arm
That was the fun
first.
of like other RE
I mean,
games,
the
like
hand
before. Like, what
first.
the hell is all this? You know, 7. What the hell is all this? You know,
Mm-hmm.
werewolves in it, like just having things where you don't know. The worst thing you can do in a horror game is
Be predictable.
Good idea.
be predictable. Yeah, like having the scenario and the.
And I think it almost seems like there is an awareness of that, because number one, the marketing was like trying to be unpredictable. Like they didn't want to tell us about Leon.
They wouldn't tell us anything.
They don't want to tell us anything. Like it almost is, and in the game, there were already several unpredictable things that happened as I was going through it.
Yeah, but the problem was like everything they showed, what we saw was like identifying wood. Yep, that's wood. It's like that's Resident Evil. Hey, it's
Oh
Resident
yeah, don't get me wrong. Until this demo preview, like 8 months later or some shit, wherever we're at now, 7 months later since the first showing, now it's actually changed and it comes out in a month. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, dude.
like a month in, like here's what's new or different about the game. Like, oh,
I definitely do not. This way of marketing the game has been fairly unique, and I don't know if I like it very much.
Yeah, I was definitely in the ballpark of like, I feel that the moment that Leon was revealed, everything has been at least way more interesting. The problem is that I think the stuff with Grace, that stuff, was teased a little too long. Like I think that was like they were a little too teaser.
They were trying to stretch out, which was effectively the very, very first thing you do in the game. They're trying to stretch it out, where it felt like half the game.
It was like that for like 8 months. It was basically, the problem is like, it's basically, now that we've gotten this taste of this, right? You're showing us that, okay, this is just like the first area of the game. Before that, we got a very small part of just the first area of the game, stretched out for months, months and months and months.
And the problem wasn't even, it's more than just that. It's more just the fact that what we were shown was so, okay, we are at Resident Evil 9 of like this 11th mainline game, and then there's at least 4 major remakes in there. So we're talking like, this is like the 16th, 17th major release of this franchise, right?
Not even including like Revelations and shit.
Right, not even including stuff like that. So what we were shown was not like, they weren't showing us what made the game unique. They were just showing us that it's Resident Evil.
Yeah, I know.
And like it's gonna have this scary atmosphere, and it's gonna have zombies. And it's like, but what makes it unique? What makes it 9? What makes this Resident Evil 9 not Resident Evil 1.2? You you know, or whatever.
I agree. You guys remember when they had like literally like a Capcom showcase like a few months before the Game Awards, and we're like, oh boy, can't wait to see, we're gonna see RE9. And it's like a cutscene with her and her mom like running away.
Yeah.
And then they're like, and that was it. And then there was like, we're like, what? That what?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
It's like
oh my
there's like
God.
no gameplay. It's like just walking around.
And you know, you know what the real culprit likely is for this? I think it was probably always the plan
To keep Leon a secret.
We'll keep it a secret, but I think they wanted that reveal at the Game Awards.
Mhm.
They wanted that to be.
They wanted the Leon reveal.
They wanted the Leon reveal, which is a big reveal, you know, a huge reveal. And they wanted that saved for the Game Awards. So they probably decided that ahead of time. That's the best place. That's gonna give people the most time. That's where the most eyes are gonna be. Which is like on paper, yeah, that's a good idea. But I almost feel that if that was the case, I almost think they should have saved some of that stuff. And like, they showed it off at SGF for that, you know, like the beginning of summer. I almost feel like they should have maybe waited till fall before they started like really pushing the RE9 like and start showing it off, because
I
the problem is
think
if the goal was all right, like we don't want to show much beyond the beginning of the game, so we have Brace's stuff. The problem is that there's just not a nearly enough compelling gameplay to show off from Brace's
that's pretty much
side.
it.
You know, like hell, or they could have shown off more of the like Brace getting loopy stuff.
I was always saying this. What was the most compelling aspect of RE9? The most like, whoa, that's way different. Changing perspective. The ability to manually change. Like when we were in the theater, we saw that shit for the first time. They got the biggest reaction.
Yeah.
It's like, holy shit! Whoa, first person.
First, cool.
That's crazy. Okay, wow. How does the game change from between each one? It's like, yeah, it does quite a bit. It doesn't just like change the camera. I think it changes mechanics. I think it actually legit changes like.
Actually, want to ask you. Did you during your time playing it? Did you switch to third person for Grace? Or just
Yeah,
did-
no, I played most of Grace in third person.
And then did you try?
I did not try first person in Leon.
I was
couldn't even-
curious.
I didn't even fucking think about it, dude.
Yeah, dude. I was like, what are that? You're gonna see every time he does a spin kick, your whole camera just goes.
There's got to be just like a foot that comes out.
Yeah, you just see like a singular foot and him like.
Or it pulls
smash,
out.
dude.
Yeah,
and
probably.
then zooms in.
You probably see him. It probably zooms.
We
in.
didn't have any of it in the B-roll, but like I was like, it's fucking Leon, dude. I'm gonna be staring at this dude's back for the next 7
Dude,
hours.
I kind of hope they just leave it in first person, so you just see like Leon's leg extend.
Yeah.
Like press the dude's head against the wall. You just
I
see
was
the
like,
leg come out.
holy shit.
That'd be really funny.
So yeah, I mean, I thought it was like, I was pretty glad that a lot of the other impressions, I'm like, am I this out of touch? Why is this hitting for me so hard? Like, it's really doing it for me.
Mm-hmm.
Even the Grace section was really doing it for me. So it was nice to see that a lot of the other previews came out. They said the same shit, where it's like, all right, this is really good. It's clearly the beginning of the game, but it's really goddamn good. It might be one of the best Resident Evil games out there. However, it's still just the beginning of the game. And even I made the comparison, hey, you know what? I loved what I played, but RE3 exists.
Yeah, R3.
And the RE3 demo was incredible. And the RE3 demo was exactly what I wanted out of it. And then the rest of the game was not that. As soon as the demo ended.
That demo was the only point in the
entire game where it's like that.
Where Nemesis is actually free roam chasing you.
Yep.
He never
It's
actually.
almost like when they designed the game, they knew they made that the best part, and they were like, all right, so let's just show that. And
RE3 demo got all of us, bro. It was like, damn, this game's gonna be amazing. And then you play it, you're like, oh, what the hell?
Yeah, and you realize he's just a theme park
yeah,
attraction.
just everything after that is just him in a cutscene.
Okay, so you only played a tiny bit of Leon. I actually wanted to ask, did you have any awkward moment where they told you to stop? Because I think I told some people the most awkward experience, one of the most awkward experiences I've ever had at a game show, E3, SGF, was playing the Pragmata demo.
Oh,
yeah. And they wouldn't let us fight the boss.
Right,
Yeah.
but it wasn't even just that. Okay, so for reference, there was this weird thing, and someone must have been like, someone's like whole life was on the line, or job was like, we go in and play the Pragmata demo, and they tell us, okay, the demo's of it. When you get to this point, they tell us before we go into the room to play the demo, you have to stop here, pause. We're gonna, you can't play. Cool. We get the controller in our hands, and the guy tells us one more time, right, when you get to this point, pause the game, hand it over to one of the reps, don't go beyond that, it's nothing beyond that. Okay, cool. Like, I'm playing the game, like you know, like all the controller. Like I get to the end of that elevator.
Yeah.
It's a demo you could all play right now,
Mhm.
and you were going up the elevator to fight the boss or whatever, and like the cutscene going in, so the boss hasn't even appeared. Like we're just getting to the top of the elevator, and I'm like, okay, this is kind of the part they told us to, so I kind of like already relaxing my hand a bit. And then all of a sudden this lady runs up and goes, okay, thank you, sir. She like janks it out of my hand, like, okay, thank you. I'm like, like hits home. I was like, okay, like, I trying to skip the cutscene or anything, but this lady just whooshed up and was just like,
You know what that best?
Give me
I have a prediction why. My prediction why is the main character Hugh. Right after that moment happens, he renders with no pants or some shit.
Yeah.
And it's just like a mannequin with dick and balls or something. And it's like, this horrible fucking glitch that happens in the game or something. Like some character is like, you know, something naked for no reason, and it's just a funky pop. And it's like, okay, we can't not pull the demo. What do we do? Pull out of all the SGF? No, we have to stop people right here immediately.
Yeah.
Some horrible game-breaking thing that looks really embarrassing happens. Take the controllers from them as soon as possible.
To be fair, that demo also ran like hot ass.
It ran bad.
It was supposed to run 30, even just 30.
It barely did.
And it mostly ran like 20.
Yeah, and even with that being said, we were like, oh, the game's good.
Yeah, even then we were like, this gameplay loop idea is a really good idea, and it's like I instantly played it and went, oh fuck, that's what this game is. Oh, that's kind of that's actually really cool. And
Yeah.
they keep adding more stuff to it. Like I'm still just like, bro, if they can just continue to build on that foundation, because it's such a good foundation, fuck me,
I mean,
that
it's a
game's
game.
gonna be fun.
Yeah, really good.
I'm sure something happened with the boss. So
There has to be some sort of like really
like there was
alienating
something
thing.
really weird about how like crazy they were about like ripping the control in my hand, hit the home menu, like, you know, hit start, close.
They did the same thing for me too, not as aggressive. Maybe you got a bit further than I did, and she wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I was under the impression that like, oh, I ran out of time. I'm gonna go play it again so that I can kill the boss.
Yeah.
And then a guy quickly, promptly like walked in front of me and was like, "Sorry, sir, that's it."
Oh, yeah.
And then I was like, "Oh, can't play anymore." Like, "Sorry, sir, that's it." This person's just working there. So I just went to the people that literally make the game, like the director, and I started talking to them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're not done with that part yet. We just wanted to show off this part." And I was like, "Oh, okay." It's like, it's not that the boss isn't there. It's just that you just can't play it right. I'm like, okay. I thought I could beat it, and they're like, "No, there's no boss fight." So I was like, oh, okay, gotcha. So I just walked up to the people that make the game because I know them. So I'm like, what's going on? Like, what's going on, guys? So anyway.
Max Sama, I'm sorry, but if you play up to that point in the game, your entire console will literally explode.
It's gonna spit the disc out at 90 miles an hour. You.
Decapitate you.
This was last year. This was Summer Games Fest, 2025, when we first saw what Pragmata was. So yeah, and the funniest thing is that I did a panel for them where the boss fight was finally shown and all that kind of shit. So it was like, okay, yeah, there was clearly some really, really bad glitch that happened right at that time frame that they didn't want anybody to see,
Jesus
which is
Christ.
like a development thing.
Yeah.
And it probably got just put into the demo, and someone was like, "Oh fuck."
Yeah, it was just, I remember just being like, that was.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
It wasn't even that long of a demo. It was
Yeah.
it was pretty short. So either way, the good news is that the game is like apparently looking pretty good.
And the good news is also people received the demo really well. I'm actually glad that they released the demo as early as they did. I actually think that was like, yeah, it's like it was a couple.
You got a
months
demo
out.
for that before RE.
Yeah, like I actually think it was a good idea because honestly, I think this game, like RE is RE, but this game needs to sort of prove itself. Like, and all of us are out here like, no, bro, seriously, if there's a demo for this game, please play it.
Yeah.
You have to try it.
That's
Just
what I need.
try it, please, God. And then everyone now has a chance they can play it, and they're like, oh fuck, this game's pretty cool. It's like, we told you. Yes.
The funny thing about it, and I've mentioned the same thing, where it's like, Capcom does try to do new shit. They do. They do. People forgot about it because nobody bought it. Like, they did Exoprimal, and they
Sure
did
did.
Kitsugami.
That did happen.
Two brand new Capcom IPs that came out, and I didn't necessarily give a shit about either one of them. I tried them both, and I was like, not for me. And I think a lot of other people came to similar conclusions. This is the third attempt. Like, Pragmata's the third one, where it's like, oh, this one actually gets me, you know?
Yeah.
Like, this one has a gimmick that I can find myself playing this. I knew after playing Kunitsugami for like 45 minutes at 2 Summer Games Fest ago, I'm probably not playing this again after this. But it's really good. It's just for a very specific kind of person.
I think Exo Primal problem was it was chasing a trend.
Yeah, that was definitely them, like...
Kunitsugami was, like, I think pretty cool. I mean, it was kind of a bit of a weird of a...
I'll say it right now, the PvP aspect of the PvPvE part of Exo Primal was always the least interesting.
It would have been better if it was just literally you fighting dinosaurs and nothing else.
That's what I mean. If it was just PvE, player versus
Point
enemy,
is
yeah,
to
this
do
would
it
be really
right
cool.
the first time.
But I
It's
think,
not
chat,
about the
Exo Primalers,
speed.
by the end of that game, there's a way to play it without the PvP. Is there not? They eventually did that, where it was like no longer a PvPvE. You could play it PvE if you wanted, and not have to deal with like the other team and having to fight the other team after they fight their dinosaurs. There were events for it, yeah, because everyone complained about the same shit. Like eventually going through a whole level, fighting with your Dino Bros, killing a bunch of dinos, and fighting the other squad of Dino Bros was always weird, and that's how it ends.
Yeah. And that to me reflects a like the people that made the game didn't really realize what is it actually about this thing that we're making that actually is really fucking cool and engaging. What is actually the best? It's the fucking dinosaur.
Dino hordes.
It's not the it's not the PvP shit that we've seen already a billion times in a bunch of other games, free to play, and even ones that require pay that like have also generally just been kind of like people are just burned out on these kinds of games. They're just burned out on these PvP games.
Because
right?
to be real, the quality of Exo Primal was kind of high. Like it controlled well, looked well, and had a cool gimmick. The quality of Kunitsugami was also kind of high.
By the way, speaking of which, you know what game came out today? Today. Only the most epic game of the Game Awards. The thing that Jeff Keighley...
Oh, High Guard came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently it's just a game.
It is indeed a video.
It is a video game.
And everyone rejoiced and was like, my God, he's right. This game is truly...
The game is probably the biggest, like, whatever, nothing burger ever. It's
a game.
But everything around it is weird around it. Jeff's response to it is weird. His, like, constant need to, like, troll and hype and, like, get in arguments online for the last week has been fucking weird. Like, I don't know if he's actually trying to sink the game or if he really is, like is he riding high, like it's his bro, and I'm gonna like defend the game with my, the hype.
It's a legit question because the game debuted at like 60 to 70,000 players, right?
Yeah. No, actually, it got up to like 92,000.
Yeah, it got really high. So my question is, if it wasn't that, and it got a random trailer at the Game Awards much earlier, like just a random spot, and then it just drops the same way that it does. The process is normal, and people just forget about it like it's one of the other 90 trailers that was at the Game Awards and not the last trailer.
Yeah.
Does it debut to 90,000 people? Probably not. Probably not. It being in that final spot and getting almost the criticism of it being a final spot worthy game kind of like elevated it to like maybe it is good or it doesn't look necessarily. It put it in a spot where everyone's talking about this shit.
You put it in a spot to potentially blast off. The problem is
if it hit, it has to hit.
It has to hit.
Yeah. And apparently it isn't like bad. It's just
no. And people are saying like,
it's a game.
It's Concord 2, bro. It's not that bad. All right. Everything I've seen from people talk about it's not Concord levels of like these guys. Like artistically and otherwise, just like what the fuck were they thinking? It's more that for what I'm bringing for people, it's like like the map is way too fucking big. It's 3v3 and the map is just too big. There's like not enough to do. The economy is a bit odd, and that there are also still a good amount of bugs, like basic functionality for things in terms of matchmaking, in terms of like hooking up with people that are like missing. It's the problem is too that there is an issue when you're now put on the front page essentially of the Game Awards. So the big thing that was the send off is now you get more eyes on you to essentially criticize.
Yeah.
If you're just
and that's the question: is that was this a net positive or negative for the game? I actually don't know. I think there's definitely more people playing it because of the high, like quote unquote hype.
It's weird.
But also, it's like if that hype didn't happen, I don't know of any, like, it might have just been a game
because they weren't even, the thing is, they were not promoting it themselves. They didn't,
I know.
They didn't put out
Game
any
Awards
more,
was it.
They put out the Game Awards, but their social media accounts didn't make a single post after the Game Awards.
It was like one a couple days before it came out.
Yeah.
I saw some interviews with the guys that making this game. Which, by the way, are apparently some ex-Apex.
Yeah, they're
right?
ex
So they
ex Respawn.
So if you guys remember that Apex Legends, how that got released, remember when that shit just kind of like dropped?
No, yeah.
Fucking
It
nowhere.
just came out.
And then just, like, there was no build up. They basically just dropped it. They said that we kind of wanted to do the same thing. We wanted to essentially, like, we had to show up at the Game Awards and we wanted to go quiet and then release it so people can then just judge for themselves, right? They wanted the exact same thing that they did for Apex. Because they did end up working out for Apex. Apex eventually did blow up because of pretty good word of mouth.
Because, but to be honest, like, and let's give Apex a little bit of credit, even though I didn't play it a lot. Apex revolutionized VR. Like, it took what was like existing in the space with Fortnite, with building shit all over the place, which is like a thing that you either enjoy or don't enjoy, and other games like PUBG and stuff, which are notoriously hard to play. And then it was like, all right, so what if we smooth out everything? What if we make pinging super easy, swatting up super easy?
The ping system itself was just like
fucking nuts.
Everybody after that is like, who's gonna do that?
It makes Blackout, and we go back to it, hard to play.
Yeah.
Without like those modernizations where it's like, oh Jesus, yeah, this dude, Titanfall really smoothed all this shit out. So, and also, I'm sorry, Titanfall, Apex. And Apex movement was also super interesting. They like put
the Apex thing was that it had a hero shooter mechanic.
Yeah, in a VR. So it was like, oh, yeah, no, this was really good. This was doing something pretty revolutionary at the time. Does Highguard do anything revolutionary? No. Like, you pretty much ride around on horses and shit.
Yeah,
That's
I've
all I really
I've
say.
heard the best part about it is that everybody I've seen that generally has any good things to say about it is that the mount system in the game is really cool. Like, oh yeah, that is pretty neat. And I think maybe that's what they hope to be like the big sticking point. The problem is I think it's only part of the game really. It's not really like the
It's the traversal thing to get you around a 3v3 giant battlefield.
right,
size
exactly.
map.
It's not really
It's weird. I don't know. It's almost like there's so much talk around like the weirdness of like how the game was announced, how it's come out, and it's like a lot of talk for a game I would otherwise would never have even like given a second thought about.
Yeah.
Like that game could have shadow dropped, and would I have played it like that night or that day after?
No.
Would I? Am I gonna play it now?
No, and then it came out, and I watched a couple of people streaming it, and I was like, okay, it's a game. It's like, that is a video game. I'm not really going to talk about it much more or discuss anything. I don't even really think I need to play it. There's other things I want to play right now. That's pretty much it. It's like,
I think I'm just kind of curious. Like, I wonder what it was specifically that. And I almost just want to ask Jeff, not sarcastically or meanly, just like legitimately, because I don't know if he necessarily had like invested interest in it or he put money in it. I just almost
people asked him that and he said no.
He literally said no. Yeah. So I think I think he really liked it. I almost just kind of want to know like what was it about that really stuck with you? Like I just want to hear that because is it enough that he would put it at the end of his show for a big announcement? It's like it's a pretty big deal. It really must have hit him in some
if anything, what it'll do is it's kind of make the future Game Awards better. That's all it's going to do. It's a lesson. It's a lesson that, like, if you have a last game of the show, dude, it's got to be interesting. It's got to be something that, like, is going to make a lot of people happy. We all, at the end of that show, all of us were like, what the hell was that last game? Like, immediately. It wasn't like, oh, yeah, eventually the internet hive mind over time has turned on this game. Like, immediately it was like, this is the last thing they're showing? All right, maybe it's good, but it really doesn't look like it. It makes me realize that in that show, dude, why the hell was that Star Wars
Photor.
Yeah,
Photor.
for Fist of the Kingdom?
Yeah.
Star Wars RPG 3. Like, that should have been the final game. That was a big deal. Even I could tell, like, I'm not into these games, but this is a big fucking...
That or Mega Man.
Mega Man was near the end, but it's also, like...
I mean, it's pretty neat.
I don't agree with Mega Man being the final reveal.
Yeah.
I like it getting the spot. I like that. I think that's great, because Mega Man's been fucking missing for a long time.
Reality is Mega Man is just not.
Not that big, dude. It's like it's not the fucking 1990s anymore. It's like it's gonna be hard to get Mega Man to be like a big thing. It's the same thing where Jeff was like, "Here's a spot for Okami." It's like, these are big things, but to very specific crowds. Yeah, dude, that Star Wars thing should have been at the end, 100%. That would have been a way better spot. So it was. If anything, it'll just make for future Game Awards to be better. Jeff knows that if he has like a show that he's coordinating and planning, he's just got to make sure the final game hits. Because what it really did is that was actually a good show. It was actually
It was overall a good show.
Really good Game Awards with a lot of very good trailers, which is kind of how we judge them. And it ended on a sour note, which makes it seem bad.
Right.
That's what always happens. If the last note of something is not necessarily super, like really leaves you in a great spot, then it'll make the rest of the things seem bad.
that thing goes for anything. It can go for movies. It goes for fucking video games.
It goes
It's
for
like-
Rebirth. FF7 Rebirth is the same shit. You have a weird ass ending. It makes the rest of the game seem bad.
Yeah, but like you just gotta. If you have something that starts good and ends good and the middle is bad,
It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah. It's actually can be fucking great. That's a great spot to be where like starts.
And I wonder how fair that is sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
With movies and games where it's like, okay, well the only thing is a little is the ending. It's like, well, the whole lead up, the whole time before that was great. So does that make the whole experience bad? But it seems to hit where it's like it's almost worse to like.
I had to really dissect that about myself with Expedition 33 as one of the few that didn't really particularly like the last bit of that game. And I'm like, how much does that affect the way I felt about the rest of it, though? I'm like, I don't think that's fair. But 90% of the time I had with this, like, 35-hour playthrough, I was like, fuck. I just love it.
The funny thing about Expedition 33, though, is even the people who like genuinely think this is one of the best games ever made, I think most people kind of think the ending is not that great. It's an interesting thing where it's almost like the purpose of it, right? It's like, well, it is designed to be, you know, like, sure, no, there is no good, it's only bad. But like the thing is, like, I always ask people who genuinely are like, this is one of the best games I ever played. I'm like, oh yeah, what'd you think about the ending? It was okay, like, you know, like the, and I feel personally that I think it would have been so much better if they really had just like, I don't know, given people either an option to get like, I'm not saying eliminate what they did, where they actually have these two choices that essentially lead to this. How about a choice where maybe you look like 100% of the game, maybe you do some extra things where you get to know the characters better, and then they get past certain obstacles, certain beasts that like we have now set up a situation where we are not stuck with two endings that are less than satisfying. There's like a secret middle ground. There's something that actually leads to, oh, we have now come to terms.
There is no good ending.
Yeah.
There's no good ending.
There is no good ending, right? But what if we find a place where at least there's like better hope? Because the problem is there's an ending that both endings have certain levels of hope, but like one is like a sad hope and the other hope is
dismal.
I just fuck everybody else, right? Yeah. Like our hope is those guys don't matter. Only these guys matter. And that's like, and then me, it's like, I think that was meant to be the, like, this is the ending we think is better, but it's like, it just doesn't feel good because all those people are like people that you value, you know?
Yeah.
Like, so I don't know. I genuinely wish that they didn't do that because it does. It fucking sucks to get to the end of something that was just literally, like, we're all playing. I think everybody who's playing this, like, 80% through the game, you're like, this might be one of the best RPGs I played in like over a decade.
Mm-hmm.
Like, or like it's like up there alongside the FF7 stuff. It's so
Best
fucking good.
RPG in a decade for people who don't play RPGs.
Yeah.
No, I mean it was really, really good. You know, I don't know. My thing is for me, it's less about what happens in the ending and more just the fact that so much of the last hours of that game,
thank you.
Characters don't get dialogue. Like character age, like what's going on with so much of the rest of the party becomes so irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because of the story, you know, what's happening in the plot.
It's almost like the last bit of the game completely disregards all of the characters you had fallen in love with, and they're not important anymore.
Yeah, they're not important.
That's what I don't vibe about each one. I don't like each ending because of it.
And on top of that, they don't even get lines.
They don't even get lines, and everybody, and no matter what you do, is lying to each other.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get what they want by lying in both endings. And I'm like,
and it's the interesting thing is like going back and going through the game and watching it, people have said, oh, the characters don't act like themselves. And the funny thing is, it's actually not exactly true. And when you look at what is going on, like, you look at Versa and stuff, and like what he's doing, you actually look back, and even Renoir says to him, you're going to sacrifice him. Like, what you're doing, he knew exactly what he wanted him to do, and Versa always knew that it was going to lead to this. Mael, when she learns about things about herself, right? She still is essentially trying to do what she always wanted to do, which is protect everybody, but then it's this added additional thing of like realizing who her real family is and what that means. So it's like technically the character motivations are actually consistent. The problem why it bothers people and like a lot of us is that the messaging, the theming of the game, you feel playing through the game, it is going one way. You think, oh yes, this is about
For those who come after. Yes.
The game says that again and again. That's what matters, and that's like the people around you, the ones that are still with you, for those that do sacrifice themselves, the ones that come after are the ones that matter.
That message is gone by the end.
By the end, it's just completely
Right. Well,
gone.
but also just like I would have liked to seen more, like I don't know, time or like dialogue or something where it's like you go with Verso ending, I think it is. Which is like forget the painting, go back to the real world, like overcoming grief, whatever. I would have liked to have heard like or have something that like, how do the other characters feel about this?
Yeah.
Like CL and Chewbacca.
Obviously not great.
Like you get looks.
Yeah.
They give like looks or stern looks or whatever, and it's just kind of like okay, cool, but like I want a little bit more reveling in this fucked upness, like or something. I want like characters to really feel the weight of their actions. Like I want Verso to be like, I know he wants this whole shit to end, and it's like. Great, I want you to feel some fucking like bitterness and hardship.
Yeah.
I want Verso. I want you to have a fucking conversation with Chewbacca, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
And
And here's the interesting thing. I realized it when I realized my feelings on the end of the game and why it just didn't grab me as much. It's designed this way. It's literally designed this way. It's designed this way to be like inside conversations, not just like, do you side with Mael? Do you side with Verso? Like that's the basic way of looking at it. It's more like the entire theming of the game is prefaced by a title Claire Obscure, which like doesn't that technically mean chat like black and white, like the reverse sides of something? Where you're supposed to investigate like what happens between each one of these like sort of ideologies and thought processes. I feel like Claire and Obscure. It's supposed to. These like, and if there's a follow-up of some kind, if there's another Claire Obscure, the ending's gonna do the same shit. It's not gonna give you like the direct answers you want. It's supposed to be this like sort of thought-provoking conversation starter.
But my issue though with that is that it is not a satisfying conversation starter in my opinion. The problem is I've seen a lot of games, I've seen a lot of media and movies and things like that have endings like that where you're like, hey, Charlie, whatever, it's Chinatown, right? Like moments where you're like, fuck me, and you really have to start thinking about it, and you go like, and it feels profound, and it feels interesting, and Chinatown is a great example of that, where you're like, holy fuck, like, and it sits with you, and it's like, is it good? No, obviously, it's like, it shows that things aren't clean and easy. The problem is that, again, the way this game sets it up, it doesn't leave you with that feeling. It just makes you feel like you were like, that was. It felt like it was just there to essentially provoke a reaction out of you without understanding why. Like I didn't feel like I learned anything. All it did was make me dislike certain characters more.
At the end, I was disappointed. I thought about it a lot over the next few days of why I felt the way I did, why I felt such disappointment.
Yeah.
And eventually, the thing that got me the most is that I don't like the characters I'm playing as. Like by the end of the game, I don't even want to go back and play it because I don't like Verso or Mael.
Yeah.
Because at the end they're just lying to each other and everybody else around them.
They get what they want, and it's like there is definitely a way they could have gone about this that didn't need. It's like this feels so unnecessary, right? Like
They're both very manipulative people.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and that's what
they're very imperfect.
Bro, Mary Melody, I saw that today. That's exactly what's something. It's very French.
Yeah, very French.
Yeah, I got to the end of this game, I'm like, this is a French movie.
And some people will
It's like a very French
revel in like the, I would say, the dourness of it. Like people will really appreciate like, oh, this makes me feel bad. Like it makes me feel bad. Some people like endings like that, which I understand. I understand why it hits for some.
I like that. I like depressing endings more than anyone in this room. For sure, but this ending wasn't even depressing. It was kind of like, I guess.
So that's sort of what I mean. Like, I think people who love those things, I mean, I think a lot of us have moments where the shit just hits and it's like, yeah, it's powerful, it's sad, but it's powerful.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't that though. It's like, to me, I think this is a poor execution of a gray zone.
Yeah, that's what you mean.
Like I think this is not.
I agree.
I think that's why this doesn't hit. Like, I think you can do this. I think you absolutely can end with a feeling of like, man, there is no good and evil. There's just gray. Like there's a way to do that and make it leave with a satisfying feeling. This to me just felt like we just wanted to just.
I really wanted to feel like Gustav's message was felt throughout the rest of the game.
Right.
And it's there for a bit. Like a little bit. It meanders for like a little while, but it isn't really like that really comes back hard and really changes the way either one of the characters necessarily feel.
And it's funny. It's just funny to me because I really do actually. There aren't too many games and things that I've seen that sort of like. Because it feels like up to that point they really actually understood the messaging and the stuff. Because stuff is like it hits so hard.
Hey, you know what? This could be way worse. It could have been like Alien Earth.
No.
Where at the beginning of the game, really, no, because I think we all genuinely agree the game's fucking amazing and it deserves Game of the Year.
Absolutely, Bob.
And it's actually like I would play through it again so to experience a lot of that stuff again. I genuinely like, and it's a fun ass game.
Fun.
Too. That's what's really special about it.
Still 10 out of 10.
And it gave us even if we don't like a certain one aspect of it, it's not fair, as we said, to criticize something just off the way its finality is when the 90% of the journey there is fucking exemplary and so good. It could be worse. It could be like an Alien Earth situation where this thing makes you think it's good, and then by the time it concludes, you are so dumb. Like, I felt so stupid for thinking that this was good.
I got 4 episodes into that, and then I started seeing something, and I went, they're not going to do what I think they're going to do. And then
it gets worse.
And then, I started watching the next episode, and then I stopped, and I was like, I can't do this. They can't be this stupid. And then I just looked at reviews later on, and they said, yes, it is this stupid.
Yeah, like Game of Thrones. Yeah, that was the other good example.
Yeah, wow.
Like, oh wow, this started so great.
Was it just the ending of Game of Thrones, or was it the last season?
It was the last couple seasons.
Wow.
Well,
but like you kept thinking, well, okay, they'll tie it up.
The problem is, so the thing about Game of Thrones is that the guys that, because the thing is that the same guys that have been adapting the material that George R.R. Martin had done did all of the seasons beforehand. Like, it was the same dudes. So, they're very good at adapting the existing material.
But when they don't have nothing to adapt, it's a problem.
But when it's like, oh, but now we need to write the stories themselves, like, on their own. And that sucks because it's like, George R.R. Martin is going to be like the guy who understands these characters and how their motivations and what the main theme and point of this whole series is.
Yeah.
And now these guys are just like trying to pick up the pieces of like, I'd like to think that George R. had some, hopefully, notes for them, but like,
bro, he hasn't even finished his own shit.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. He's gonna fucking eat himself to death before he fucking finishes that fucking book, man. I don't know. I think it's been like over a decade.
I think it's been like well over a decade.
Yeah, it's been like 15 years or something. Like, I don't know if we're at that last book or
I bet you're gonna make Elden Ring 3.
Yeah.
By the time
and yeah, like it's.
Bro, I didn't even read the books, man. And I remember when my roommate was watching all the seasons, and like I remember like once we got to the season that went off like past the books, I was like noticeably worse.
Yeah, it's actually not even his last book. You're right.
Like it was just all of a sudden things are just noticeably worse. They don't have no idea where they're going with this. All of a sudden, like I don't know. It was such a stark contrast of like plot progression. You know.
That's probably I think that is because that was like a much bigger thing than Expedition 33 or whatever we're playing. Like, I think that is one of the biggest drop the ball moments probably in media history. Is Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Something that grabbed so many people by the balls.
Liked the ending.
There's zero acceptance of that. Just stop watching the show at this season. Just stop. Just accept that it was great and then stop.
Did you actually watch any of it?
No. Let's say like one episode when we were on like vacation someplace.
It like legitimately was pretty amazing. Like, and the thing was there was a lot of deaths, there was a lot of main character deaths in there. It was that feeling of like characters can die at any moment, you know, and like nobody is safe feeling. But the beauty of what he was doing and what George R. R. Martin was actually doing in the story is that it's like he would kill off some characters and you'd be like, what the fuck is he doing? This is me. What the fuck? Like, where does this story go from here? But like, but you would go on and realize, oh no, there was a plan. This always had a purpose. It's just you're just seeing this little, like, it takes a while before you see what is
Intentions, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, of sticking the ending and moving on to our kind of like what we've been talking about tonight, RPG-ness. A lot of FF7 news this week.
Yeah.
Devs are like getting a little anxious about talking about
really
it.
Albuquerque's so bad, like,
He's trying so hard.
like,
shut up.
Can I tell him, guys?
Like,
please,
dude, and here's the crazy part about like wrapping this whole thing up. I played the first like 2 hours of Remake for the first time I've played it since Rebirth, so I had that perspective again. I just kind of I had not thought about going back to Remake after Rebirth because why?
Right.
And now that a Switch version came out, I did, and I noticed some shit. I was like, oh, what? Like, my dudes. Straight up, the beginning of the game has a black winged crow weird bird that is entering Midgar.
Right, yeah.
And it is flying towards Midgar. It is ominous as shit. And it's like, it is literally, this is a metaphor for Sephiroth. This is him showing up back and going into Midgar. It literally disappears into a cloud and then vanishes. And then the next thing you get is like, Aerith is like, oh, what's that thing? And I'm like, Sephiroth is just looking at shit. He's just around looking at shit. And then it gets back to Cloud, and he's about to put the bomb. And instead of the thing normally, like a feather comes down, he doesn't have a flashback. It's just, what the hell? And it's Sephiroth just looking at shit. And I'm like, wow, this is really obvious now. Like, this was the moment Sephiroth got back with his plan. With his, like, I've come back through time, I'm coming back. This is the metaphorical return. This is my ass, like, oh, I'm seeing what I can do about stuff.
Within the first 10 seconds of the game now, we actually are seeing, like, oh, this game's already different.
Yes.
Right? Like,
literally, like, the perspective of Rebirth is now Sephiroth's just chilling. And he's finding ways to fuck with Cloud. And that's literally it. Then the moment happens where it's like things are on fire, and it's like, oh, he's scared. I'm gonna get him now. Like, it's so intentional. Whenever Cloud is like nervous or afraid of something, Sephiroth shows up, and he's like, "Hey, dumb bitch, you're a dumb bitch, aren't you?" He's like, "I'm a dumb bitch. I'm a dumb bitch. Like, I'm so stupid."
Yeah, it's like
Cloud is so stupid.
And you're sort of realizing too, like, because again, you play Remake for the first time, and you assume that some of this is just like artistic freedom.
Yes.
We want to.
You take it at face value.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, okay. They're just like adding. It's like maybe like going a little extra hard because Sephiroth's already been let out of the box. I get it. So we're just like we're just trying to drive home that Sephiroth's like pissing off God. No, he's actually like specifically. He is harassing Cloud. He's waiting. He's harassing Cloud even more now.
Yeah.
Now he's actually going even harder.
He's going even harder on the things.
Yeah.
There's a really cool part because eventually, what is the thing that actually gets in his way that prevents his plan from working? It's Aerith. Like, he says it at the end of Rebirth. He's like, "Oh, I really underestimated you. You're cheating. Like, this is not in the rule book. Like, what you're doing is fucked up." And he acknowledges that she's like way too powerful. So there's a really funny moment that at the first time Cloud, like the second time he sees him, when he meets Aerith for the first time, you know what Sephiroth does to Aerith? Pushes her out of the way. Not even important. Like, he literally grabs her shoulder and goes, "Nah, Cloud, you a dumb bitch." You have to realize, like, his biggest threat is right here because he doesn't know it yet. So it's like, whoa, this is crazy. He doesn't even get it. So you're seeing character development behind the scenes from the perspective of Part 2.
I've got another thought. Think about this. Why is Aerith being attacked by whispers in that moment? Could it be that maybe it is a certain Omni Aerith showing up here? Remember how the whispers apparently were taking away from her memories, right? The more she interacted with whispers, the more she lost until eventually that white materia is drained. Could it be maybe that Aerith at
Why
the
is that
start,
the first time it happens?
Yeah, maybe the Aerith at the start already knew too much. Maybe the whispers were detecting that, oh, you shouldn't be here right now.
Yeah, that is already known because, like, even, dude, the way she talks to Cloud is not the same as the OG.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's one line where Cloud is like, like, you're in danger right now. Like, we're in danger. You shouldn't be here. And she's like, oh, I'm sure you are. So, like, she's like very aware of like, oh, you're just doing your thing.
Yeah.
Cloud. Oh, Cloud. Yeah, literally that. So, like, the more the whispers are around, she like loses those as time goes on. But literally, the way she talks to him is like, how do you when they first meet in the when he crashes through and they first meet in the fucking flower thing at the bottom of the church.
Yeah.
Like, she's acting like she knows him. where she's like, you know,
She literally says that he's a bodyguard before.
you're a bodyguard, aren't you?
Yeah.
He's like, what?
What? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, wouldn't I hire you to be a bodyguard?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what the fuck? How does she know this shit? So anyway, you start realizing that they're like, oh, dude, this chick is the same chick as the old games. She's played FF7 before.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like, it becomes super apparent in a subsequent playthrough. Now that I have played Rebirth, it actually got even more interesting with that little bit of perspective. So,
Yeah. And dude, I still love the fact that they were like that you literally don't get confirmation that what the words that Sephiroth says to Cloud the first time when he's like, "You have to run, Cloud. You run away."
His
and
mom.
then is his mom, and then like it literally says that it takes till the second game before they actually confirm and show that that was exactly what she
it's him
said.
egging him on, trying to like, and he literally tells him right after, because I get to analyze his dialogue now. He's like, "Good, Cloud, hold on to that hatred.
Yeah.
Like, hold on to that shit, dude. You stay mad. Like,
Yeah.
damn, he is a fucking troll.
Yeah.
This guy is literally just trolling, gaslighting and trolling the shit out of him.
That's why he's like now 10 times more fucked up at the end of Rebirth. Yeah. Like, dude, here's an interesting thing. I'm curious what your thoughts on this are. You remember how in the original reveals for Remake, when it was being done by CyberConnect, yeah. Remember how Cloud looked really sickly?
Yeah.
It was like really skinny and kind of sickly looking, and it was like, oh, it was like a little dank. They kind of toned that down. But just looking a bit normal. What if the further into like part 3 we get, what if he starts to look like that?
Oh, dude, I think he's gonna have bags under his eyes and shit in the next game. I think he's gonna be literally going like True Dark Knight, where he's gonna have like, he's gonna look like, you know, fucked up.
He's gonna start looking a little weird.
Before or after falling into the Mako stream?
I think that'll happen. I think the Mako stream aspect is him supposed to be like actually fucked up, but I think you literally see like the One Ring, impact on him, like similar to like Smeagol type shit. He's not gonna turn into that, but like you will see the effects on him as he gets closer and closer and closer to the Northern Crater.
Yeah, I think, he'll turn to that level of sickly and gross when he does fall in the live stream, and he'll be like in his chair, like that'll definitely be likely there. But in terms of him, like slowly, like kind of like being disconnected from reality,
Yeah.
like, I think he's gonna start to look kind of crazy.
He's gonna start to look crazy. So, and I also started noticing something else because I was just watching more remake stuff, and my first reactions to it, and then watching Rebirth stuff. I got like on an FF7 high again.
Yeah.
And I straight noticed something. I found out why Sephiroth needs Cloud. And I think we all kind of knew what it was, but there's a reason why he's so like, oh, like, you know, like, don't hurt yourself. You know, be careful. Oh, like, you know, don't think too far ahead. Like, he's like almost like wary of his protection. Like, he wants to make sure he wants to manipulate him and shit and his puppet. Dude, he is, how many times, this doesn't happen a ton in the OG, but how many times in FF7 Remake and Rebirth does Cloud go into crazy hyper hypnosis shit where he is literally turning into Sephiroth? He is literally becoming his ass. Like, somebody showed this to me again, and I didn't notice it. The scene at the beginning where Sephiroth cuts Tifa, the framing of the shots and how he like cuts her and she flies and stuff like that, is the exact same shit that happens in Gongaga. When Cloud cuts Tifa and she falls into the live stream and shit, it is the same framing, dude. Cloud is just turning into this bitch, repeating the same shit he did to Tifa again.
Right.
So, and that's the thing where it's like he's like, I'm losing myself, which happens in the old one. But what's happening now is that, my dude, Cloud is literally turning into Sephiroth. He's becoming him. Why would Sephiroth, someone that is not of ethereal form technically, why is Sephiroth so concerned at the edge of creation in these weird mystery places that the one kid that has all the power in the world has the ability for his body to stay like pristine and intact? And why, dude, he is the Horcrux. Like, he's literally the Horcrux for Sephiroth's return. That's the difference now. And in the old game, what was Cloud's deal? I just gotta give you the black materia, bitch.
Yeah.
That already happened. Like, we literally watched that shit already happen. Like, that event took place. The emotional impact of Cloud delivering the black materia to Sephiroth happened way before the finale of that shit in the Northern Crater. So it's like, I'm looking at this shit and I'm like, my dude, Cloud is the vessel for Sephiroth. Why is he the vessel? Because he's an Advent children.
Right.
He is an Advent child. Like, he literally has Sephiroth genes inside him. He is the same way that the Advent Children were pieces of Sephiroth.
Yeah.
The only way that he can come back is that if there's a piece of Sephiroth somewhere, he can be reborn.
My one thing though is then what would he need the black materia for? If he's not going to put it, is he still going to plan to give it to himself?
That we don't know. Like, why Cloud has it, what makes him more powerful as a result.
Is it just like, well, I'm going to give it to myself, and then I'll have Cloud, and that's two of me. You know, like...
So, this led me to some theories of, like, so where the fuck does that go? Like, if Cloud pretty much becomes Sephiroth by the time he gets to the Northern Crater, which is likely going to happen, he's just going to turn.
Yeah.
Dude, you're fighting Cloud. 100%. At some point in the story, Zack shows up and has to fight this bitch, and he's Zack. You're gonna control Zack, and you're gonna have to fight Cloud.
Yeah.
And now this is way different. And now this is nothing like the old game. This shit is fucking going bonkers, dude.
Which I think they probably need to do some of that because a lot of things happen from this point forward story-wise, but there's also, I would say maybe not enough, because how much story progression and Rebirth covers, then to get to part 3 now, and it's like there's a couple big significant events, but it's mostly just like stopping Meteor at this point. And I'm like, they're gonna need to do something kind of like a little crazy, a little different.
Sure.
That's really gonna like mix up, your objective.
Yeah. You need to amplify this shit way more. And how do you amplify shit more? How about, let's just throw it out there. Cloud isn't just missing. Cloud became Sephiroth.
Right.
Cloud became him. Like, oh fuck, we've lost him completely, dude, and now he's totally gone. Which makes his eventual return way bigger. Because, like, and also throws Sephiroth's planet asunder.
Do you think he won't fall into the live stream again?
I think that shit can happen. They can just make it happen in a different way.
Here's the way I would think about it then. Like, I actually think, I think that he could turn into Sephiroth. What if instead, like, he gives, like, instead of, what essentially happens where he gives the Sephiroth he gives the black material to Sephiroth when he's in the crystal, and then he basically falls in the live stream.
Because all this stuff is like, is this that far different from the original? Not really, because Cloud is entirely a puppet of Sephiroth by the time he gets up there.
What if they end up having to fight Cloud, and then they knock him into the live stream?
That could be
while they're fighting him, you know.
Where it's like, that is the thing that tips him over.
Yeah, like that. Just like they have to end up basically like stopping him, so they like knock him into the stream or something.
You can see how things could definitely like amplify and get much bigger in importance for the next game, and actually do different shit. Like actually start to do, these things all still take place. We're also going to fight the weapons and stuff like that, but like the perspective will change. That's the part where it's like, that's where Zack joins the party.
Oh fuck, I got.
That could be a thing.
Wait. I just had a thought that could be really cool. Don't stick with me here. What if? Because think about there's something that is interesting about Sephiroth and his motivations, right? Is that all of that, if like his flashbacks understanding who he is, isn't really able to be told to other characters. What if? Imagine this. Bob gets taken over by Sephiroth. He is basically Sephiroth. He gets knocked on the live stream. Oh, God, he's all fucked up again, right? There's a moment, right, then where Tifa gets her time where she goes in there. What if she goes inside Cloud and she doesn't see his past, just his past. She sees Sephiroth.
Good idea. And dude, what if? And that's the emotional connection. I agree with you. That's the emotional connection. Who's the only person that can save Cloud from like fully turning? Like let's say he's savable. Like she believes he's savable. Like no matter what. Like she is the one that would believe. I'll do it myself. Like she's the one that would be able to get him out of there.
Yeah, she's trying to get Sephiroth out of there, but in the process of even like getting Sephiroth out of Cloud,
she learns more about Sephiroth.
She learns about what
inside his head is also Sephiroth's backstory.
Exactly.
But now she understands like where the fuck he's coming from, and oh shit, his intentions are fucked up. Yeah. Like this shit, like he's destroying the process of life. Like is fucked, dude. So. I was always wondering the same thing. How do we learn about that shit? It's going to be very weird. Like, what characters are in? It's not Bugenhagen. We don't have Aerith anymore. We have no one to give us info about like what Sephiroth's actual intentions are. So it's like, how do we? Unless we get at the very beginning of the game, how do we find out what Sephiroth's intentions are?
Here's the other thing too. It's not even just about finding out the intentions to us, the player, right? what about trying to get those intentions to everybody else? That's the problem. It's like you can't like okay, we start the game as in a flashback, right? Like, that's been the theory for a while. It's like we'll start the game as a flashback.
Oh my God.
Awesome. Who's seen this? Us, the player? Cool. But
I could be
what about
just
the
a
other
little bit
characters?
tired.
Is it important that they know why he's doing what he's doing?
Well,
I think that is sort of the point. Is like because I sort of foresee this is where I sort of see the
Because
ending
like
to this
you're
going.
fucking up the
Is
order.
not just is essentially
That's the
a
issue.
understanding of Sephiroth and not just like he's just this crazy guy who loves his alien mom. It's almost like an understanding, a coming to terms from the people around him, like around Cloud and Cloud himself, of understanding of like what Sephiroth is doing and going like, you're wrong, but I understand why you want this.
Yeah.
It's almost like
It's the Thanos villain aspect.
and then essentially Sephiroth and him fighting as equals, as actual equals. Not like, well, get out of here, Phantom Demon. Here's Omni-Slash, you're gone. Like, they're, like, gonna fight each other. And then, like, Sephiroth will maybe come to the point where he just accepts, like maybe he accepts that what he's thinking is wrong.
Yeah. But you almost wonder that. Or it's like, can Sephiroth be turned? Can he be changed?
Yeah.
Are they going to make him a
It's
good
not even necessarily like, oh, he absolutely has to be like, you know what, you're right, Cloud, and then, like, pissed off. It's more just, like, almost like an unspoken thing. Maybe he just, because he truly is gone, right?
There's
He's
other,
fucking
there's
gone.
other aspects because they implanted the idea in Rebirth, and it's the most interesting thing to me in that game. They added was that the guy is a dick, possibly, with the Gi. All of the Gi stuff presents this idea. Planet maybe is a dick.
Yeah, so that entire point comes from part 1, which is that bad, good. Where it's like that's actually OG FF7 perspective, that like Shinra bad, like Planet good. Like that is the point. And then FF7 Remake immediately sets up, well, there's people that work at Shinra and stuff, so are they all guilty as well? And Barrett's like, oh, I mean, kinda, yeah, sorta. And then the Clouds...
And the Whispers are like...
Whispers
not,
keeping...
Yes. We must keep the OG continuity, which leads to space cancer.
Exactly. The planet wants to keep things in line that leads to space cancer that kills a lot of people.
And they're like, is that good?
Yeah, exactly. That's like almost our moral quandary as FF7 fans. That is like, is Advent Children the good ending? I don't know, dude. So the entire premise, which literally Cloud says it in part 1, where he's like, really living in that black and white world of yours, huh, Barrett? And the point of that story is to analyze like the gray area in between. So we want you to think about that shit. What I'm trying to say is that echoes in part 2. It'll also be a big part of part 3, where it's like the Gi and the planet.
Yeah.
Did these
I'm just tired,
or is the
dude.
planet just benevolent? Oh shit, I don't know. These things were known in the first one, and now we don't know.
And this is what I mean, by the way. This is the gray zone again, right? The same conversation around before, but this at least potential for it is good. Like this is an interesting. This makes me think. This makes me go like,
what are they?
Fuck yeah, you're right. Wow, this isn't just like like you said, planet good, Sephiroth bad, and yeah, it's
bad, us good.
Yeah,
And the ultimate point of everything with Sephiroth and really more Jenova, get Black Materia, summon Meteor, cause a scar on the planet so great that it takes all of the Mako energy to heal it,
yeah.
which will like rot the planet. But Genova's gonna absorb all of that good stuff, and then they're just
Alright.
gonna like parasitically fly off to another.
Stop
planet.
being stupid.
That's
We
the
can do
OG
this.
plan, yeah.
That's the OG end of it. That's the end all be all of all of this. But now they're introducing this idea that maybe the planet's kind of a dick because the Gi, strangely, are from another planet.
Yes.
They're not actually native to Gaia in 7, and they came there. But the planet was like, you can't come into the live stream. You're not from this planet. You're not native. So you have to be a ghost. You have to exist in this purgatorial, spiritual form.
which is
forever.
pretty fucked up.
This is the same shit about Sephiroth, where even in Ever Crisis now, they're like, hey, is what Sephiroth going through that made him go insane? Did he deserve that? That's what they set up. Where it's like, did he deserve to be put into this situation? Because there's the one thing that they propose about Sephiroth's backstory is that he has controlled his whole life. Like, he gaslights Cloud into being a puppet when he's the biggest puppet of them all. Like, he is just projecting. Because Sephiroth was a puppet as his entire existence. He's also Genova's puppet. So, I think, to be honest, like, where this eventually goes is that Sephiroth breaks that cycle where he's like, fuck this. And I think that's what the Omni Sephiroth is, where he's like, I think he has realized this, and he goes beyond what Genova's intentions are of the planet. This is what I want. For the first time in his entire existence, I'm doing what I want,
Did you
and I
ever
need
think
Cloud.
about the possibility that maybe they're also trying to legitimize Dirge's plot in this? Because Dirge,
No.
the whole thing with Dirge was its Omega weapon.
Yeah.
Like, what is the
Chaos.
Like, well, the whole thing is like chaos. The final, the final kit, like, or, you know, the final plan, or the most, you know, oh, if things get so bad,
Yeah.
Omega weapon will come and just take the planet seed and fuck off into space and then just like leave. So it's like the Wreck-It Ralph 2 thing, where it's just like, wait a minute, going turbo is now good. Like, and that we're
And that's why
is like,
Dirge is so fucking
Dirge
stupid.
is like, wait a minute, the planet's gonna kill itself and go off to another planet if things get too bad.
There is a way that you can make that a part of the storytelling without having the Dirge execution, right?
Right, well, that's what I'm saying.
Could be interesting, but the way Dirge does it is fucking terrible.
Right, so maybe they're trying to, like, the whole thing with the Gi and everything, I'm like, maybe they're trying to set up the point that, like, whatever entity or consciousness of the planet itself isn't benevolent.
Yes.
It's not like super welcoming and all encompassing, and like maybe the planet itself has issues. Like maybe they're getting to this point that like sentient life, regardless of how it was created or where it came from, is worth protecting.
Yeah.
Regardless of its origins.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's where we're getting. Maybe that's where we're getting with Sephiroth. Maybe in Genova, especially, is that like, yeah, Genova's a parasitic alien, whatever. That's bad. But the Gi, come on, what did they do to deserve this?
Sure.
Kind of thing, you know, like, oh, like things are getting bad with Shinra, right? Does that necessitate? All right, mass extinction event of the planet, self-inflicted mass extinction. We'll go start somewhere else.
Mhm.
That's okay, but what about all the innocent life on the planet that had nothing to do with any of this stuff?
Yeah.
So maybe it's setting up to ask much bigger questions for part 3 rather than, you know, the original eco-terrorist plotline.
Stop the meteor.
Yeah,
It's just pretty much
stop
the
meteor.
meteor.
You know, Shinra bad, planet good.
And it doesn't mean that those things can't still happen. They're still happening. The meteors, like, they've shown it to us twice. We literally witnessed it happening almost identically twice. So it's like, okay, so these things are still going to happen. But I think the way they happen will be different. Like, and that does line up for some things to be, like, very similar, but straight up having, like, Cloud getting taken over by Sephiroth and shit, like, that gets set up in Dirge. I'm sorry, that gets set up in Advent Children. Like, first and foremost. That, like, in Advent Children, Cloud has his freak out moments where he's like about to literally, his eyes are changing shape and shit like that. You realize, oh, Cloud is also technically one of the Advent Children, my dude. Like, he can be a conduit for Sephiroth in some way. And then what breaks him out of it? Anybody remember the movie? Aerith does.
Yeah.
Aerith is the one to snap him out of it, and she shows up. Whenever Cloud is under like mega strain and is like he's about to fucking lose it, even in Advent Children, Aerith shows up.
And that's what could be different this time, right? And that's the thing that was it John Q, I think it was, that introduced the idea of like the permanent end of Aerith, right?
Oh, permadeath for Sephiroth, permadeath for Aerith.
Permadeath for like essentially it could
no
be
more ghost Aerith.
It could be that Aerith at this point might actually be completely gone, like really gone.
Yes,
right.
I think that's the point. Yeah.
Yeah, is that like that whole situation of killing all those different Aeriths, all across the different like versions and stuff like that, literally exists. So there is no way for anyone to like snap Cloud.
And the only way to come with acceptance is that, you know, like Cloud has to make that choice.
There would be, you know what, I don't think it's going to happen, but I would actually be super impressed if there was a really meta aspect to part 3 where, like what you're talking about with, like, you know, permanent, like, you know, like final death.
Final death.
You know, of Aerith.
Because we just know that, like, there's 2 characters in FF7 that just don't go away.
Right, but what
Aerith is just around, Sephiroth is around.
But what if, like, the point of the ending, too, is to be, like, we're going to permadeath these, so as, like, the developers are putting the final touch on their story, like, they're going to do something narratively that you always can't, but, like, shouldn't be undone. Like, no, we're going to permanently say definitively.
You can't bring Wesker back to the
They can't come back
unless you remake this shit again.
Like, we are we're capstoning, or like putting a nightcap, whatever, I don't know, whatever the term is. We're putting the final chapter on because we're, you know, we as the OG creators,
You know
we're
who
getting
would be-
old, we're getting up there.
You know who
we
talked
wanna
about
end this
that
story.
literally, and they were kind of like hinting at this. We're like, this is the end of this story type shit. Kitase was saying that shit in an interview
Yeah.
where he was talking about like, he literally said, I kind of just want these characters to be happy. And that was like, oh, that's interesting. So wait a minute, characters being happy means that they actually can not have to deal with Star Wars threatening threequels that happen after and shit. No, we can leave them here because the threat is actually done. And as proposed in literally all the shit that Nojima wrote in the books and stuff like that, no. Aerith continues existing in the live stream. She's continually fighting Sephiroth in the live stream, trying to assist people into like the afterlife, and because Sephiroth is literally absorbing souls and shit. So she's constantly struggling at the behest of this bitch that is plaguing the planet, and she cannot pass on. She's like that's kind of what the story sets up, is that she's stuck there, and I'm like, ooh, that does not sound like a good ending for her. That sounds rough. And
also space cancer.
And also, like, these bad things are going to happen to tons of people eventually and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, all right, these seem like rough. She's like, yeah, she's an ethereal janitor. Yeah. Clean up after Sephiroth's bullshit no matter what, and his bitch ass still keeps coming back. And it's like, okay, so what happens if you want to actually make these characters happy? Aerith wants to die. Like, that's the thing. She wants to, like, probably not have to deal with this. Sephiroth wants to live forever. Like, he literally says, I will not end, bitch. Like, and that's his greatest trait as a villain, is that he refuses to die. Like, he has found so many ways to just remain
That's probably
existing.
gonna be, and then that's the dichotomy there, is that like Aerith wants to go, wants to have final
She
rest.
wants the natural process of life to happen. Yeah.
And Sephiroth just doesn't want to accept it.
Refuses life, yeah.
Question for you guys. What do you think? Do you think that this will lead to an ending where Sephiroth accepts his death, or do you think he will be forced?
Oh, no, you're forcing that bitch. Hell, I think that would be fucked up. Where it's like he like sides, he has to stay the bad guy. And if there's one powerful thing that I would hope the developers understand about OG FF7, especially since they are the original creators that are working on this, the reason Sephiroth is a really good bad guy is because he's established from a very early point in the game as being like, oh, kind of a heavy-handed, this is a mysterious character, the great war hero, like all this kind of stuff. And then within the first like 10% of the game, actually he's the bad guy. We had to go after him. And what do? They don't let up on it. Whole game is about getting to him. Whole game is about him doing this weird shit, summon, meteor, all this shit. Still, but we gotta get to Sephiroth. That's what makes FF7 so fucking good, is that it doesn't meander on who's the bad guy. Do we eventually fight God? Does it change like halfway through? Is it not this? Is it not that? Like, that's the things that throw me off in a lot of games, is that, who's the actual bad guy? It's always Sephiroth. It's him throughout like the very large
maybe
majority.
like a sympathetic thing where it's like, look, like there's too much injustice in the universe to just let things play out naturally and chaotically. You need me to be an equalizer and a balance. Someone's got to be an equalizer, a balancer, a fair judge of life and death. And the planet's not going to be it, Cloud. Because we saw how the planet reacts to people coming in, and it's not going to be not going to be me not over. It's like Sephiroth will maybe try to make himself feel like, hey, I'm the good guy here. Because I'm basically trying to be a fair god.
I think he just wants death to not exist anymore. Like, essentially,
that's the gimmick. That's the great question that we're all theorizing as Ever Crisis shit came out, where it's like, oh, Sephiroth wants to break the cycle of life. He doesn't think death is fair. He thinks death is like unfair.
He almost thinks like it almost feels like he
It's
wants
so much
everyone to
easier
be
if you
like
draw it like this.
Yes.
We're just like,
exactly.
It all
we are
makes sense.
Good point. Really
If
good
you draw
point.
it like
we
this,
should be
it's
allowed
so
to exist
freaking
forever.
weird.
And let's take away all that pain and
difficult.
suffering.
Why
and
is
this
it
have
so
everybody exist
difficult?
forever.
Which is interesting to me, because then wouldn't that naturally mean that the Gi would not want Sephiroth to live?
It's like, Jesus
Well,
Christ,
the
dude.
Gi want to die.
Sephiroth doesn't know that the Gi exists.
I know. Well, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Well, like, maybe that could lead into the Gi assisting us, because we have a mutual,
100%.
a mutual like. It's like, why are we siding with
this? Is the subtext shit?
Yeah.
Sephiroth's thesis: death is bullshit.
Right.
We should be able to live forever. What's the antithesis? Death. No death is fucking horrifying. This shit is some Pirates of the Caribbean shit, bro.
Yeah.
Not a good idea.
Right.
So we have these two parallels, and yes, we're gonna have to side with these guys because his shit is super fucked up. because they've been through this shit.
Which is also mega. I'm sorry.
No, so didn't he make the black materia?
Yes,
They did.
They created it.
So
They created it to blow everything
He
up.
has to know about them because he knows about the black materia, so he probably has to know that how the Gi made it.
Well, maybe like
Maybe not doesn't know about the ghost, but he knows about how it happened.
the Gi kind of like physically exist, but don't physically
Right.
exist.
Yeah, the ghost basically.
Maybe that's where everyone. Maybe that's where Sephiroth wants everyone to hang out at.
Right.
Maybe jiving at the top of the planet as flesh monsters isn't the goal. Maybe the goal is to like jive in the in between, where you're kind of like stuck.
Jive.
You can live
You
with Aerith
jive ass
forever. She will be there forever. That's where she currently is, bro.
By the way, I just want to throw out there again. You know, with this is also, which is, again, this, I do feel that there could be again these connections.
I gotta eat
like,
something,
'cause
dude. I'm done.
remember how like FF10 is supposed to be tied to FF7 or something.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. So
Dude, they're very similar far
I don't know
shit.
why I keep
Dude,
having
Aerith is
trouble
just
drawing
you.
this.
And somebody made this point to me where you don't realize it when you're watching because you just put it on face value. Dude, the little bit of Omni Aerith that's left when she's going through the train graveyard, she's sending those kids. She literally does it. You don't realize it because she's like coercing them and talking them. You have to pass on type shit.
But I mean, just even think about like what Orin is, what Seymour becomes in FF10, right? Where they are essentially these.
This is the
they don't
shoulder.
Die, they don't move on.
I mean,
they
the
just
trap.
They just stay stagnant. Like it
Why
being
would
like
your
the Gi in that
chest
way,
show?
right? Or they're just like,
That's why you're
death does not exist for me. I choose to
messing
not
up.
leave. The way to leave is I force you to leave. So
Yes.
if I'm sending you onto the great beyond.
It's almost like it's written by the exact same person.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that weird?
Almost like it's almost like of the two games and the big Final Fantasy repertoire, 7 and 10 share a little bit of similarities.
What's that weird Easter egg in the Shinra Museum?
Same shit.
Yeah,
They're the only two Final Fantasy issues that share a direct story Easter egg, but will never be officially acknowledged.
All right.
Shinra, like that guy, you know.
What was the
That was a
crazy
good
theory that
practice.
7 is way before or way after 10?
I think way after.
Because
way in the future.
I know all this. It's just like
somewhere.
you
I
just
forget. I can remember
keep
it was like
making the
eventually
same
Shinra Space
weird
Program
mistakes,
left
dude.
Gaia and then started 10, or it's way after 10, where it's like
I don't think that'll eventually make any tangible connections, but I mean, even they realize the thematic connections here are pretty insane.
Yeah.
Like the whole aspect of a live stream of an afterlife of a far plane, this kind of stuff, and having characters like send people to make sure they get assisted to it.
Hell
That's
yeah,
literally what Aerith does, dude. That's just like, and they show Aerith at several points in Rebirth, and one big one in Remake in the Train Graveyard, where
That is it
she's
for
not just talking
today.
to these kids. Eventually, they like go away.
Right.
And then that's the whole